Yeah, boy. We have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength, and let your courage lead the way.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals, the culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you onto the stage here in IB Sepang. We are talking about, of course, the program you're watching from home over in PUBG Mobile Esports, right? Give them a like, give them a follow, because this is the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring. And together with me, I've got Yummy May from Boom Esports. Welcome on stage, buddy. Few questions before we do kick off onto the action. I know I can see the both of you really excited to get into it, but Boom Esports is a name we all know in the PUBG Mobile scene. They've been champions more than once before, but last season, not not so great. So this season, you guys started strong in the group stage. First to get 114 points. What's your motivation going in?
Oke, jadi Yami, seperti yang semua orang tahu lah, Boom itu last season seperti apa. Dan nama Boom itu sebenarnya besar di PMSL SEA. Oke. Dan minggu ini kamu menunjukkan prestasi yang sangat-sangat bagus. Apakah yang memotivasikan Yami dan juga rekan-rekan tim di Boom?
Yang pertama kita mau balikin performa tim sama kita mau dominasi setiap harinya.
Yeah, of course we wanna bring back our performance, our old performance, and yes, our aim is basically we want to dominate every single day.
That's a very, very ambitious goal. I mean, to repeat the glory days of Boom Esports, you are missing one thing in the formula though. The roster is new. Old results comes with old players, but you're coming in fresh and new. What do you think about this new teammate though? Are they a championship winning team?
Oke, jadi kalau kita lihat dari lineup ataupun roster Boom Esports sendiri itu udah berubah dengan roster-roster yang pernah menjuarai trofi PMSL sebelum ini. Menurut Yami sendiri apa perbedaannya dan apakah roster yang sekarang itu bisa dibilang roster juara?
Roster yang sekarang lebih baik daripada kemarin. Roster sekarang pasti setiap ada masalah selalu ada solusinya.
Yeah, I think this current roster is very strong roster. I think this is a championship roster. It's because of even though we have a problem inside the game, we always come up with a solution.
Always thinking on their toes, coming up with a bang, or in this case, coming up with a boom plan. And I'm excited to see that. I mean, there will be doubters out there. There will be people who might say they can't do it, but hey, first week of the PMSL and already you're coming in strong. I believe this team has got what it takes. But enough speculations because guess what? They have got loads of game to cover today here in the PMSL SEA Spring. And I'm not going to take your time anymore as they get behind bars or get behind station to fight for that trophy. So I'm going to pass it off to the casters, our beloved at hand.
Big thanks to our dear host Keeve as the Super Weekend host for today. And of course, welcome on board for our first action of the Super Weekend of Week 1 PMSL Southeast Asia Spring 2025. This is Contract here alongside with Tash Bunny as we have been your casters for the entire week now. And this is bound to be exciting. And we saw Boom dominating the first couple of days here in the group stage. Do you expect them to thrive yet again here in the weekend?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if thriving is the name of the game. I think that every single team has a hidden strat right now, as we go into the weekend. A lot of teams are definitely holding back, despite the fact that we're seeing Boom's epic comeback from, I would say, a dismal day 1 and an insanely strong day 2. I still think there's so much more in their playbook that they haven't covered for us yet today. Regardless, coming into this, I'm really excited to see the tier 2 teams as well. And you know, when you look at the Super Weekend this time, some of the usual suspects that we usually see playing the Super Weekend, such as Ultra Ego Aries, we're not seeing them this time. Instead, we have some teams that has already been promoted from PMNC, PMCL coming up top. I'm talking about KAGENDRA. I'm talking about MEC, a brand new roster is coming here into the season, which means that this season is not only going to be the usual storylines of the veterans dominating, but also the newcomers going on top and challenging how the game has been played. But pause, because now let's have a look at the overview. For you guys who are not watching this week, we start off today strong with the usual points right now with a 10 points per chicken dinner. This tournament boasts a $200,000 prize pool.
Plenty of money on the line, and of course we can hear from all the teams they want to bring the trophy home for the pride of their respective nation. And on top of that, we are already heading into our first Super Weekend, as we will still have another week of group stage to run, another Super Weekend before we get our way into a 3-day grand finals. That to be happening in IOI City Mall, Malaysia. So you get to definitely plan your route there. While the teams, they are definitely putting every single energy into their matches in order to qualify to the finals. Of course, we are going to be having group rotations throughout the group stages, and when we come down to the Super Weekend, we will follow the global rules once again. And We also introduced a brand new Smash rule where the teams will set a match point, and it is based on today's points of Saturday's #1 team, and we add 10 points on top, and the team that reaches the match point will then have to score chicken dinner to win the Smash rule day.
Anyways, these are the teams that have made it to this weekend. Again, reminding everyone that we're not usually seeing the usual suspects here. I'm talking about so many teams that haven't made it here, particularly Alter Ego Aries, that tend to be very, I would say, neck and neck with Boom Esports. Granted that this tournament is a lot shorter, perhaps they're not able to catch up in terms of, in terms of pacing, not able to figure out how these newer teams and players play, and on top of that, they maybe haven't really figured out, because again, it's only 2 days this week to make it to Super Weekend compared to the usual 1 week before. Coming in today as well, I think there are a lot of teams that I really want to talk about. Boom Esports with the epic comeback. We also had an insane run there from ENAM SEMBILAN, making it on top, barely making it here, thanks to the 1 to 2 point win over New Era. It's been phenomenal this week.
Indeed, and overall, it's not only just ENAM SEMBILAN that got promoted here into the Super Weekend. There's also KAGENDRA and a few other notable names, but like you said, Boom, they've had such a spectacular run throughout the course of our Day 3 groups, where we see them really pushing teams, trying to cut into a lot of all these areas, and even when they are pit over onto the corner of the blue zone, they always figure a way out, and that's the strength of this roster, as said by the superstar Yummy. And looking at the other teams on how they've been coping, I think one of the biggest performances coming from the Thai region yesterday was actually from eArena, where they finally gotten a very good groove into getting plenty of points per round, despite not really securing that many chicken dinners.
I think one thing that is coming here for sure is that in that weekday situation, you don't really have to go all out. You don't really have to kind of really hold on to that chicken dinner situation. I think VPE, BTR, Boom Esports, they love being in the top 3 spots. They love being at the very top. And I understand it is for them that that dominance, that they want to show where they are as a team. But at the same time, while it is that Super Weekend that matters the most, I am expecting upsets. I am expecting surprises, and I'm really hoping my speculations will come through. Regardless, these are the head-to-head right now between Boom Esports as well as eArena. Boom Esports thrives in terms of average eliminations, chicken dinners, average placements, as well as the top rates. But I have to say, eArena, a team that's just been, joining here into the PMSL Tier 1. I mean, the players are definitely a lot more experienced. It's not their first rodeo here on the big stage. But as a team coming through together this soon, showing us this much dominance is honestly a pleasant surprise for me.
Yeah, I'm really surprised on the rate of their performance, and of course I did mention that they do have very strong coaching staff on their back that see them thrive in the PC counterpart, but just look at how it works out so perfectly for this newly established roster. Although with those familiar names, you start to see players like NC2, which usually has been the silent killer of many of these matches in the past. Now he seems to be a lot more active and more prevalent into taking first contacts and so much more. Sanhok is going to be our first match of the evening, followed by 3 back-to-back rounds of Erangel, and then ending the night with that double Miramar, just like how we did in the group stages. But this means that we only have a total of 12 final matches over the course of the weekend to see who will be the one to back in those max points and make it pretty much secured for them to head to the finals.
Anyways, pausing on the tournament day, ladies and gentlemen, reminding you guys one more time that we have the PUBG Mobile 7th anniversary music collaboration, which will be happening on March 7th. Contrasted to us yesterday, it's going to be a DJ. I suspect I know who, I'm not too sure. Regardless, if you guys are watching, let us know in the comments who you think that is going to be part of this collaboration.
Yeah, and I guess like some people can already take their guesses already, where if they've been tuning in since the get-go, then they probably know a friend that's been around for, a long while, giving us one of the best bops throughout the course of the year. And of course, the event cannot be possible without our dear sponsors, TECNO, as they proudly bring to you all these amazing stuff coming in. They are a brand that understands the needs of hardcore gamers, and with the POVA 6 Pro G, powered by a fast processor and 120Hz ultra smooth display screen, your gaming experience is now more responsive and lag-free. Get your hands on the TECNO phone by visiting their website, or if you guys are near a shopping mall, I'm pretty sure you can check that one out for yourself. So after that, let's get right into the matches. I mean, we got so many teams that have really shown us some strengths, some still needing to figure out certain weaknesses or certain mistakes that they've committed. But hey, I think the top 16 here are definitely ultra competitive. I think at any given moment, even a team like ENAM Milan that lost yesterday could actually start taking chicken dinners today.
I mean, they nearly did a few times as well, but pause, it's prediction time. Now, coming from me today, I think it's just the usual stuff, but I am putting MEC on top here. They are also currently at the lowest rankings in the top 16 right now, but they have been surprising me mildly, especially with the duo of Mikial as well as Tom as well, which has really shown us their prowess on what we can offer in terms of pro play. I love the fact that this team, despite the fact that especially Mikial and Tom has since been eliminated from SEM9, separated and then coming together once again, showing us the chemistry they had a while back. There's a reason why these two players are together, and I am expecting more from them.
Yeah, I do expect a whole lot of ferocity being shown by this roster, which looks super promising, and I love the chemistry that they do have, despite this being a newly promoted team overall. Now, I guess we go take a look onto how these teams are doing on stage. I believe that a couple of days playing here in the same venue have given them a little bit more of the comfort onto adjusting into the land situation overall, where, you know, by now those taunting from enemies probably won't hurt them all too much if they were to go down. But VOIN Donkey, I think they've definitely shown us a really strong day one. Day two, a little bit more of a stability run coming from VOIN Donkey, not really showing too much of their trump card just yet. So VOIN Donkey is one team that I do expect to be able to start things off really well in Sanhok. Same can be said about Vampire Esports. Of course, Tony K has been one of the main men out there, but it's not just about him this season. I really felt that the whole dynamics of Vampire Esports, they just look so good together, especially when you have Onsens and the rest to always back up Tony K.
Yeah. I think talking about Onsens backing up Tony K, I do love the chemistry between these two players. I think there's also that idea of like what to expect from a team when they are reshuffling their rosters. I think throughout this week, this is the most in a week that I have seen subs go through or rotate through a lot of teams. I think we saw it from VPE, we saw it from SEM9, and I also believe CD Alliance also had a shuffle as well in terms of their subs coming through to the game. I think some of the teams want to keep their players fresh, want to make sure that they can always be in tournament form by swapping out these players. But some teams, they have a big change in how exactly they approach the games, and depending on how much firepower they want. I think SEM9 is a very, very glaring example of this, especially when they sub up Yuhai for who was Kenny? It? Sorry? For Kenny. Because I feel like for Kenny, he brings in experience. He brings in a nice little call as well. He does really great calls for the team. Becoming the second caller can definitely bring a lot of value as well. Meanwhile, Yuhai, when he goes in tandem with Mika, takes up space, brings aggression, and gives a lot of space for Firen to do what he does best, which is frag out.
Yeah, I think that there's just so many great formulas that SEM9 has in their playbook. Same could be said about some of the guys from Team Secret. Sure, yesterday hasn't been the best of run for Team Secret, but they are definitely here in good spirits for the weekend, as every team are now prepared, locked and loaded to begin their journey to secure their points into the grand finals. Let's start off with our round in Sanhok.
Up the day strong, and it's a very aggressive map here will be Sanhok. Now, despite my predictions and my convictions about Boom Esports being the team to really win out on this map, it hasn't really been them. It's been mostly VOIN Donkey that I really seen really thrive on this map. OSJA comes close as well, and I'm really excited to see how exactly this trajectory should change, given the fact that I think we did I come to an understanding that Boom Esports needed one day to really kind of like get their groove into the game. Wow, spoke too soon. CD Alliance meeting so quickly with Boom Esports here. But the one to start off with the knife is actually going to be Jimmy. Jimmy has been great, honestly, and Adit look as well, because it's the amount of speed they have in terms of their first contact, how they react. Jimmy, the heavy hitter, has always come huge, great with the flanks as well. But my question right now is whether or not Boom will have an answer. They do. Jimmy quickly eliminated. They're not able to pick him back up. Renzi and Yami, is already out. There's still one more to worry about. But Iftar will be so quick to eliminate Boom Esports this early. And this is I would say, the arrogance and the happiness, the excitement that comes from them, knowing that Boom Esports is one of the strongest teams in the lobby right now.
Yeah, that definitely gives them a big boost out there. You can already see the moment that they got that knock onto Yummy Mate. They are definitely fired up and ready to just go in for the blue bull. And I was just surprised that they actually went in for that direct challenge. And now that spot over on the corner of Bantai and Cam Charney opens up that space for them to slowly rotate. And my, we just love to see those player cams from time to time. But perhaps like it's just a little bit of a notion where they think, hey, Yummy's been talking a little bit too much in that interview. Like, let's show him real problems to deal with heading into the Super Weekend. Of course, that's just a small little unfunny joke for me. But as for BTR, they ended off the Miramar run yesterday with a chicken dinner, and it goes to show that this team has solid tenacity, even when put into very dangerous situations where Federalists have been able to revive majority of the team. Eventually, that resulted in that big chicken dinner of the night. Now, there's definitely a long journey for majority of all these players out there, and we got ourselves that knife cab. Wow.
You know, I really gotta give it to CD Alliance. That is what I call instant reaction. They knew immediately, they saw immediately, instead of making a beeline for weapons. I love the fact that they're able to quickly just say, okay, you know what, we have fists, we can just really just try for that first contact. They don't have any shields up right now, no helmets, no Kevlars. So it's going to be a lot easier for us to melee for that first contact, and that's exactly what they did. And I loved how quick they are on their toes to really figure out, very decisive, and it really led them to that win. And boom, the fact of the matter is they just went down. It was, you know, and a lot of our conversation that we had is all about like how fast quickly teams can loot, how fast teams can get their weapons first. And I think that CD Alliance is well aware that as soon as Boom is gonna get those weapons, it might spell doom, because that's how stellar they are when it comes to these CQC fights.
Yeah, and of all of these trials and tribulations that Boom has gotten themselves into, this is the very first time that they've gotten hot drop, and I guess that they will have to take time to readjust some of all these strats as well moving into tomorrow's Sanhok, because they will definitely expect CD Alliance to do exactly the same for tomorrow. But the only good news is that you only play this map once a day, while we'll of course see a little bit of pickoff coming from TEM. Now to also think about new additions into all these matches where you have horses around, I think in a map like Sanhok, it's always great to also take horses when in that early game for you to actually look up ahead and to really find those catches. And that's how some teams have done it, such as TEM.
Team Secret yesterday, coming back to what you told me during the pre-show, I think they had a great day one. It was very aggressive. It was also very quick. And I also think that it took advantage of the days where players are still trying to ease into the groove of the game. And I think it's great, but at the same time, it felt like on day two they were playing, a lot of teams had already figured out their recipe, or rather their strats here. It was looking out for Break for that first contact, because he's always so separated from his team. So every time they will notice Team Secret is around, the first thought is, okay, where the heck is Break? Because we all know he's going to be somewhat separated from the team. We all know he's going to be going in for those off-angle lurks and flanks as well. And it feels like he's been shut down so many times. He tries to make magic happen, especially when it's like in a 1vx, 1v3s, 1v2s, in those like clutch moment situations. But as teams start to adapt, they're really not allowing that 1v1s or isolated fights to happen. And I really like the fact that most teams have started to understand that a lot of players are capable for these jump shots through the smokes around these rocks as well. And I think we've seen it happen from both ENAM SEMBILAN as well as KAGENDRA. Now these teams going toe to toe, excuse me. Both teams suffering heavy losses already. Tensky nearly gets knocked down. One player from Kagendra already needs to be picked up. It's going to be Ichan there. Casper going to try and do that. And I think he's going to be able to out in the open. And now SEMBILAN left in this situation where they are forced to move back, forced to go for this reset. But Kryptonite has been one of those players that has been really terrifying to watch. He's so quick on his toes. He likes to go aggressive. He takes up space. And I'm not sure how he does this, but despite the fact of going straight right up in your face, in the front, teams are not able to deal with his aggression. As Tensky takes up space, Ichan will be stolen away by Parajin. And this is the most lucky situation, especially since you want to try and put that point in your pocket. Now, on the Super Weekend, where every point matters, that's the win for D Xavier.
Yeah, and of course, with them funneling the attention towards SEMBILAN over the top, and they will now have to also have a separate attention towards D Xavier, which they have not fully spotted out just yet. So Ichan, as much as he's knocked down nearby his teammate Casper, but Casper is on the lookout. He cannot afford to leave that facility to go in for the save just yet. Now, I wonder if Lelebu will have to cut across if that's going to be the case, as Ichan is still bleeding out. They gotta do something about this situation, or else they will have to play with 3 members left. OSJA find a little bit something over on the outskirts. It's only a knock. Perhaps there's still gonna be a recovery, but over on the top,
Nice
it's
spray.
Leleboy with a spray from down under.
Nice nade as well to answer back. So each team getting heavy losses already. Ichan's out, Achul as well, the heavy hitter for Kagendra. But Casper trying to just lurk his way up here, proning as silent as a ghost. So he is so aware that SEMBILAN is trying to go for a reset. No clue where Kryptonite is. But he has to make it quick if he wants to actually secure that kill. Okay, not happening already. Time not on his side. Timing is just so off right now. Kryptonite waiting, and so close around is already VPE. And you can tell they've been lurking there for quite some time, waiting for the right opportune moment to strike. VPE is a team that's been going huge and going quiet at the same time. And I think today their mindset has changed here. They do not, or at least they want to minimize the amount of mistakes or the amount of situations that they put themselves out in the open or vulnerable to other teams.
Yeah, speaking of that, SEMBILAN is also arriving, cutting through this hillside as the rest of SEMBILAN says, okay, it's not going to be good for us to save for much longer. You see a little flip coming from the vehicle of Kenny, but that's not going to halt them on their progress. Little boy can only try to take that opportunity to go in for a spray down. It's only 2 members left from Kagendra, which is why we understand that they will take it a little bit slower now that the other teams over the top end of the hill have dispersed. So they will have ample of that space to work with at the very least. But we're looking at Krypton just hooking up a couple of these garages for themselves, as the rest of SEMBILAN is also giving chase. I'm not too sure if this is gonna be a full-on showdown between them as well as their neighbors. Right now, D Xavier, eArena also tries to go the long way route and really robbing towards the trap set by Team Flash.
Team Flash has been patient, taking their time, but still showing their claws. As every single member of EA that crosses them immediately gets lobbied here. No chance to recover, no chance to revive, and no such thing as baits. NC2 left alone already. We've seen situations where he tries to make magic happen. This time he barely survives by the skin of his teeth. Gonna go for that reset, so does Flash. NC2 gonna be very happy with the fact that he's managed to survive. Can play for picks, can play to survive as well. But for Flash, I think they have him in their sights. It's just a matter of whether or not they want to push this. And they're so aware that SEM9 is close as well. There is a compound, or rather a little village by them, and they have no clue how many teams are close by as well. And earlier, I believe, we saw OSJA going in for these long-range pickoffs between Kagendra as well as ENAM SEMBILAN. Parajin as well was close by, D Xavier. They were kind of keeping their eyes on these early fights as well. And these are I think this is one of the most crucial things to worry about when it comes to Sanhok, is the fact that because this map is so tiny, if you even take these fights head-on, one-on-one, it's never going to be a one-on-one.
Yeah, there's always going to be a third party lying in wait, and the experts of that has been ENAM SEMBILAN coming from the past couple of days of play, where they always look for these sort of opportunities to strike. But right now, still stage 2, still considering to have a lot of room to wiggle with. So I don't think that we're going to see even ENAM SEMBILAN to be making those advanced measures just yet, until you see pretty much direct approaches where you get a two teams to be going hit to hit directly into one set compound. So a little bit more of those long range plays as we can see through the skills as Tem managing to spot one over on the opposite side. MEC, they're going to have a little bit of trouble actually cutting across, coming in from the Western Plains, but playing by the hills at least give them a little bit more of that coverage. When we take a look at drastic measures being brought into play, eArena, I think they were too eager to look for a sort of compound directly in the center of the zone, but there were too many occupants already, and now they're only left with one. Mika does get that hit shot, and they are still in a very firm spot. So 7-9, they could basically play for a really good position to hold out against Vampire Esports and the rest of the teams who are yet to be inbound from the south side.
South side is stacked as heck right now. It's like 4 or 5 teams there, and everyone's just fighting through. I'm wondering if anyone is aware that it is definitely possible to kind of go for that rotation from the western side. It looks quite empty as well, but I think it's a lot because a lot of teams are suspecting, or rather they're assuming that a lot of teams came through from Paradise, and they're thinking, okay, it's going to be very, very stacked there. Wow, Lilyboy, you're playing with fire right now. And perhaps they think, okay, maybe the southern side will be a lot better. Lilyboy getting burned to smithereens, flushed out of his area, and just like that, Tem, they react, they spray him out. Good use of util, love that for them, because in the end of the day, you gotta flush these players out somehow. Do not allow them these situations where they are allowed the chance to play the CQC and forced into these 1v1s. We've seen too many jump shots coming in from behind rocks, from smokes as well. So the best course of action is to play with the util, and we've seen phenomenal util usage this tournament too this week.
Yeah, plenty of it. We've seen coming out of teams like DX, Boom, as well as all the other veterans that has been around. But even with all the newcomers as well, they have definitely surprises on their form when it comes down to duels using all these form of frags or even the Molotov. Temp definitely are some of the experts coming into the field. And it's just unlucky for KAGENDRA from the start of the match. They've always been zoned out into cutting deeper into the zone, losing members every step of the way. And even when they try to actually go for a fight, remember what happened. A third party comes in, stops them on their track, and they were just pretty much stuck. And now with only a player left, I don't really think that it's going to be much that they could actually do about this match in Sanhok, but they could hopefully try to still put up a little bit of fight against TEM, which have already shifted their attention towards the rest of Team Flash on the opposite side. Vampire Esports so far taking it very, very steady to kick off this round, whereas Iftar and the rest of CD Alliance are starting to actually find even more pickups. I believe that is going to be Iftar that has been down. That was their ex-member who's currently playing for the side of MBC.
VPE just looking to just leg it through. They don't want to take this fight quite yet. Oh, finally stopping already. So the only thing they have in terms of cover is this tree line as well as these rocks. But right now, it's not a lot of cover to play with. They have a shack, they have their vehicles, you have Team Secret that's close, and Nuzi eats the nade to the face. Team Secret today starting off a little bit stronger, a lot more quiet, albeit, especially in the beginning. Nuzi has 2 nades to his face. He wasn't able to hold on here. And these fights are all aggressively coming from the southern side. Now, as a circle ping pong to the western side, so we're going to start to see that shift one more time from all these players in terms of rotations. We're going to start to see these fights happening. BTR are going to be very happy. That's like what with a half of that circle fully in their control. They have compounds in their hold. They have the northern side of the circle in their hold. So it's a perfect situation for them to have these crossfires. But these 2 Malaysian teams will be meeting one more time. But this time around, CD Alliance cannot hold on. It's MEC that is surprising us today. Hasbi goes for that reset. Adit Look throwing in those nades. He has to make something happen here. He's alone in a 1v2. It's not the best situation for both these teams here. But those nades, great util, great opening for Adit. Look, he's done it before. We've seen a 1v2s, 1vx's. I'm hoping and seeing whether or not MEC is able to kind of isolate these fights. He goes through a nice little peek through, but the sprays from MEC playing together as a team is what I love to see, eliminating Malaysia's favorites here with 4 elims only.
Yeah, and there's even another Malaysian squad getting busy up against Team Flash. That was beautifully executed by the duo of MEC to overwhelm the CELCOMDIGI Alliance. Right now, it's down to Tops to be one of the first movers. And that nade was beautiful for Young T. And that's 2 members now shredded really low coming in from the side of 7-9. Yuhai won't be safe just yet, as the rest of these members are just hunkering down onto the rocks for cover for now. Great maneuvers, jumping off from that lob while MAQNA tries to hold them all back. The flank comes in. It's going to be Tam. That surprises Bose as the third party arrives out of nowhere. So it's down to this desperate attempt as Young shreds them apart. 2 members left on the side of 7-9. They have to play by the blue. He gets that trade, and it will still not be it for Team Flash. The Tigers hold strong.
Now it's Flash's turn as well to go completely alright. Everything is going to fall apart right now. RRQ quickly overcoming MEC. As this circle shifts, really got to give it to RRQ on how steadfast they were to hold on to their position and kind of force these early fights. They were the gatekeepers of the circle, and now they have to become the one that's fighting for their spot here. It's a good hold right now. They have the compounds to work with, but these compounds mean nothing as the blue zones chunk forward. VPE, this is why they rushed into the circle. This is why they completely disregarded RRQ just now as they were trying to rotating in. Yes, they have suffered a loss. Yes, they lost Nuzi early, but now because they have their zone, they have their situation, they have their areas right now, all they have to do are just spray these smokes, let the blue zone put in the damage, and all they have to do is just pick up the pieces. The whole team of RRQ falls, but it's not VPE that comes up on top. It's VOIN Donkey. They've been watching them for quite some time, and it's only down to Onses and Sweps in the corner there. They're alone. They have a shack to work with, a nice little hut to work with, excuse me. And VOIN Donkey, especially Vexy's, his sprays has been disgustingly good. It's been putting in a lot of damage into them. It's been crippling the team. But despite that, despite the success in crippling down VPE, they're still not able to get into that circle.
Yeah, they're still keeping their eyes onto VP. They really want to hold in those points. They are wrapping the edges. They know for a fact that it won't be too far off when within walking distance, so they are definitely taking their chances. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports will also be visited by some members arriving late into the scene, and that's ENAM SEMBILAN. Immediately, we see a couple of names being hauled over to the side of Hulk. Not finding it just yet, and they're also responding with one big blow close towards the side of Onsens. And Onsens as well Shrebs, they're in trouble right now. More attention being paid over onto this corner of the shack while they are trying to push through. It's down to Krypton to seek out the final member remaining from the side of Vampire Esports. While Hulk deals with the rest from VOIN Donkey. They find a good catch. Great damage being done. Onsens still holds true. And now it's down to 1v1.
Oh, disgusting shots as well as all these teams are going in for that rotations, and these shots are all just drive-bys as they try to go into that circle. You gotta give it to Onsens, despite the fact that he has no space to work with, no areas to hold. He still tries to get those frags before he goes down. He wasn't really able to, but it's enough damage already. Parajin as well as a member of Team Secret, able to get one pick off each. Huge. Reza here, all eyes onto ENAM SEMBILAN. ENAM SEMBILAN today, they've been doing phenomenal. Great aggression to come through right now, but VOIN Donkey has been doing a great job of keeping their aggression in check. But VOIN Donkey, they're not out of the woods because they still have to worry about the team with the most advantage right now is Team Secret strong on the outside. Perfect sprays, Razak low. These Yutas are coming through. I don't think he's going to be able to reset. He gets knocked already. Zeta on the outside, he's been doing phenomenal playing with his team, but in this 1vx situation, it's definitely not going to be the easiest. And right as he throws out his util, caught alone right now, Zeta still gets a knock, but Frankie is there to pick up the pieces.
Frankie, oh Frankie, he's always out there really hitting all the targets available, providing that space for Team Secret to go in for that full reset. As much as we heard all that ruckus and so many players bowing out left, right, center, it has been two teams that have been remaining to be very, very quiet, and that's OSJA and BTR, who are still having plenty of all these members to work out for this chicken dinner. So with many of all the teams coming from the south side depleted, I guess this is a very firm chance for those with higher squad strength to be able to duke it all out. And these are our four big names still on the table. Team Secret have kind of shown their position early on, so D-Savior are hoping to take this fight against their brethren from Vietnam.
A lot of movement. but no one really starting that first contact fight quite yet. OSJA has great control of the area, nice terrain as well, vehicles to work with as opposed to Team Secret. But we know Team Secret, when it comes to those aggressive sprays, the crossfires, the setups, they're very much ready right now. Not a lot of space to work with either. Team Secret, with only 2 to work with, I think they're just hoping that maybe BTR and OSJA would start off those first fights. But Xavier, they're thinking about taking things to their own hands. It's only one member left. It's Parajin, is one of the heavy hitters. Levi's falls as well. Break was very much ready for him. Everyone has noted where Parajin is. He eats so much damage from the nades thrown out from Team Secret already. Barely living, barely surviving. He's trying to go for that reset with only 2.6% survival rate. Is not going to be easy. The nades safely stay away from him. So far he's doing quite well right now. And I think he's just praying to God that BTR comes close, but they don't. Snape slowly making it through. The nade comes up, and Frankie chunked down so low.
And right as they are dropping those nades, they might have actually found the rest of Team Secret. BTR, they finally stashed in those 2 points, and now has to deal with the rest of OSJA arriving from the back. Already caught out Razy. Now it's going to be a 4 versus 2. This is not going to look all too easy for the rest of BTR as they are trying to disperse to take up that space. We saw how much space that they were controlling initially, but OSJA, they now take over that southern ground of the terrain. As much as they do have the high ground for the side of BTR, it is not an easy task for them to single out all these other members who are corralled all together with a 3-1 formation. They're leaving Shopper here to try to open up a little bit more room. They still have plenty of stocks available in the form of nades, so they can actually put this to good use. BTR, 4 smokes. They can use it for decoy to buy time and reposition. But here comes Federalis going in for 3, but he gets taken down.
Snape on one end as well, putting in the damage, hoping and hoping that Federalis can hold on. He can't. Knocked down already. Immediately lobbied. 1 on 2. We've seen Snape do magic. Eliminates 1 already, so 1 more point to the bag right now. Snape still behind the tree line. Gonna trade out those nades. Both nades not landing quite yet. Snape does eat a lot of damage. Sprays out 1, knocks 1 the other, but he's not able to fully hold on longer to just fully secure that kill. And OSJA, the quiet team today, starts off the day strong on Sanhok. It's a winner chicken dinner.
They blazed a trail and found themselves a big win. As much as they weren't all too flashy in this matchup, you saw how composed they were throughout the rest of the span round. And that goes to show that they have their objectives absolutely set for this weekend. OSJA TH once again showing us their strength in Sanhok as one of their best maps throughout the week.
Oh man, OSJA. These are one of those teams that can just completely annihilate without getting those chicken dinners. They've been really constant in getting those points throughout the entirety of this week as well. And that's how they managed to hold on here for quite some time. I think their performance, we've seen it happen from Tier 2 all the way here. They've had a lot of potential. They've definitely outgrown the Tier 2 scene. They're putting a big, I would say, number on bigger dynasty teams as well. It's been such a pleasure watching them play, especially Chopper QQ, Red Bull. They are just the heavy hitters for the team. But right now, GUI and Secret as well has been providing the team a lot of support as well. The amount of damage that received by Secret really shows his positioning on what he does for the team. I think if anything, Secret at first contact will come up forward, take the brunt of the damage, and immediately Chopper QQ and Red Bull from other ends of the map come through with those long range fights. It's really GUI that really plays in front with him as well, but GUI has been more about just kind of like moving around the map, jump shots all around, and somehow putting out 100 damage and receiving none? I've never seen this before.
Yeah, he's invulnerable throughout the entire course of the match. And overall, we just love the dynamics that this team has displayed to us with Secret being introduced to this roster. It seems like the DNA of OSJA TH that has been so successful in the PMSL have once again thrived here in PMSL. Let's take a look at the highlights and we'll hit our way to Game 2.
think starting from today, it's hitting the ground running. It's not yet this the Smash Rule weekend, but I think everyone is treating it as so, just to really have an idea of what the tempo will be for day one. Regardless, these are our top 4 teams here, and honestly, I think that most of us have gotten our predictions right here, and these are more of the dynasty teams compared to the rest. But seeing OSJA start off this strong, especially given the fact that how much damage they were able to duke out, how much travel distance they've done, which means that they've managed to really roam around the map and take these fights head on without really getting too aggressive. And I am liking their vision here on how exactly they approach Sanhok. And I think you and I both see, right, Contra, how this map is, because usually for Sanhok, it's hitting the ground running, aggression from all sides, and it's going to be long range fights. Because I mean, to be fair, it's a tiny little map. You can't third party anytime, but every single team made sure to play it a little bit more passive toward the end. And I'm seeing this pattern happen throughout the entirety of this week.
Yeah, I could say so myself too. When we take a look at the teams that were in that finale of Sanhok, BTR, OSJA, TH, they weren't exactly the most involved in majority of these fights. As a matter of fact, the ones that have been the most aggressive here has been names like Team Flash, Team Secret, and also VOIN Donkey that has plenty of pickoffs throughout the course of that field. And each has been handsomely rewarded with very decent points, so you can still see that by the end of this round, the points that these teams have accumulated are still fairly competitive to match up against OSJA, as much as OSJA has got that 10 extra supplementary points with the chicken dinner. And even down to all the way to 15, everybody at least received a chunk of the pie. The only outlier here is eArena, where we saw them go in for a grand hustle just to drive right through plenty of all these teams to book a spot. That didn't exactly work out. We hope that at least the bigger maps, eArena can do better.
Gunslingers right now, and I think for D Xavier, I think today and yesterday has been quite a rough day for them. If I'm being honest, they've been really quiet. It's very different than their debut day as well, where they came through, played on day one, went aggressive as heck, went around the entire map, went hunting. And I think that this is what I talked about in terms of adjustments. I think it's really hard to see at first when it comes to these things. And I know that a lot of teams, especially viewers, would be like, okay, this team is playing terribly today. We don't understand why they're a team that goes aggressive one day and just completely gone the other. And I think that players and viewers are disregarding the fact that players, every time the day ends, has an idea on how exactly they want to approach certain teams. If one team is going too aggressive or going too strong, there's a target on their back on how exactly they want to deal with these certain teams. Regardless, as we move on from this, don't forget that the grand finals of the PMSL SEA Spring once again will be happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and this time it will be in IOI City Mall, the Grand Exhibition and Convention Center Level 3 in Puchong.
That's right. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. You guys can enjoy your time with your friends as well as meet all the superstars of PMSL. So make sure you go ahead and visit the venue for our 3-day grand finals. First come, first serve. You don't have to pay for tickets, but make sure you are there very early on to cop a spot. So, of course, we hope to see you guys there. While we also do have big updates heading into this brand new season of 2025, and that is the Memory of Sand here for version 3.7. And within a few days, you will be able to explore the mysterious deserts and have a whole lot of excitement there as you guys can check out the golden moon that is about to rise, and the memories of flowing sand will once again begin to drift. And if you guys haven't downloaded, what are you guys doing? Go download the game right now.
Very exciting moments, but coming into the next map here, I think we mentioned about the bigger maps and what exactly it means for these teams to prepare for those maps as well. I think a while back we always had, like, I think king for certain maps, teams that we can already figure out to go a little bit more insane, a little bit more crazy for this map. But I think that era has now passed, because every single team kind of like joins these fights, joins these matches with fresh new eyes and a fresh new outlook on how exactly they want to do these rotations. If anything, they do have certain checkpoints. I think, you know, after talking to some teams and understanding how exactly they play and go, they do understand how each team rotates, how each team navigates through the map. But at the same time, if anything, it's all about kind of like going through your gut. And it's so important to remember that the IGL's calls, especially if the circle kind of goes RI, goes out of the usual kind of rotations, what do you have in mind when it comes to kind of like dealing with these really hard shift circles? And now predictions are here. I think for you, Contra, you've been glazing eArena a lot today. Tell me, what's your, not prediction, but what do you expect from them?
Yeah, I think like Sanhok, they just made a very hasty move and that they didn't really benefit from that. But when we take a look at the data that we have from yesterday's run, they had some really high average points when they do end the round from Erangel particularly. So I do expect that we see a lot more stability. This is not a team that loves to go out hunting early on, but play that stable run. And stage 5 onwards, that's where they start to open up the party, look for pickoffs, and then close in the distance. Same could be said about Dingo's Savior when we have seen, sure, they didn't really have the most spectacular day 2 of their respective groups, but day 1, they have definitely shown up really huge. So what Dingo's Savior probably will have to adjust to is maybe to certain play teams' tempo, where when they were dealing with a super high tempo matchup, they tend to have fallen back to a little bit more of a turtle stand, but when they are faring with equal terms of speed, they seem to be able to do wonders, especially when you saw that fight that they had in South Puchiki against BTR, which see them come up on top, but it definitely came with a whole lot of casualties as well. So I'm hoping to see a steady run from these two noble names as well as the rest of the pack.
Okay, so we talked a lot about throwables as well in terms of how these teams play. I mean, yeah, we have Parajin, Break Mika, and Young with those openings. That's great with the grenades, great with the throws as well. But at the same time, I think that a lot of these teams are starting to understand why these are so important. Rather than rushing forward and taking these fights head on, I think the idea of knowing that the DBS, despite the fact of it being nerfed already, is still definitely a looming threat. We've seen so many 2v1s that teams have lost. We've seen 3v1s even. We've seen quick, just one taps that somehow manages to get these call-out kills as well. And I think teams, while they are being wary, the only way to really clear these corners is with the util usage. And somehow during smokes as well, I think we've seen Yuhai do some insane moves, right? Where he's able to just jump in from a smoke, pick off, jump back inside. It's almost like watching a ninja sort of move in slow motion, but even more scary. Regardless, let's see how it works right now as we go into our first Erangel of the day.
The teams have definitely sharpened their fangs throughout the weekday 1, and here in this Super Weekend, we have definitely seen some of the finest moves coming in from even the likes of OSJA TH that have managed to take home that chicken dinner for our first round. But the tempo will change as we hit back into our classic map, and we are looking at the flight path to begin from Georgia Pole to hit into the corners of Isam Pollyanna. This is definitely going to be a very neutral ground for them to actually start off with, and this is going to be a very early flight jump coming in from the side of Team Secret. We see Break actually extending towards the corner of Zarky to loot off from the entire city. Very interesting stance, while eArena starts off from South Georgia Pole. Since we don't have base plan this weekend, eArena has made certain adaptations to take over the hospital grounds, as well as some of all these link points coming from the apartments of George, whereas Vampire Esports have always moved into the Prima sector. Without the access into the island, we are also expecting certain adjustments to be made by even teams like TEM. And take a look at that. TEM Entertainment, they opt to go in for a very late drop into Lipovka. This might actually surprise some visits coming in from the side of VOIN Donkey, but VOIN Donkey says, nope, we're going to take the north side. There is Salberg, Kameshki out in the open, but this is going to be such a long journey up ahead as the circle will still remain to be over onto the western plain, covering the areas of Gatka, Ruins. We got so much room for them to actually play around with. Good start for Town. He went on to actually secure that garage alongside with the rest of MEC, who are pulling around the region of the south side. So definitely interesting as we will see how far can EC ticket as they have definitely wowed us during the weekday run. Meanwhile, Kagendra, very rough start there when we saw how they played out in Sanhok. Always getting gated by teams from across these corners. While we are already seeing MEC driving through, they have to be thankful that Bright wasn't exactly too ready to actually take them on, or else that could easily be some big casualties right there. Tem Entertainment still looking to find their footing. They managed to still get some decent trades back in the past round where they've got themselves those 3 corners to actually kick off in Sanhok.
I'm wondering on how exactly these teams have changed up the way they play ever since yesterday. I think throughout the entirety of this week, there's not a lot of adjustments if I think about it. It's mostly just more of adaptation, if anything. Now, coming into today, when we talk about adjustments here, I'm talking about any changes in drop spots, any protocols on how they want to take these rotates, any idea on how exactly to play, not role swaps per se, but how exactly do you define these roles and your reaction when it comes to these fights? Because we do have protocols, right? Like you say, if it's SEM9, but is Yuhai Mika playing? How much further are they playing ahead of the team compared to the other 2 players? Yesterday, I think for Vampire Esports, it's all about that idea that Tony K takes first contact, and then after the rest of the team kind of like follow through. But that didn't work out because suddenly there's a lot of, I would say, a disconnection between him and his teammates. Tony K goes in first, his teammates cannot follow up, especially because some teams kind of react with util in the initial hit, and then they brought in Nuzi to change up the way they play, maybe having a little bit more aggression alongside Tony K, but it felt like individual brilliance still. The same problems that we saw from Vampire Esports last year. Perhaps this is something that they intended to do, have Nuzi work on his own, play his own game as the rest of the team kind of reacts off of him. But like it or not, I think a lot of teams have started to identify this. So what are the changes are being implemented on this Super Weekend?
Yeah, speaking of changes, right, there's definitely plenty, especially when you consider Super Weekend to be an alternative grouping when it comes down to the top 16 that have qualified to this weekend. And judging from certain situations as well, when I take a look at the flight path and how TEM has also adapted, understanding that, okay, this flight, we're not going to get that access into the island that we usually would drop at. They went in to take Lipovka. Those are just small little adjustments that teams will really have to do research beforehand. So I guess it's not only heavy on the players. You think about it, it's also very heavy for the coaching staff, the analysts to really read, okay, now that certain teams are not playing, what are those space that we can play? What kind of method can we actually utilize by taking those empty space and then see what's around your surroundings, right? Like, do these kind of teams play high tempo? What kind of fighting style actually suits best if you were to actually go in to challenge them or be challenged at the very same time? So right now, we are seeing teams slowly getting into that form of adjustment as well, where we have not even gotten a first blood just yet, but then again, it's only 5 minutes of play, barely just stage 1.
I mean, our longest was what, 13?
10 minutes, 13 minutes?
13,
So
yeah.
it hasn't break the record yet.
No, not yet. You know, maybe we'll have a record where we have like the first pickoff at I don't know, 20 minutes. It's almost toward the end of the map, no?
I hope not. If that's gonna be the case.
You know, just keep quiet. Everyone in the Mexican standoff, a stalemate, and then suddenly the tiny little circle filled with what, 16 teams, and everyone just goes completely haywire. Give me that chaos.
I remembered seeing a game, I believe it was from the South Asia region a few years back, where all the teams were playing so passive, and guess what? The ending was at the corners of Georgia Pole up north. So everybody was just hugging in compounds. You have literally about at least 50 over players and still about 60 teams intact, and it was just chaos, absolute chaos. And I remember back then it was won by one of the biggest names out there, Team Seoul. You know, that's such a big throwback now that it's been many years. But of course, we have a lot of all these new rosters as well as new young guns coming in from that specific region. But in Southeast Asia, I think it's very unlikely we'll actually get to see a very, very kind of passive play, because this region is absolutely known for taking fights after fights after fights whenever they can, right? Sure, you have names like VOIN Donkey, a little bit more calculated, and you have even teams like OSJA, which we saw winning that chicken dinner by showing up late into the scene and then eventually pick on those that have been weakened up already. But regardless of the standpoint of the scenarios of these fights, I think that overall, I guess that all these players, they really want to prove something for their own as well, other than, you know, getting those big points. You kind of want to make yourself known in the international stages, and this is one of the best places to be in the PMSL for them to really show what they're good at.
Passing by each other here, KAGENDRA. I think KAGENDRA has had quite a great start as well, especially on their debut for this tournament. Coming from a tier 2 team, I think for me personally, I didn't really have an idea of what to expect for them. I think there has always been this idea there's going to be this big gap in skill level when it comes to the tier 1 and tier 2 scene, especially because a lot of the tier 2 players do not really get access to play with these tier 1 teams other than their usual offline scrims. And for me personally, scrimbucks means really nothing, honestly, because you don't really, that's where you really want to practice your strats, want to practice what lineup works for you and what role works better for your certain teams. So in this situation, I know some players get so excited, especially when you have streamers kind of showing off like scrims saja or like scrims for fun moments, and they kind of like ranked power levels based on that in the off season. I really would love to say that it's definitely not the case. And speaking of the case right now, look at how many teams are coming in from the southern side. I am quite surprised that these rotations are happening with little to no consequences.
Yeah, and they're just also avoiding some of all these hotspots in order to actually get by safely. And remember, you were asking for ruins ending yesterday? This could be very, very possible, as we saw that to be the center point of the upcoming phase wall.
That was the fastest nope I've seen in my life, man.
Oh, and he just runs into the tree as well. That could be so
That's
hairy.
panic. That is panic. You could tell he was panicking just now. He was not expecting that.
Look at how many teams are passing by each other. DX, BTR,
Finally!
RRQ. Oh, it's going to be run over. They take out Secret. And that is going to be first blood at minute 9:30.
Only at stage 2. At the beginning, right at the beginning of stage 2. And I feel like the only reason why this fight is happening is because these forced rotations are happening. And I have to say that throughout the entirety of today, yeah, the circles are a little bit more centralized, but the ping pong of these circles is making it so hard for team to decisively figure out where they want to rotate to, where they want to hold. And speaking of hold here, Boom Esports, they have quite a nice control of this western side of ruins, and look at how aggressive they are. They're getting active already. 2 players, 1 car, going for those drive-by kills as well. Put in damage, but not enough to knock them down. And Boom Esports, they have a 2-2 formation as well. Don't really want to stay in those vehicles for too long right now. I think they're going to try at least, but if anything, it's not a full commit into this fight.
Yeah, it's just about zone control right now for them to be flushed back into their prior position as Boom. They cannot really extend their wings as much as they really want to take more area and space around ruins. It seems like they will have to hold onto the same compound. Meanwhile, Tony K and Onsens, they found a couple of members of Team Secret. That's going to be a really rough run in. I really wonder what's really going on to that quarter. Oh, it seems to be that VPE is actually holding firm onto the lower grounds of the Yatka Mountains overall, so it's going to be tough for the rest of these teams to actually get by if they plan to get anywhere close to the top of the mountain. Lambo is going to also land a good shot, and that is towards some of these members of SEM9 who are breaching into Pachinki. And the Savior, they say, hey, we are not going to be moving all too soon. Welcome on board, and we definitely won't want to actually go in for the full challenge. While we see a 2-2 split, I believe that pickup is still very doable for SEM9 for them to still hold on to make it 4 versus 3.
Gotta give it to eArena. That area of that hill is perfect. It's a nice high ground area. It has a little bit more time before the blue zone pulls as well. But getting off is the problem here. Boom Esports definitely has their eyes on that corner. Vampire Esports is waiting at the bottom side. Team Secret holding on to the edge of the circle as well. So they're gonna have to go through the other side of that hill if they want to safely go through. Because if they go through the main, it's gonna be trouble. And speaking of trouble right now, look how much damage Tubbs is able to put this long range area here. He's very precise with it. Gawi is surviving, zigzagging through, but it's not enough to really take him down there. And that is a dangerous ordeal because it's 2 players in the from OSJA in that car. One explosion is all they need to get 2-for-1 situation.
Yeah, they only found cover in the form of trenches as well. They really had to take this pit stop, considering how low they were taken while they were rotating towards these corners. But here we go. It's Team Secret versus eArena. Nades have been lobbed as if both tried to seek out Jiki inside of the HUD. Sakura as well as Joker, they're slowly closing in. The Molotovs are also zoning a lot of the space from the side of Team Secret. They're hunkering down, but here comes Joker. He found that first contact, and NC2, he's just gonna turn kills to eventually make that ring around the Rosie, and Sakura gets a big drop. Jiki still holds still, and it's still not gonna quite cut it. And eArena, they found themselves that full flush, making it 3 pointers to be gained. But the rest of Vampire Esports, they also want to respond. They have been around this facility for a very long time. And here comes Cody K, Onsens, and the rest of the pack. NC2 tries to take on the fight. They managed to knock 2 members from the side of eArena, leaving only 1. He's trying to hide over on the corner of the basement. And here comes the entry. Can he hide for all too long? Newsy coming in for the last contact while the rest of Vampire Esports swarms right in. Down to Sakura. Can he find more? He gets that 1 knock. It's going to be a tough ordeal for VPE as there is other teams slowly vying for his spot. Sakura still holds firm. He finds 2.
What he's been playing is so terrifying. What a great whole of this area. Understanding how to play these CQCs is massive. Vampire, they thought they could completely overwhelm before EA was able to completely reset. And they did that. But you really gotta give it to them. Taking advantage of the disconnection between VPE, they were able to at least find Tony K. But at the same time, 4 eliminations is enough for eArena. It's a great start, a great hold. We did talk about how hard it was gonna be for them to get off that hill and into the circle. They've done their job. They've made it hard. At least they took 1 team out with them and 1 member of VPE. And I think they don't have to do more than that already. And Boom Esports was holding on the corner. I think they thought 3 times about wanting to kind of like go in for a third party. But I think they backed off as soon as they saw Vampire Esports. And respectably so, because their eyes are on the prize here. Objective is so easy to see, is that top 3 spot.
Yeah, and like you said, it was a very good call coming from eArena. They were forced to make these kind of advancements to really take over the compound, but they weren't exactly given the right amount of time to reset. And Team Secret definitely have done a little number onto themselves, but Sakura, man, this guy definitely has some great footwork to actually hold up against the members of Vampire Esports. Speaking of which, Milan has arrived from the lower ground trying to also take over. Is it going to be a full attempt as we see them on wheels? It seems like Sondara is going to charge up towards the side of Newsy. Is he going to find anything at all? As Newsy gets exposed, he's dropped down low for the rest of Vampire strike tag.
Vampire, what a day to start here. We talked about the disconnection, we talked about the problems Newsy had just now, and I love the fact on how exactly they decide to execute. It was 20K coming in first, knocked down, Newsy right smack right after, gets a second contact, and this time around the team hunkers down and waits to play reactively instead. TEM this time having to take this fight against a team right beside them. I believe it's it's Flash, and Flash has been stuck here for quite some time. They have these early fights, it's looking great for them. They have what? 2 elims already, 7 points total in the last 2 maps. But for them right now, this is one of the hardest rotations they have to do with only 3 members left. I don't think they can recover that final members, number 1. And number 2, they're doing such a great job of holding down TEM. But SEMBILAN will fall. Levi's right smack beside as well. But Lamborghini and Nate T, they want to make this aggressive. They want to make sure they can recover their teammate as well. But Tensky can kind of change the trajectory around. He can maybe call up his teammates, give the information if possible. But no, that's not happening. They're going to go aggressive and they're going to try and secure that kill onto Tensky TK.
Yeah, they're also trying to respond in kind as well. The rest of SEMBILAN, they had to actually call off that plan that they were fighting up against VPE. They found themselves on the south side, absolutely vulnerable to the 2-prong attack coming from DX as well as BTR. They crash out rather early, and now CD Alliance following a couple of members from Vampire Esports, and they trade right back. Newsy so far getting activated in this match, and I really wonder what is the verdict of that outcome. There's only one member left. I believe the last member standing right now is only Nuzi.
Snape getting aggressive here. Trying to see if anyone he can pick off with him. Just because I don't have the circle doesn't mean I can't get active. He really pays with his life as well. Takes a huge chunk of damage. But staying fairly healthy as well. But somehow on the other side of the map, Fearin as well finds some members of RRQ. Knocks down 2 in fact as BTR comes out forward. Gonna take up the space away from CD Alliance. In trouble. Aditlook nearly falls. Olio to the grave already. The other 2 members of CD Alliance just struggle to live right now. The last member, in fact, barely alive, and that's Aditlook. He's all alone here, DBS in hand, but Yuhai very much ready for him. Gets that pick off onto him. No, actually, it was Fearin, not Yuhai. Yuhai was just merely the player to just distract.
Yeah, and lucky enough for Nuzi, he just snuck right through. He is the only member remaining from the side of Vampire Esports, and the rest of them didn't really notice him because they thought it's just part of the squad that they were battling up against, which was CD Alliance, who tried to full set into the zone with a desperate attempt. I think Luke gets spouted out. Now it's going to be BTR versus Seb9. The ex-member of BTR Yuhai will have to fight against his ex-teammates, and now this is going to be a full flush. The nades are set perfect to just deteriorate the rest of Seb9, and they made it look so easy.
I think it's quite a great round already for Sem9, given the fact they've gotten 4 in the bag. Not the earliest ending either, which gives them a little bit of points. Wound fairly quiet, but all they've been doing right now is taking control of Ruins. They want more. Making sure they can never hold on. Levi is punished for over-aggressing, for taking up space that he should not be doing so. Boom Esports, look at how much control of this area they have. They do have one team outside keeping an eye on them, and it's KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA and Boom Esports have been neck to neck here recently, just kind of going back and forth. But the same could be said right now about OSJA as they completely annihilate the last few members of Temp, Bright to fall. There are still, I think, 2 more members alive, but it's not Temp that's in trouble right now, it's MEC, who is actually supposed to be the team that keeps OSJA out. But somehow Tum, that micro angles just completely pinches him. He's knocked down already. And he's gonna draw for that reset.
And for the fact that OSJA TH has been holding on to this bull for the longest of time, they are using it as a defensive bunker in such a great manner where they are going for a little bit of that split to still be able to get that glimpse over onto the hillside, which is how they also go in for a couple of all these knocks up against MEC, who just took a little bit of a nosedive through the high hills. But back into the ruins, we are seeing a little bit of commotion between 2 indigenous squads. It's going to be Boom versus KAGENDRA. But over the back, we also do have Nuzi, who just arrived at the scene. I don't think he'll make too much of a noise, as we can see the exchanges actually working in favor of KAGENDRA right now. It's going to be pretty hard to push. KAGENDRA still has to go in for a reset as well. Boom will eventually go in to pick up 0 at the very same time. So this fight will still last for a long while. I'm not too sure about Frantisi if he's going to have his life to be risked right there, because Nuzi slowly cuts in and he's about to join in the party.
Space breached already. Frenzy to fall. Yummy as well, trying to go and pick up his teammate. Cooking up that nade as well. He's ready. That nade should hit them. Barely does. Completely covered from 2 different angles already. 2 teams completely just sandwiching 3, in fact, in this one small area. VPE, Boom, Kage, Xavier. Boom Esports doesn't have a lot of space to work with at all, as Tom does find a huge opening onto RRQ there. Federalis from BTR as well getting active. I think it's so hard for him to really pick a team to really focus on right now, because all eyes are on MEC, but they also have to worry about RRQ that's close by. Risey walks straight into that nade. That is an unlucky situation as Tom completely knocks him out of the park. And Tom as well should fall, excuse me. So OSJA hoping to steal away some kills. They might do just that. Eliminated once more time is Boom Esports has 2 rounds in a row already. They're going out a little bit too early and not getting that aggression or aggressive big play that they could want to have at the end of each game.
And the final member of MEC managed to take that vehicle and book out of that scenario. BTR still have eyes onto MAQNA Esports Club, and now the full collect comes right in. OSJA took that opportunity to close in while BTR was keeping busy to be stopping those players out of MEC, and now sees themselves a little bit of exchange. BTR at least have been able to hold out just fine, despite having that one member to be knocked out prior They managed to go in for a recovery, and now finding a catch. It's going to be Federalis with a headshot, and OSJA now will have to quickly go in for the defensive stance. This is not looking all too good as they are slowly getting shut down. And here comes the Tar. They found the angles. They are trying to stop the rest of OSJA from moving out. And they are successful in their attempt. Look at BTR. This is a massive 13-pointer. So far, one of the highest scored by any team so far here in Week 1.
BTR singing a different tune today. They start off real big on day 1. Boom Esports taking away the thunder in the last day. But they've really said it's fine. We showed our claws on day 1. We just go quiet because we are definitely ahead already in the top 16. We can just kill for points, play as we usually do, use this for practice. We're already pretty much ready for the Super Weekend. And today they show one singular page of their playbook. As we move into other sides here, given the fact that this circle is very annoying to rotate over, you have to go through these compounds, through the water as well. You're not sure how many people are in each compound as well. And these micro angles that VOIN Donkey has been playing is terrifying. Reza finds one, the nades come through, Young to fall. Zeus trying to take up space here. Reza as well will get his answered. Karma coming up straight for him. Potato close by. Zeus eats a lot of damage from that nade. But Bo somehow, his position has been compromised. And if he falls, Vexy will fall. But it doesn't really matter. His teammates are there to find him in the end. But now it's all about that reset. They hear the sounds of the vehicles coming through. They're so aware the Tem is close.
Wow, that was such a dangerous situation for VOIN Donkey, but they managed to still hold the rest of Team Flashback. Now, they got bigger fishes to fry in the form of BTR, who is currently on their prime form. You know, this whole roster suddenly reminds me of their glory days with the iteration of Microboy as well as the twin brothers, of course. And I think that they're definitely showing up strong. They do have great ground control. Despite being over onto the edge of the zone, they can slowly march right in after their set with the rest of this push. Tem gets spotted out, and now it's between them as well as VOIN Donkey. Once they do eliminate VOIN Donkey, all this space over on the south side all belongs to BTR.
Really gotta give it to BTR. This is not the most easiest circles to navigate. I already talked about how in the beginning, how some teams need to adjust, and not just adjust, it's about adaptation. And I'm pretty sure BTR is one of those teams that's managed to do that and are very much ready for these very critical situations. VOIN Donkey, this is not the best situation to be in. In front of them, not a lot of coverage, maybe some tree line, open areas. They have to pass by that compound as well. And BTR is putting so much pressure into them. As soon as their hit pops there, immediately that reaction time from Federalis keeps them at bay.
He's always been one of the sharper shooters out there in the PMSL. Now, once again, fighting up the top dots, just keeping the rest of VOIN Donkey pretty much sheltered up through the walls. The only way out for VOIN Donkey is to play by the edges of the water, but even so, to get there is going to be so difficult. You even have Satar to be able to mark that location, and eventually it's
Nice
all
shots from
coming
Zeta.
to the exchanges. As Zeta gets involved, he finds that opening, and it will definitely hold the rest of BTR back for this glimpse of a moment. KAGENDRA now wants to be involved at the very same time, so this two-prong attack may actually deplete the rest of BTR.
That's massive, actually. BTR was not expecting an answer back, but you can always rely on Zeta to do so. KAGENDRA has been pretty much quiet, and I'm not surprised. They have full control of Ruins right now, managing to wrestle it away from Boom Esports earlier, and then they just pulled because they know they have a lot of space to work with, a lot of coverage as well. Third party is the name of the game, stealing away kills, making sure that they can gatekeep anyone that's rotating late into the circle. The only team that's really close to them is just for the southern side. Right now, they're just bystanders, just watching this two-way fight against these two Indonesian teams. VOIN Donkey, BTR, they've been here for almost a minute now. No team is willing to give away their space, and finally the circle shifts, and it does not actually give value to KAGENDRA, so they have to move up forward. VPE coming forward here. Nuzio is very much ready for Nate T. Nate T drops down. Lamborghini is close, but Lamborghini cannot do anything to stifle the bleeding.
Not at all. Right now, Lambo and the rest of BX are definitely in trouble with the presence of Nuzi. And remember that Vampire was brought down to only one member left very early to this matchup. I'm just surprised at the tenacity of Nuzi once again. This time, he shines brightest in comparison to some of the rounds that he's played out since yesterday. And I start to believe why they have that full confidence to still put Newsy on the main roster once more. Newsy falling really low though, but it is a very tough crease that he will have to work up against the entire squad of Kagendra. Still a respectable finish on top 5 with 8 elimination points. And here comes the hail of nades onto VOIN Donkey. This is looking devastating as he clips onto 2, and there's only Zeta left. Can he do more?
That is rough, actually. 2 players knocked down already, barbecued to death right now. And I'm quite surprised that VOIN Donkey was able to survive for this long. 15 eliminations, rampaging right now. BTR goes huge, but they don't have the man advantage. They have to go for resets. They have Satar to pick up. They have Federalis to pick up. I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to do so, but Kage looking to deny. Ichan comes up huge here, taking up that space, rushing up forward. The team positions already compromised right now, so it gives VOIN Donkey some space to really pick up the pace. Come out aggressive shots coming in from Casper. BTR cannot move, nowhere to play. Ichan falls somehow. Federalis through that was able to find one. Casper will be found in the end, and Federalis, this is exactly why they brought him to the game. He goes big, he finds one more. It's Zeta to fall. Potato, last member left. The Xavier staying very quiet at the edge of the circle.
He's insane! Look at how much damage he's done throughout it all, and despite all of that ruckus, despite the flank coming in from Kagendra, he holds firm, and he still is the flag bearer of BTR this time around. Potato surviving in the name of VOIN Donkey, but that name drops in, and Federalis again! He makes it 20 points for BTR, and now it's a solo showdown between BTR, DX, and Kagendra.
Man, Boom Esports said, hello, look at our comeback on day 2, but BTR said, surprise, look at our day 1 firepower. And we're down to a 1v1v1. Kagendra, Xavier, BTR, this is how competitive it's been. A lot more quiet, slow-paced yesterday, a lot more before V3, V2s, but this time around, these teams are going aggressive, going active. The first one to show their cards will fall. Chicken Dinner definitely in sight here for any of these teams, but BTR, they've gone huge. They have 20 eliminations already. They're very happy with the outcome for this game, regardless of whether or not the Chicken Dinner comes through.
Can you imagine if they close this one out? It could potentially be 30 over points for BTR in the span of the round to really overtake everybody else. You can scratch whatever results that OSJA TH had prior because they were a little bit more passive. Just BTR taking one turn of the lobby is just absolute madness right now. It seems like all they have to do is seek out Lambo. This is a matchup that we've seen before. They've battled back into Chinky. Now again, it is Federalis with the first contact, bring him down low, and Federalis, he falters! Or does he actually hold still? BTR, 21 points with a chicken dinner! Can you believe it?
Earth is he able to pull that off? BTR was completely falling apart as Kagendra completely overwhelms them. They were forced to reset. They had a man disadvantage, but somehow Federalis brings out the big guns, jump shots about, manages to go into these separated fights and puts them in a 1v1v1. Very patient, quick with that first contact onto one member and reacting after. That last fight there against that final member left alive, for the team is the reason why Federalis is one of the top dogs here, because he wasn't there with that first contact. He was supposed to fall, but that little strafe threw out the crosshair and he was able to completely recover and come back on top. The main character has all along in BTR been Federalis, and I have to say, he looks so good being in tier 1.
Oh yeah, this is the arrival of the Filipino assassin. And one turn of the lobby, depleted by just BTR. I'm still trying to digest this information, and you just saw Coach Ken went on to give everybody a big hug and a high five. Down to that 1v1, you saw Lambo was also giving a very decent exchange, and it came to a close. For a moment, I thought they finally had Federalis, but no, nothing can stop this man on a mission.
Exciting times, because you see how much damage he put there. It's actually more than the amount of damage both Snape and Satarles can bring to the team. Ryzy is Ryzy, honestly. He will put in the numbers. He's always the type of player to come out on the side and just immediately go tag team with the rest of his team. But honestly, I think that what's really important to note right now is the fact that BTR knows what role they have to play, knows what they're capable of. It's a team that has great chemistry, but at the same time, individual-wise, they can shine, especially from the likes of Federalis as well as Ryzy.
Yeah, everybody with the immaculate utility usage throughout the round. You saw how technical that fight was between them as well as VOIN Donkey. And also, just looking at the damage numbers again, Federalis is dealing damages as per other teams would in one full match. Let's take a look at the highlights and we'll shelf suggest more of these information later on.
That's a really big statement play coming in from BTR, especially since this week has been more of a quiet week from them. And with Boom Esports coming up forward, I wouldn't be surprised if Boom Esports actually felt challenged from this and wants to show a Boom back, because I have to say, when it comes to these Indonesian teams, you cannot really tell what kind of aggression they're gonna bring to the table, and BTR brought a different one. It was a little bit more quiet early, but very aggressive toward the end. Took full advantage of the fact that they're able to hold on to their compound for so long and just punishing anyone late rotating into that circle.
Yeah, you take BTR numbers, it's kind of multiplied that of any other team by 3 times or double the amount. Just smokes itself, frag grenades, they top the charts, and just by Federalis number, they even top KAGENDRA's damage in this round, despite KAGENDRA having a top 4 finish, which has battled their way out throughout the Corners of Ruins. And it's just something about these Indonesian teams, right? Yesterday, we saw Boom coming in second for a round, and then the next round, they got absolutely activated. Last game, it was BTR getting second, and this time, they show up with the biggest statement that there ever is, with 32 points to close off this match. And who else could it be than Federalis to be the main man on that match?
Not surprising. I mean, the impact he had on tier 2 all the way till here is still definitely there. Again, I really just want to say he has definitely outgrown tier 2. And I'm loving the fact that we're seeing these star players come from tier 2. I think this is a huge statement coming up forward as well, because reminding everyone once again that tier 2 is definitely worth checking out, definitely worth watching, because you do find these hidden gems in there, this raw talent that's just waiting to be picked up. The new coach for BTR, I think, had an idea on what exactly he wanted to do when he brought in Federalis, and that's exactly what he executed. So big props to them on what exactly they wanted to do here. It's mostly body shots, but then again, it's always been that DBS play and isolated fights that allow him for these big situations. 32 points from BTR, which is the highest we've seen this entire tournament, because if anything, we saw maybe a maximum of, like, I think 19, 18 points, maybe even a 20. I'm not sure, gotta remember that, but BTR, this is a whole new record, and I'm wondering to see if anyone will be able to break this.
Yeah, I definitely do look forward to whoever tries to beat these numbers coming in from the side of BTR. And you also gotta keep in mind that Federalis, he has been receiving so much attention when it comes down to all these battles. Even KAGENDRA did try to push them on that 2 versus 1 scenario where they had a vehicle being sent his way. He still managed that situation cool as a cucumber. And with BTR taking so much points, it's only understandable that the rest of the pack, they only receive, I mean, an average of 1 to 3 points to actually be in the middle of the pack. RQ, unfortunate for them, they were having a little bit of a tough start playing around that Gakka region, but eventually we'll definitely know that RQ can actually bounce back from this. And 2 great rounds, second place as well as the first place finish with that massive record. They are now thriving ahead of everybody else. It's already 41 points in for BTR, and oh my, Tash, you gotta remember, Saturday's numbers stacked up is going to be the Smash Rule numbers to be the record for the other teams to catch up against, and BTR is going to make it super hard for everybody else.
But granted, Smash Rule is only for week 2. Week 1 still is the standard points, if I'm not mistaken, coming into today. So, you know, surprisingly, coming in, looking at RQ and Boom Esports at the very bottom of the charts here is surprising to me. But I think it's also really important to note the fact that these teams who try to go aggressive early, to try to kind of like really hope that you can get that first pickoffs early and kind of like steamroll off that, doesn't necessarily can translate to success. It's very high risk, high reward. And I think that teams who kind of play passive early and kind of take their time with how exactly they want to play will be the one to come up on top. Granted, the fact that Boom Esports just now, they were the team to have, to me, the best place to be in that circle. Ruins. They had full control of that area. The circle pushed a pull away from them. Fine, they still had a place, place to work with. But what they were not expecting was the push out from both VPE and KAGENDRA toward them, and they were completely overwhelmed. They were sandwiched between 3 different teams, if I'm mistaken, as well, and they could not do anything about it.
Yeah, overall, when we saw what happened to Vampire Esports, they took those very, very early fights, and majority of the members of Vampire Esports were depleted, and it was all down to Newsy. Newsy had to navigate Ruins all by himself. He still managed to do a couple of pickoffs, whether it's against KAGENDRA or even the Saver onto the western end of the plane. They still walk away with those 9 points, and of course, it has to be another grand run for the side of BTR to end it all. We still have 2 more maps of Erangel to go, and then we will have the change of pace when we do move into Miramar. But I think, Tash, we just need a moment to just take a deep breath, because if this round is this huge for BTR, I think it could be even more of a bigger blow to be sent by either teams moving into the next match to play catch up to BTR.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge... It's huge to catch up. It's not going to be the easiest, but we're going to pause on that because right now, have a look at the screen, because we have our music collaboration happening right now. It's the 7th time this happening, 7th anniversary. In fact, it's going to be a DJ, so that's one hint we have to work with. I'm not sure, I'm not looking at the comments, but I hope you guys are, because let us know in the comments who you think it might be, because honestly, if you guys know, it's safer for you guys to leak than me, let's be honest here.
And overall, of course, you guys got a whole lot to enjoy in PUBG Mobile, so make sure you guys lock in and have a whole lot of fun with your friends. And once again, reminder, we are going to be having our grand finals in about 2 weeks time, so you got plenty of time to, you know, call your friends and get everybody to join in the fun for the 3-day grand finals happening soon in IOI City Mall. So that was a crazy run from the side of BTR. I think, like, as much as teams can try to reenact that scene, it's not going to be easy, because you need every one of your teammates to be operating at that high octane level. And I just felt like BTR got fired up after really coming close to a chicken dinner back in Sanhok, and then on game 2, I think like they know the drill already. They feel very pumped up, and they just basically go in for that full execution. And you also remember there was that one scene, it was them, MEC as well as OSJA TH. That fight was so rowdy. BTR could have actually crumbled there, but they didn't. So I just got high praises for all of them. But I guess we put a stop to game 2 because we got to move on to game 3, and here are our predictions.
Yeah, so far my predictions today have not been on point except for BTR, and honestly BTR does what BTR does best. But it's also really exciting as well, because for me personally, I'm rallying a little bit more for the Malaysian teams, because I think for quite some time now, CD Alliance has been the favorites for Malaysia in every single tournament, and no team comes close. But for the first time in a long time, we have one Malaysian team that's really giving them a run for their money, and it's SEM9. And honestly, I'm loving the fact that SEM9 is actually changing up the way they play. Some of these Malaysian teams have gone for these mixed rosters. I think Toda as well has gone for that, right? Understanding that the firepower from your country is not enough, what do you do to kind of combat that? Bring in an import. An import is great because it gives a different style of plays, number one, a different execution, and a different idea on how exactly to approach the game, since every region plays very, very differently.
Yeah, and it's pretty interesting, right, on how this kind of diversity kind of melts into this kind of meta of how these PMSL teams play overall, where it is a mixed bag of both controlled aggression as well as using defense as offense from time to time. So definitely has been diversifying the entire global scene, where some people from across the globe also takes a playbook out of some of the teams that are playing on board here. Now, I love that you also brought up about, you know, the differences between SEMBILAN as well as CELCOMDIGI Alliance. It's interesting that many of these players have swapped around these rosters from left to right, and with the sponsors being CELCOMDIGI. Back then, it was known as UDO, which is one of the subsidiaries coming from CELCOMDIGI. Wow, fun fact right now, BTR now has 22 eliminations, the highest team eliminations in the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring, which I guess we highlighted early on. We'll have to see who else can actually top this.
Yeah, okay, now coming into this, I think that it's really important to remember that VPE had a very similar start as well on day one of they played this week. They had a huge lead compared to the rest. Now, my question is whether BTR can kind of maintain this momentum or fall apart, and this is a question we have as we go into the second Erangel for today. So, ladies and gentlemen, BTR or will it be someone else?
Another fresh start right here, but nobody is getting over the fact that BTR have just got activated in the best time possible through the Super Weekend here, and they start off really early. Top 2 finish back in round 1, have the amount of points. In that round 2 itself, they got 32 points and currently remains to be on top of the throne. It won't change for all too soon unless somebody else comes up with, what, 33 elimination points? Just the thought of it is just baffling. I mean, we'll definitely have to check out what is in store for us, as this flank is probably the fairest of it all, as it dissects from the horizontal plains, starting from Zarki to move into the Nova North region. So whether they want to move into the island, it's absolutely doable. So TEM, they don't have to drop into the Papka anymore. As we see, eArena has also taken over Jericho, since FaZe Clan is not playing in this Super Weekend. But take a look at that. SEM9 are just drifting over onto the south side, passing by members of the Savior. For a moment, I thought it's going to be a hot drop, but I think that certainly ain't the case. So it's going to be a stock standard start. Over onto the corner of KAGENDRA and VOIN Donkey, we have another Indonesian affair.
So is them, honestly. This is so aggressive right now. Potato already knocked down because Casper was just so quick on the get-go to not only get a shotgun, but also another bigger rifle in his hand as well. Casper goes huge, one knocked out already. This gives a lot of space for them, and especially kind of crippling down the firepower VOIN Donkey has, especially since VOIN Donkey is the team to watch out for. They've been completely, I would say, constant this week, managing a chicken dinner, 2 of them in fact on day 1. And one thing's for sure that you want to watch out for their firepower. KAGENDRA, this is a huge pickoff, 2 already. Losing Zeta this early must be rough for the team.
Very, very rough. Vexy has gotten a glimpse of one of the members on the opposite side, only getting a couple of attacks onto Lilyboy. And at least they have broken that long spree of not having any action in the early game. Last game, like what? We got first blood at 9 minutes and 30 seconds. This time, 1 minute and 30 seconds, and KAGENDRA has already gotten that double in the back for Casper.
He's staying quiet right now. I don't blame them. Lexi with the huge guns here goes for the sprays. He attempts, but he falls. That was super high risk, honestly, knowing that you're all alone, knowing that you have no backup, knowing that you don't even have shields. One shot is all it needs to take you down. And look how careful, how much respect KAGENDRA has to him, because 3 of them went up to take him down because they have no clue where Razak is. So Razak's still very much alive, but this is not the beginning they wanted.
Not at all. VOIN Donkey, they managed to still secure some really good amount of points coming into that past round, and I felt like it kind of maybe took a little bit of toll on them. And secondly, I guess VOIN Donkey wasn't really all too prepped up when it comes down to dropping into the edge of 70 instead of 70 directly. So it was a big curveball that they really had to quickly adjust to, not only securing those weaponry, but also to be able to outlast in that fight. You saw how dispersed they are. The other two members were dropping further off, closer to Yasnaya than Severny. So I guess they just start off on the back foot, but with two members still left, I think VOIN Donkey could still play maybe a little bit more of a slow game. While Vampire Esports will take their very old city. Back in the days where we see Vampire Esports play, they either take like North George, but this time they want to ensure that they have a smooth cruise. Therefore, they are taking one of the smallest township over the northeastern corner of the map. So this is not too shabby because the circle once again pulls towards areas like Gata. So it's going to be very familiar if they want to eventually take that bridge, cut over the south section, and then have a decent time throughout this run. Whereas eArena, we've seen some brilliant fights. They were, of course, challenged by the rest of Vampire Esports, but they definitely did the best possible maneuvers for them to still book out with that 4 points. It's very important to not drop any rounds scoring 0. And I would say, even in Sanhok, EA didn't really have its move. It was, once again, the decision-making that has been the bane of their early game.
Esports, and I think this is so rough from them, right? I think yesterday Gary actually tweeted and said PUBGM stonks, which is basically him just saying that getting very excited. Boom Esports back on the form that he wanted it to be, and despite the big changes for the team, I think one thing's for sure, they're still maintaining that great identity they have as a team that comes in with an explosive start, but it hasn't. But the thing is, these kind of matters don't really, it doesn't really matter if you cannot translate these wins into a super weekend, at least not yet for Boom Esports. But one thing about Boom Esports you also have to remember is that they do take some time to warm up. But granted, they did play yesterday, so it's not like they had like a day break or anything. It's not like they have to kind of like ease into the week or anything. But they do have to remember, I think they weren't prepared for the fact that BTR, they had the big guns coming. They had a reason why Federalis was the player to look out for here. They had an idea of the firepower he can bring, but was he able to really figure out that he was able to take off one team by himself and also take out a 1 versus 1 versus 1 and somehow manage to overcome that? No, he didn't.
Yeah, well, a lot more to talk about Federalis later on, as we currently have a little bit of a eruption of a battle through the hillside. Mika getting knocked down. Kenny tries to go in to recover his teammate, but there is strong presence coming in from the side of the Savior. Not really budging from that standpoint. The rest of 7-9 wants to charge up against them, but finding it tough to even find the angles right. They should be able to save Mika, and that's pretty much about it. And the Savior, they heard the engines kind of stop, and he's trying to go for the pickup. Not quite enough time for them to do so, but he eventually puts Mika into the seat and into safety. Here comes Kenny trying to hold down the line. Lambo did manage to spot him up. Kenny does get that knock. So DX as well as 7-9, they call for a truce. But yeah,
Nah,
when we talk about... Yeah, on top of that,
oh no.
yeah, Furen. Where's Furen exactly?
No, I think he's just trying to scout it out. I think for right now, I think the most important part is that DX wants to just go back here and they're going to go for a reset. I'm surprised that there's not really a chase for 7-9, honestly. I thought they were a little bit more aggressive.
I thought so too, I think their priorities were to save their own teammates. So you saw Mika was limping for quite some time, right? And then once that knock has fallen through, where Kenny managed to trade right back, they just said, okay, let's just pull back, get ourselves recovered, and go for another 4v4. While Nuzi has to deal with a singled out situation up against NC2 as well as Joker. This is going to be a tough task, but we've seen him try it before. Can he do it again? Now he's going to be helped back as Sakura comes in for the flank.
eArena hasn't had the greatest starts of the day, so this fight must be very important to them, knocking down Nuzi this early as well. So big firepower taken out away from Vampire Esports. Only one member of Vampire Esports alive, and that's Schweppes. And the thing is, when you look at Vampire Esports, you expect them to be the middle of the run, get a little bit more active, more aggressive. But sometimes there is still that problem where it's just that they're completely overcome when it comes to their initial takes. They go aggressive, yeah, you expect them to just completely overwhelm, but their timings in terms of their takes just now, the way they've been hitting compounds has been one by one by one instead of a more complete kind of flood when it comes to jumping into the area. So I'm not sure whether it's the panic coming through or whether it's the aggression of too many things happening or whether it's the blue zone pushing in and they're not able to think about anything else. But teams have been really great at being very much prepared for these kind of like aggressive situations that Vampire Esports bring to the table.
Absolutely agree with you, and I would also say that eArena have done very good prep to be able to stop Vampire Esports on their track. Now we do get a little bit more confirmation of where that circle will end up, as this will be the second time it closes into the fields of Gatka, and the last time that we saw that, it was definitely a feast of plenty of eruption of battles taking place from all corners of the map. So right now, it's just a calm before the storm. Teams are convoying into the territory. With only solo players left for the side of Vampire Esports, we expect them to be a little bit slower than the rest of the pack. If they really have to tank out some zones, they will do so, while eArena is still taking that space over onto South George. BTR, all eyes on them now, as they have an approaching attack coming in from the rest of the Savior.
Just waiting right now, BTR. I think BTR has been one of those teams to just somehow whatever compound they hold, they tend to have a neighbor. Is not like the most, I would say, quiet of neighbor, but somehow these teams have always been in a more of a stalemate, right? They don't really want to go for these aggressive, too more aggressive at least. They try their shots though. They do try and aggress, but they're not the type to fully commit. And I think it's understanding as well that we don't want to lose our players this early. We want to make sure we have our full force of firepower going toward the end of the game. And I think they are also understanding the fact that 10 points you get from a chicken dinner can be massive.
It definitely could be, and I think by now a lot of players will also respect, if they're going to be sharing space with BTR, that if it's going to be them, you will expect if you're working to go on the exchange, it will be bloody. Well, in the middle of Gatka though, it's going to be OSJA TH that will be able to actually hold multiple compound territories for their own, but they will be definitely in the center of attention later on, so they kind of want to spread out a little bit, send Red Bull to just scour around, and they decided, hey, perhaps that's not the best place to be, but they are charging up to BTR, so I guess they will get into a fight regardless.
Aggressive already, rushing through a compound already. BTR very much ready for them. Snape rendered so low. OSJA on the outside will fall. Secret down. Shopper QQ also down. And OSJA 0 elims already at 16th place. That's a heartbreaker for them, given the fact that they lasted a lot longer last time. But D Xavier, they got a bit more active as well. You see Parajin managing to get someone on the outside. I think there's just so many eyes on this compound right now, especially at ENAM. I think ENAM, they've been a team that's been very aggressive, very aware, and they're always so opportunistic. Third party is definitely a strat, and they are embracing that fact.
Yeah, I just kind of wish that OSJA didn't actually call for that move so early on. They could still stay put. They were absolutely fine where they were holding out, and they decided, hey, let's move further down south. Sure, that is a really good spot that BTR is holding, but I think that they were a little too late to the party. You take a look at the flock of crowd. It is just so crowded up over the south side, which will definitely get a lot more fights to take place later on. Even VOIN Donkey has gotten clipped off from the midst of their rotation, so I would say their luck is pretty much resembling OSJA. But the only good fact to note is that Razak is still on board, so it's really down to him. How long can he actually hold up as he tries to also spray towards the members of KAGENDRA to keep them a little bit further in the form of distance. No direct challenges other than some of all these pickoffs from rotation so far. But right now, I'm just hoping that we will actually get to see maybe a little bit more of a direct 4v4 challenge if they were to eventually have their rotations all settled up. eArena has finally made a move, and Topsy was hoping to also take the kill for the rest of Team Flash. As he scouts up ahead, he has gotten tagged very low. The nades are now primed right in,
Nice.
and that was perfect from NC2.
Nice lob. Very good as well. eArena getting active here, knowing that one member has been knocked down already. They take up that space. NC2 at the front line here, the tip of the spear, and it just pierces the member of Flash. 2 knocked down already. 2 to NC2's name. The 2 for his name is actually mean 2 kills. Can go for 2 more actually. Tiger as well will try to at least equalize here, but Bose at least finds 1. So it's looking huge right now as Tops will try to stay alive. Cannot hold. NC2 secures it. And right now with EA winning and overwhelming a Flash, this is a big win for them. Tiger takes the initial hit here. Joker runs out forward, avoiding the big brunt of damage coming in from Young and making sure to not allow him for these 1v1s.
My, well, it's such a technical battle through this hillside here. While eArena still managing to at least stay pretty much in a very firm spot. Team Flash have already lost a couple of all these members and will have to keep themselves safe for now. Only down to Bose, who was the initial one to try to actually claim this spot, and now finds himself in a predicament as the rest of the area wants to continue on with the onslaught. Just trying to see if there's anything in the smoke. It's going to be pretty much emptied out. So eArena, I think they can consider this sorted out as Bose is traveling on foot. He ditches that vehicle, so he won't be too far off. It's just going to be a little bit more of a scavenge hunt. Well, Sweps, he just arrived. He spots out Razak. That's the end for VOIN Donkey.
Runs him over. That is nasty, NC2. Poor guy. Flash really tried to survive, hold on the line, perhaps have one more player just go for that obviously the placement point. I think we've seen a lot of these players as well. We've seen, I think it was Mikyal from MEC able to hold off until like the top 5, top 4. So magic has happened in these one-man situations in the end. But I think that for eArena, they wanted to make sure that all loose ends were tied. And I think they spent a lot of time making sure that they're able to secure that final member. So they've managed to just completely obliterate the team already, taking them out this early. Flash, this is not the outcome they wanted to see, because given the fact that Flash started off real good, real strong, this is a whole different tune, a whole different idea on what we can expect to see from these teams. And speaking of difference, Boom Esports now coming in a little bit more quiet in the beginning this time, and it's understandably so, understanding that the fact that they don't really have a position right now, they don't really have cover to play with, and on top of that as well, they wanted to make sure that if they are out in the open, not only do they stay safe, but they have to be in prime position to be able to take that real estate as teams rotate over and be able to take on these fights when it happens.
Yeah, absolutely vital for them to at least get a little bit more of that security at this very moment. The Savior so far, respecting BTR around that territory, they will not go in for any form of pushes, especially when we last saw how OSJA just got deteriorated by Federalis as well as Satar upon arrival. So let's not challenge that for now. Team Secret arriving very far over the south side, only having Trank to be here on the lookout. There is going to be members of TEM Entertainment just right across. So far, I don't think that TEM has gotten too much of a firm idea just yet, unless if they heard a little bit of that engine sound cue to note for the fact that there are apparently some players coming in from that far end of the south. Speaking of which, position now revealed. Trank almost gotten that pick off as Golf did not manage to reposition. He instead gets taken up by the zone. Very, very unfortunate. And Trank, I think he might have actually seen certain opportunities to eventually secure it, but he understands that there is 2 more members that he will have to deal with if he were to go in for the elimination point.
There's that urgency, right? Especially when you're at this side of the map. I mean, you get knocked, but my question is whether or not you want to really collapse into this fight as well, because you have no clue where the other members of TEM are, is number 1. Number 2, you don't have a good place to hold. If you don't manage to wrestle that area away from TEM, you're done, you're out. And the same could be said about CD Alliance right now, coming in from Gatka, going for this aggressive push through the fields and getting into that circle. I'm just curious to see how many teams are actually shooting at them right now. You can see on the tail here, on the hillsides, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 teams they have passed by, and somehow they've managed to cross by pretty much unscathed. But Vampire's close. Here's Schweppes. It's relatively quiet already. He's alone, so I think he is very aware that he doesn't want to take this fight, but Olio says hello and goodbye. No more Vampire Esports. Sit in the lobby and think about how you want to approach next game.
Oh boy. And for a moment I thought that he's gonna be actually lurking scot-free, right? And Olio, he's just so sharp. He says, I think I see a bump in the middle of nowhere. Let me just try to run over that bump. It's like, okay, thank you for that 1 point, Vampire Esports. NEC though now find themselves bunched underneath the foothill, trying to pick up a challenge up against KAGENDRA as they're on the midst of that rotation. This is going to be a very sticky place for them to be. Take a look at that. CD Alliance right above them. Not too far off, SEMBILAN as well. So this could be a very well a three-way battle. But here comes the chase. KAGENDRA arrives, crashing through the gates of the members of eArena. It's only going to be one player over on top of the planetarium, but I think he can still hold out for now. Achil now finds the angles. He's trying to look for that window pane. Nothing to be found just yet, so eArena can still hold still, but there are noises to be made on across the region. Boom! BTR! They go in for the full collapse. Satar stuck in the middle open, and it's gonna be popping. That finds the targets. Satar goes down, and it's all down to Federalis, the last member. All shredded apart. It's Boom Esports taking over.
Boom Esports has been waiting for this big opportune moment to happen. They have been hunkered down in the middle of that road for half the game already. Very quietly waiting for anyone in the midst of that rotations. And speak of these rotations right now, given the fact that so many teams are coming in from the top side, CD Alliance has done phenomenal at being able to hunker down on top of this terrain. It's great. They do have some cover in the form of the rock, but they're so exposed right now. Coming in from the northern, southern, western, eastern is not going to be the easiest to play around this area. Regardless, they do challenge. MEC tried to take this corner, not able to, and now MEC is stuck between two different teams. They're going to get sandwiched between CD Alliance and the rest. And speaking of sandwiches, we have never seen a fight this long right now. It's Team Secret and TEM finally finding Trang in the end. He falls. It's the end. TEM survives a little bit more, but Frankie will at least trade and he shoots back.
Yeah, just take a look at how difficult this map has been. Tiger, he is just hugging by the edge of the zone and he's already being clipped out. He is being forced to just play the healing game for now because he can't afford to step out. The rest of RQ lying in wait, hoping to secure that point. It's going to be the rest of MAC that's still being under pressure as they are being hunkered over on the low ground, being absolutely exposed to all these bullets from CD Alliance and KAGENDRA.
Silence right now. Mikiel, the last member left alive, and the last time this happened, Mikiel took the team all the way up to 5th place. The nade does chunk a bit of damage onto Ichan. KAGENDRA relatively healthy right now despite the fact that they're in such a vulnerable position. A low ground terrain not to work with. Hazel, I think, is going for a very long rotation. This angle on the side of the terrain could give him a lot of value if timing is right.
Yeah, he could definitely still hold out for the meantime while other teams are getting themselves busier, trying to take up that space up the hillside. RRQ now approaches forward, closer towards the direction of CD Alliance. KAGENDRA lobbing a nade towards them as well. Oh, that's some big shots over on the little boy, getting him caught out. While Tiger X, the moment he shot, he reveals himself. KAGENDRA will shut out eArena, but they did walk out with a total of 7 points as they took down players coming from Vampire Esports, and so on. Boom Esports now still getting themselves pretty active.
Break's been very sneaky. All alone here, that nade. Challenged it, moved it forward, and Boom Esports overstayed their welcome. It's an SEMBILAN that's really opportunistic here. I think they've been hearing the fights for quite some time. Ponbit knocked out, stolen away as well, as SEMBILAN also finds himself in trouble as D Xavier is somewhere close by them as well. Frenzy all alone here, and for some reason KAGENDRA and RRQ in such a long, prolonged fight here, almost like a Mexican standoff.
And eventually, it won't be too quiet for far too long. SEMBILAN, rough run in, and there will be a couple of teams that will bow at the very same time. CD Alliance managing to stop the rest of the Savior, unable to eventually make the cut towards the hillside. KAGENDRA, they've been able to dominate the northern plains, but they find themselves just by the outskirts at RQ, definitely interested to cut them off. Mikil, safe for now. He is definitely happy about this current scenario, unless if KAGENDRA decides, okay, let's make a pullback, let's take over that position of MEC, then Mikhail could eventually be in trouble. And speaking of which, that might actually happen. They go on wheels. They are definitely deciding not to go in for the direct approach up against the rest of RRQ, as they've already gotten just about enough space. These two teams uninterested to prolong the fight. Well, that there's plenty of room over the south side for these solo targets. SOZip, Break. Are they gonna go in for the battle? Seems like Break wants him, and he's already being tagged out. Instead, it's Micha to actually get that stolen away.
Oh, it's unlucky. Can't really hold on. No cover, no terrain, nothing to work with. And now Mikiel, he counts the minutes, the hours till his demise. It's not gonna be long. He rushes out. Lilyboy was very much ready for him already. MEC still managed to get 6th place, so at least he doesn't go out of the game with no points, but not enough to get a single elimination this time. He can only go so far. Now down to our last 5 teams right now. Team Secret with only 1 member left, the rest relatively healthy, so I can expect it to be a very, very competitive final circle here. ZaRQ this time looking to make this terrain their home, their compound, their area. Smoke set up already as Lapart comes up close, making sure there's no one inside of the grass. I don't think he spotted anyone quite yet. As he repositions, you can see the amount of pressure coming in for KAGENDRA. You can tell that despite the fact that this team does not have the opportunities, they don't have the high ground, some advantages, they still try to make it aggressive. Achul eats a lot of damage from that nade. It actually damages takes a big chunk of his helmet as well. Both teams just trading out nades, and I'm talking about CD Alliance and KAGENDRA here as RRQ is on the back end just watching this time.
All these teams are playing so technically well so far. CD Alliance, out of all the hustle that they've been able to bring home, 7 points so far. Could add even more to the table if they do win out those trades either against RRQ or even KAGENDRA. But you can see all these utils are being drawn out. It's not even the final zone just yet, and it's really immense on the pressure of KAGENDRA now. Backs against the blue zone. A couple of vehicles have already blown up, so they will have to work with just the UAZ as well as the buggy. And that space slowly chipping away. It's going to be pretty tough if they were to actually brute force a fight up against the rest of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. RRQ, they're happy enough that they have gotten that room over the top end of the hill, but eventually they will also have to make advancements because they are no longer part of the circle.
This is a rough circle, honestly. You'd think that you have the high ground advantage. Nope, we pull downwards. So the teams at the bottom, they're vulnerable position, but teams at the top getting off the terrain is going to be a problem right now. So KAGENDRA this time relatively okay with the situation. They can move downwards if they want to. Sem9 still hunkering down inside of this compound as well. They haven't really moved. They have a 2-1-1 formation. Yuhai taking the front line here, hoping that for that first contact play, they, as much as I want to say they have control of the circle, they really don't right now because the amount of crossfires that other teams have as well. So no one's really brave enough to really go in for this full commit, and that's the problem when you have so many teams alive this late into the game.
Yeah, CD Alliance is unwilling to give over that position. They're just gating off the rest of KAGENDRA. Those nades have been super effective to actually hold them out. And now, tough decisions to make. KAGENDRA, what's going to be the next plan here? Because the longer they turtle in, they will crumble and fall to the hands of Jimmy. As the fight erupts, it's going to be 2 members down from the side of KAGENDRA over and back. They are trying to hold firm. Lilyboy is going to be the last man standing in the way, and here comes RQ running them over, stealing the points away from CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Oh man, you gotta really give it to him. That's ballsy, taking up a space like that with barely enough information on how many people are there. But he knew what he wanted. He saw that player and he was opportunistic about it. Leon's gonna be the one to cook this nade here. He has control of this mushroom house at the very least, so he can take advantage of that situation. Jimmy throws out that nade, not enough to really get everyone out, but it forces RQ away from the smoke for the very least. Lilyboy, relatively quiet. He might be able to steal away a kill or 2 here, as Break will be the next one to fall. Firen has been watching him for quite some time. Our top 4 is here. 3 relatively healthy teams, alongside 1 singular Kage member.
Yeah, Kage member is going to be counting on lucky stars, and early on I was hoping that maybe Break or the final member of Team Secret still kind of pull through from the south side, but now it's all about these couple of teams, Malaysia versus Indonesia, and Jimmy, he's going to be able to spot them all out just by the corner of the window, and it even finds the Packle on the outskirts. Insane, Jimmy, insane! 10 elimination points, make it 13 for CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Aggressive as heck. This is a different team right now with Leon's inside of the lineup. KAGENDRA still hasn't been noted quite yet. But Sem9, they're the ones in charge right now. They have a lot of terrain to work with, a lot of control of that circle. Not as aggressive as CD Alliance. They're looking to put in the numbers in terms of eliminations, and they are. Kenny falls. Olio was very much ready for him, but Mika answers back. So at the very least, there are answers. Both teams going aggressive. Both teams are fully showing their cards. Just little peeks all around. Big sprays through a smoke sphere and hasn't found anything yet. Lily Boy here, he knows that Jimmy is close. Nice spray forward here. He puts in the damage. Jimmy is close. He wants to deal with him right now, and he does. You can always rely on the big brother Jimmy to put in that big impact to the team. But KAGENDRA, great placing, great amount of elims. 15 already for CD Alliance right now. Malaysia versus Malaysia Derby. Sem9 gunning for that chicken dinner, as CD Alliance happy with the amount of frags here. Sem9 full control, crossfire set up here already. At this point, it just feels like just formality for CD Alliance at the end of this game.
Yeah, they know that they are pretty much cornered up. They're just seeing whether if there's going to be any form of lurkers left lying around. So all Sem9 has to do, wait for the zone to shrink up. CD Alliance have to leave that compound. And despite Little Boy being a thorn in the flesh, Jimmy still goes in, get the full revival set. It's going to be a fair 3 versus 3. But take a look at the positioning. Yuhai going to be the first contact with the left flank. Whereas there's also a deeper position that the rest of Sem9 are taking at this very moment. Mika, you heard those engines roaring. Leo's going to be at that very corner of the map. Jimmy, as well as Leon's, they got to be very careful of this position of the buggy, as Mika has gotten slight covers. So Yuhai and Firen, they got to work in tandem to eventually bring them down, or else Mika's going to be isolated.
Great damage coming in from Firen as well. He's putting a lot of noise as well, just to keep eyes away from the Mika staying relatively safe. He's so low right now, found at the end of the day. CD Alliance, they didn't have the advantage, but they start off huge. But look at how aggressive Leon is. He's rushing up forward. He's spraying the heck out of Firen as well, leaving it all down to Yuhai. He's done the damage. He's done magic before. Yuhai hoping to play behind this, hoping to isolate these fights. Olio with the first contact, going in huge. He falls. Still, 2 more people to worry about is Jimmy. He finds one member, lobbies him. 1 more point to the bag. He's trying to make it expensive at the very least. Jimmy rushes up. He has the high ground. He has the terrain to work with. He has numbers. Throws out that pan just to see whether or not he sees anyone there. No, Yuhai gonna move away, hide behind the vehicles. I think that CD Alliance suspects this. No, they don't. They throw out the util, they throw out the nades here. Yuhai has to be really lucky, has to go huge here. If CD Alliance plays close, 1 singular spray is enough to take them down. But Yuhai, he knows he has time here. He knows CD Alliance has to push. Leon's to come up forward, jump peeks over, finds nothing. 1 single micro angle is enough to take him down.
You give CD Alliance the inch, they'll take a full mile now. It's gonna be that kind of attack, and Yuhai might have actually spot out already. Managed to actually get a hit. Leon's, he's gonna be seeing if he can actually close this out. Yuhai, not really all too revealing. Here comes the Molotov. I think they have actually lost track, and the zone shrinking all the way in. This is the angle for Yuhai. He goes in, double tap. Is it gonna be enough? He goes in, almost taking him down, but CELCOMDIGI Alliance reigns supreme. You give them that space to recover, they'll take the game away.
They did not have any advantage. The only thing they have was that mushroom house and the tiny little corner. And for me personally, I saw Sem9. I thought, okay, crossfire set up. You have what it takes to play together. But what I did not realize is the speed they came through. It did not give Sem9 an angle or a situation for them to play off each other, to spray. Leon's walked up, shot them in the face one by one. The only thing he has in his hand is that DBS. Yuhai nearly ran away with it. Nearly. He unfortunately whiffs that one final vital shot, which lost them that chicken dinner. But you really gotta give it to Sem9. A whole different team. But CD Alliance really show us they are still #1 in Malaysia.
They definitely are. Well, we can take a look at this play once again. Jimmy, this main man so far is just showing us why he has been the most dominant player here in Malaysia for a very long time. And then adding Leon's today into this roster just packs a bigger punch. I guess like there was one nuance where Sem9 could have actually capitalized when they just finish up the fight. CD Alliance, eventually got backstabbed by Lily Boy, right? That could have just been that goal time where SEM9 could just close out the game, but they were a little bit too respectful. They had the right ideas, like you said, go out for the setup over onto the outskirts, but they also quickly realized those terrains are hard to work with, and therefore CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they took full advantage of the end of the run.
Amazing stuff coming through. I think Jimmy, the hard hitter, great, massive, right? You can expect him to do what he does best, coming in from the flank, goes huge. Leon's though, the thing is, when you look at Leon's in the beginning of the week, I thought, okay, Leon's getting subs in and out. Maybe it's gonna be an inconsistency for the team. But man, was I so wrong watching him play. That initial push from him was decisive, was aggressive. I'm not sure whether it was the call from his teammates or his own personal calls, but regardless, let's have a look at the highlights before we talk more about this game.
CELCOMDIGI Alliance here showing their flair with 18 total elimination points. Sure, it comes close to actually topping off the record being set by BTR, but 18, that is a firm number to be, at least be the second highest amount of frags any team have achieved here throughout week 1. And the stats so far do not lie. You see the amount of output damage as well as the way that they utilize every single trouble to keep the rest of the teams at bay. Jimmy, Leon, they definitely work super well together. And of course, not forgetting the other teams that have also been playing around the hillside, KAGENDRA, RQ, and of course, the other team that we're hoping to back that chicken dinner home, SEM9.
Whew. You know, coming into this tournament, I look at SEM9 and I thought, okay, they brought in a new player, Firen. And this week in the beginning, I thought, okay, great. Firen seems to be doing most of the heavy lifting here, shining a lot brighter than the rest of SEM9. And then boom, you have a player like Yuhai that still makes things happen as well. So I have to say that this iteration of SEM9 is currently the best I've seen so far from them. It's great, but is it enough to beat the likes of CD Alliance, who has been reigning in the Malaysian scene for quite some time and even topping the charts for Southeast Asia? Because when you have players like Jimmy, who comes out, sprays you in the face, puts in the damage, great, huge. I think for Jimmy, this is not his first rodeo coming in as MVP. Every time CD Alliance manages to get the chicken dinner or maybe end the game huge, I am not surprised at these stats about Jimmy. But whether or not Jimmy is the MVP, for me personally, is that opening pick by Leon's decisiveness. I asked before the highlights just now, was it Leon's call or was it his IGL's call to play as aggressively at that? And for some reason, in my heart, I felt like it was a very spur-of-the-moment decision from Leon's to say, hey, I'm going aggressive, I'm taking out space, watch for my back.
Yeah, I think that could very well be it, right? Like
This
they
is close, 28 points to BTR, right? I'm so sorry to cut you, Contra. I got shocked.
Yeah, all good. Like, well, that's what I was talking about. Like 18 points. No easy feat to also achieve as well. Of course, we have that crazy run for BTR, but this comes pretty close. Whereas you saw how difficult it was in the form of rotation, in the form of trying to secure space. Many of these teams did not manage to make the cut. They only managed maybe some trade-offs with 2 to 3 points out there. And it was some tough decisions to make for teams like even OSJA and some of all these notable names coming in for Vampire Esports, but they make do with some of all these situations. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, I didn't actually think that they could have actually come close to BTR, but with those numbers, they're actually closing in the gap. You have 45 for BTR, 34, so that's basically less than 10 points for now. And we currently see a tie between SEM9 and KAGENDRA, third and fourth place respectively.
Whew, dang. I mean, coming in, right, look at the amount. We have like 45 gap, 34 gap. There's a lot to worry about. And I think what's great about BTR is the fact that even though they bowed out toward the middle of the game, they still managed to bring in some points forward. So that is the consistency I talked about. You can have great games, but you don't want to end the lobby with less than 5 points because it definitely puts a damper. We saw that happen to VPE, how they held on to Day 1 and Day 2 in the beginning, and then after that they just got completely overwhelmed but not able to kind of like come back to that. So there is something to worry about. But also what else is worrying is Boom Esports here. I mean, I was worried about Ultra Ego and now I'm worrying about Boom Esports. Come on now. But again, reminding everyone that Boom Esports does take some time to warm up, and I think despite their success yesterday, I think today is a major adjustment from all teams. It's really hard for them to really figure this out. I think they will figure it out eventually. Again, Raja Comeback is the name of the game, and this time around it's not the Smash Roll weekend, it's the normal weekend, or normal Super Weekend. So you can definitely come back tomorrow as well. So it is a possibility for them.
Yeah, also take note that the points for Smash Rule, it actually is based on today's result in particular. But for a moment, I was kind of scared that is BTR going to send that ceiling too high for anybody to reach?
That would be hard.
At least, yeah, that was super hard. But at least like that last round, they got into a little bit more of those kind of fist fights, and eventually their streak kind of got broken. So other teams, they're kind of relieved, like, okay, this is still very, very doable. And if you're looking at the high impact plays coming in, you got CELCOMDIGI Alliance also hitting these big numbers. I feel like today it's seemingly becoming a trend that you just need that one moment to activate the entire squad, and then whether it's defending perfectly to actually hold the best spot in the map, or if it's going to be just trailblazing your way from the edge to the center, we'll have to definitely see how will they cope, because we've already done with 3 games. We got 3 more to go. It's time for dinner, Tash. So I hope you guys will have a good break, but be sure to come back for more action here for the Super Weekend.
Yeah, boy. What is it that stirs fear within you? Is it danger? Or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're alone in this, so facing threats alone. We always say we're not ready, but we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength, and let your courage lead the way. What is it that stirs fear within you? Is it danger? Or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in an initial facing threats alone. We always stand ready. But we have always been here by your side. Now, rise. Embrace our strength and let your courage lead the way.
Twenty 2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment. Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the CE slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Yeah, boy.
feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're not initial facing threats alone. We always stand ready. But we have always been here by your side. side. Now, rise. Embrace your strength and let your courage lead the way. Yeah, boy. What is it that stirs fear within you? Is it danger? Or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in the initial facing threats alone. We always stand ready. But we have always been here by your side. Now, rise. Embrace our strength.
And let your
Courage. Lead the way.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals, the culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the CE slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Welcome you back here into the stadium, so to speak, over in IBIS Sepang. I'm here together with two members from the BIGETRON Red Aliens. It's Federalis and Satar. And you're wondering, why do we have a whole ensemble on stage? That's because it's an interesting one today, or this session, because it's a blend and a mix of culture. Therefore, I have a translator up on my left here. Remember, you're watching the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring, and I want to kick things off first with BTR Federalis. So, Federalis, 10 eliminations and MVP. Come on. I know you're the import here. In case you guys didn't know, he's from the Philippines. So he's the import player going down to the land of Indonesia. Clearly, you're doing well as a solo. But what about your experience trying to adapt in the team play style?
It's like it's hard to adapt, because of the different language, and it's like, and different league, it's much more harder. But they're trying to help me every day to improve, like my bahasa and my gameplay, and yeah, I think that's it.
Ya sebenarnya agak sedikit susah lah buat nyambungin chemistry-nya karena permasalahan dari segi bahasa juga. Tapi ya aku punya seorang coach yang bagus yaitu Ken. Dia sedikit sebanyak membantu daripada segi bahasanya, dari segi gameplaynya. Jadi ya bisa aja.
Yeah, talking about your bahasa though. Surely after moving on to Indonesia, training with the entire Red Aliens in the gaming house, you're gonna pick a few words here and there. And how's that going for you with the language? Did what you learn in Bahasa Indonesia help with your in-game communications, or it was just casual talk?
Yeah, of course. It's like, when we're having a fight, I can communicate like a little. And yeah, I think I can communicate a little.
Ya sebenarnya iya sih, ketika kita ada di satu momen ketika kita harus fight, emang terkadang aku menggunakan bahasa Indonesia juga. Tetapi ya terkadang pasti bakal ada masalah sedikit yang susah difahami, itu aja.
Cool. And the match number 2, I think you guys played spectacular in that performance itself, right? I mean, the chicken dinner, that's what everyone's trying to gun for. Obviously, it's going to total up for something somewhere. Now, the question is are we looking at peak BTR already today, or will you only get better?
For us, it's like, the normal. It's like, we're still looking to improve, every day. That's our goal. And I think you guys can see a lot in the future.
Ya sebenarnya mau dibilang biasa aja juga enggak, tetapi ya pastilah kita mau improve setiap hari supaya jadi lebih bagus juga ke depannya. Yang apa ya aku cuma bisa bilang adalah mungkin di ke depan kamu bakal lihat performa BTR seperti ini.
Awesome take. Okay, I want to move on to your teammate now. All right. Satar, now you can stay here, don't worry, I'm not chasing you out of the stage. But this question's for Satar, right? Hard facts. BTR, last season, 8th place. PMGC, 20th. That's the bottom of the barrel. It's sometimes we just gotta face the hard facts. This season though, are we optimistic going into the PMSL?
Oke, Satar, sebenarnya kalau kita lihat BTR season lalu di PMSL mendapat tempat ke-8. Dan di PMGC kalian mendapat di tempat 20, bisa dibilang agak jauh di bawah. Menurut Satar sendiri, apakah kamu optimis dengan line up BTR yang sekarang bisa berada sentiasa di papan atas?
Kalau untuk itu sih ya pasti optimis lah. Apalagi kan kita benar-benar rombak Terisa aku doang. Ya kayak yang Pet bilang tadi, hasil yang 22 kill itu mungkin itu bisa jadi sehari-harian kita lah.
Yes, of course. I think if you ask me, yeah, we did change the whole roster. Basically, only left me from the old version. But then, same like what Federalis said, the gameplay that we showed to you just now, the 22 kill, basically you maybe gonna see a lot in the future because I believe in this new roster.
I like that comeback right there. Out with the old, in with the new, hoping for brighter pastures. And I want to press on that actually. The 22 kill match. How'd you guys decided to just lock in game number 2? Like, what was the catalyst? Who made it happen for game number 2 in BTR?
Jadi bisa cerita nggak di match yang kalian mendapatkan 22 kill itu apa yang terjadi sebenarnya? Kok bisa kalian se-lock in itu? Kok bisa, ya siapa yang melakukan call untuk tabrak aja semua orang?
Kalau untuk itu sih kita ada main seperti biasanya. Cuman kita benar-benar meminimalisir kesalahan kita lah. Kayak yang kemarin kita gagal chicken, ya hari ini kita kasih chicken lah.
Actually, we don't really lock in or whatnot. We just play like how we used to play. We just follow our coach strat. But then we just minimalize our problem or our technical in terms of mechanic or maybe in terms of strategy, so that we can get a chicken dinner. That's all.
I like that. It's a fearful thing to say, right? Them at 22 match point kill is just a walk in a day in a park. So really exciting to see what more BTR can do. Just to check in with the BTR boys. Is it too soon? But how is chemistry like with the both of you? You know, Indonesian, Philippine. How do you develop the chemistry together?
Ya, jadi gimana kamu sama, ya bisa dibilang anak-anak lain juga lah, gimana chemistry sama Federales? Karena ya bisa dibilang ada permasalahan bahasa juga kan, gimana nyambungnya?
Ya mungkin karena gara-gara bahasanya beda jadi lebih cepat ininya sih, chemistry-nya kebentuk. Soalnya jadi tiap hari lucu gitu lah kalau ngobrolnya.
I think because of the language barrier itself, it's already make us easier for us to have a chemistry or bond with Federales. It's because sometimes when we talk about something, right, it's kind of funny because we both of us don't understand each other. So it's just like we very easy for us to get the chemistry.
I like that. Like two headless chickens talking to each other. That's one way to go about it. In the end of the day, it's all about having fun and getting that chicken dinner at the end. So, I do believe there are still 3 more games to play today. More chicken dinner awaits for BIGETRON. But first, I'm going to pass it over to the casters to take this one away.
I was super excited to hear from Federales actually, to see what exactly goes through the minds of the team. I mean, given the fact that Philippines speaks Tagalog and Indonesia speaks Bahasa, I was curious to know how exactly the conversation is going to be. I guess, as Keith says, 2 headless chickens, talking at each other, but united by one singular, I would say, language, which is the language of shooting people's heads, I suppose, in PUBG Mobile.
I guess that's fair enough, right? Like, that's the best way to communicate. All you really have to do is hit every single shot that you are taking, and you are absolutely Gucci. This was that highlight round where we saw BTR with that staggering 22-pointer round to secure the highest points of 32 by the end of it all, where we saw Federales absolutely champions every single fight and took home the glory for BTR. And still, they remain at the top after 3 rounds of play. But we still got 3 more to go, Tash. So here we are once again back at the hot seat. Will there be any form of challengers coming in? As CD Alliance, they also came in very closely with their round in match 3, where they managed to also stash in 28 points, drawing it to a close. Though despite that, there are still some slight gaps before CD Alliance can eventually get to that #1 spot.
It's really exciting when you think about these fights today. I think not only is it competitive, but it's also been one of the most different kind of fights I've seen as well. I mean, coming into today, the interview, especially from Federales, was interesting because he said, we did everything the same way we always do. It's just about minimalizing mistakes. And this comes back to what I was talking about in the beginning of the game, right? About that readaptation and what you can take from every single fight. And you all know when we talk about, BTR, the word rombakan. Rombakan means a total change in their roster. Only one player is still left behind. I believe it was Satar. And when the whole team changes, the coach changes, clearly the dynamic of the team changes. And that's exactly what we've seen. I think this might just be, I wouldn't say the peak per se, but this could be the start of it, given the fact that Federales is still trying to ease his way into the team, trying to learn Bahasa, trying to understand each other. The chemistry can only go up from here.
Yeah, a little bit of a takeaway coming in from some of all these matches as we make comparison between Jimmy as well as Federales. They are absolutely on point today. Federales perhaps a little bit sharper, a little bit more feisty. So it'll be definitely interesting to actually see these two actually compete. And just looking at all these new prospects being brought right in, whether it's Federales, Boxy, or even all the other names coming from BTR, I think Coach Kent definitely knew that they need to do something drastic in order to change the fate of BTR in the international stages, which, you know, we had a little bit of a talk coming in from that interview, and I think that they definitely have gained renewed confidence heading into this 2025 circuit. So one map of Erangel left, 2 more to go for Miramar later on, and we will be getting closer and closer to our grand finals, and you don't want to miss out all the action, especially being live from II City Mall Putrajaya in Malaysia. So if you guys are planning to take a flight here, don't worry. This is going to be a very beautiful place where you can check out all this latest stuff in the shopping mall, hang around with your friends, and also ice skate, if you will. There is an ice skating ring as well, but you definitely want to be there for the grand finals, with the community, and meet some of the top players to be playing in the grand finals.
Regardless, we also have something for you guys who are online at home. The 3.7 PUBG mobile version coming very soon will be the Memory of Sands. As you know, if you're a skin collector or if rather a cosmetics collector, excuse me, this is something that you actually want to add into your arsenal. So don't forget, this is currently happening very, very soon. Prepare your wallets and prepare yourself. Now, let's talk a little bit about what we expect here. We have 1 more Erangel to go, as well as 2 Miramars. Clearly, dynamics are going to change here, and we know that starting into this first map already, we've seen a lot of changes. But pause, because we have to talk about our sponsor first. This tournament is brought to you by TECNO, a brand that understands the needs of every single mobile gamer. There's the POVA 6 Pro 5G that you have to watch out for. If you guys are looking for an upgrade, this is the phone you want to be looking for this year, because not only does it have beefy specs, including a fast processor, also 120Hz refresh rate for the screen itself, which is great for FPS gaming.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's pretty affordable. Make sure you check out all the deals that TECNO is offering us. And of course, thank you to TECNO for making this season a whole lot more exciting for all of our viewers out there. So, of course, 3 more matches to go, and we're already going into our predictions. You know, we have some hard hitters there from BTR as well as CD Alliance. I'm hoping that these names that we list here can be able to also match up to the tempo of play for today.
Yeah, I think it's great that you have put in a variety of teams as well. I think for me, I'm playing it really safe right now, but none of my picks that I think are safe are currently safe. The Xavier is struggling right now. We see hero plays from Parajin for Lamborghini, but it's not... I'm sorry. Did you see him just flip the bottle and it hit and he got so excited? Sorry. I'm sorry. It just caught me off guard there. But coming back to D Xavier, my point is, for D Xavier, is the fact is we're seeing hero plays, but not necessarily the team plays that they're really, really known for. And I feel like a lot of teams, while they are comfortable in this sort of hero plays, I think that in this tournament, especially this season, you want more. And more is exactly what we're going to be seeing. This is the last Erangel of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, ready or not, let's see whether or not Boom Esports comes back, D Xavier comes back, or will BTR reign on top?
You know, the Super Weekend definitely sees a whole lot of super heroic plays coming in with all these players really showing up their prowess, and on top of it all, some teams are still trying to actually navigate their way through. This being the very final match of Erangel, I think that they have already gotten the gist of how these teams have been faring in this brand new group over the course of the weekend. But the course just get even tougher, especially with this flight path that does not allow a smooth access into Pachinki. We might actually see VX to be moving closer to Rozak if that's going to be the case. And for the Islanders, oh boy, it seems like 10 probably will have to switch things up yet again. So a lot of different alternative plans to be coming into fruition, so it definitely draws a big question mark onto how this match actually plays out. Vampire Esports, last round, they started off in Zarki, which I always thought to be the safest city of it all. They got clipped by eArena. They're gonna go back there, and I hope that this time they can make an alternative route to ensure that they keep scoring.
Interesting enough, this time, I think that every single team, while they're not going to be getting to where they want to be, okay, this is great. You know, the circle coming into the left side, which means that the rotation's heavily going to be coming in from the eastern side. And I'm excited because when you look at these rotations right now, teams that are safe in the circle right now, Boom Esports at Rozok, D Xavier over at Pichunki, and BTR holding on to the, I think, the eastern side of the circle. I think for BTR, they might just be holding on. I think for them is that idea, right? That you might be able to stop people in the midst of that rotation. Hey, didn't you want to see this glider, Kotra?
Oh yeah, I finally get it.
Pull up the ledger. Just tick that in the page. Did you write it down?
I'm trying to write it down right now, but my eyes are fixed on my screen. Is Firen? You know, he's the main scout, he's the main backup, and he is just getting every intel. Like, well, Major Tom, I guess like the weather ahead looks pretty clear for Sem9.
It looks good. I mean, when you talk about Sem9, I think it's so important to really talk about like what the, not the forecast, but what we can expect from this team this season. I think it's been a while. I mean, Firen joined the team a while back, but we didn't really get to see him really perform until now, right? And, you know, coming into this particular game, I think it's really exciting to see how the chemistry has changed, dynamic has changed. And I think for most teams this season, I think what's really most important right now is chemistry. It's less about hero plays and more about playing together. And speaking about hero plays, we saw a lot of hero plays from Nuzi. But in this game in particular, that's changing. We're seeing a Mormon. And I think that the dynamics for Vampire Esports especially changes when Mormons come into the game. Because I think that how he moves with Tony K is very different than how Tony K moves with Nuzi.
Yeah, absolutely. When you take a comparison between the two, sure, Nuzi did manage to at least outlast many of all these trades in the past couple of games. Still banking in 18 points, which is a decent record, but I think that they've definitely found a lot more success with Mormon, when Mormon is a little bit more confrontational, right? He is going to be taking charge of some of all these fights. He is always up front and still have been able to clutch out situations like that. I think, like, whichever play that they field so far, it's been looking a little bit more comfortable for Nuzi as he get more games in, but Mormon so far has been the staple pick that have seen better results in comparison as from what we had throughout the data of week 1. So I think like it's also in preparation with all these Miramar runs, which Mormon has also shown really great results at. Whereas yesterday, when Nuzi was playing, he got picked off first, and it wasn't exactly looking all too comfortable for Nuzi. So I think like this is a very smart decision making coming from Vampire Esports. Any other changes coming into the other half, I really do wonder, as we are seeing other teams also getting themselves ready for the bigger map of Miramar later on.
A bit more quiet in this beginning. I think we did see OSJA take a bit of damage. And Milan still active as ever. Honestly, today, if there was one thing I could say about Milan, it's less about being aggressive, less about taking up space, and more about being opportunistic. Getting that early info, scouting, trying to be sneaky and catching the people in the midst of rotation, hope to clip them as they're rotating over, third partying. It's been good right now. MEC, I'm trying to figure out where the rest of the team is because Hasbi is alone here, and I think he's so aware that he's clipped right there. Oh, there we go. Kim got Sondara early there. So I'm guessing they are pretty much close by. It's just that they're probably in a either 2-1, 3-1-1 formation or something or so. Yep, it is a 2-1-1, I believe. Kim and Tam are very, very close, and I think they're just playing off the idea or the information that they got from Hasbi there.
Yeah, a very crucial pick, especially when you saw that big wraparound coming from Milan. Guess MEC is not a big fan of eavesdroppers after all. And it always seemed like what you said about Milan. They always try on all these early game opportunities, and now found themselves having Sundara in hot soup. Definitely unrecoverable. So MEC, they are here to deliver the first blood. Just turn that corner. There you go. It's going to be the hands of Tom, but of course it was first knocked in by Kim.
Very aggressive coming in from MEC this time. Usually MEC is the one to lie in wait, or they just go full out aggressive, but this time around they're just playing off that info and then slowly coming in for these late rotations, kind of hoping that everyone's eyes are on Husby and then finally just fully collapsing onto them. But Keem does go down. Kryptonate, he does Kryptonate things. I don't know how he manages to pull these off, right? These steal and kills, or how aggressively walking forward and somehow, you know, turning a bad a situation to a good one. He does just that. Hulk 2K able to get a bit of damage, it's enough, but MEC as well as ENAM 9 both suffering some losses, but both just going to say we don't want to continue this fight, at least not this early into the game.
Yeah, a good notion coming in from the rest of ENAM 9 as they are also getting slowly chased by Hasby, but they don't walk off scot-free. It's going to be Hulk that gets taken down, so they will have to continue on. But the further they go, they bump into the rest of OSJA Esports. Hasby, as much as he's prepared for the members of ENAM 9, they weren't worried that there is OSJA who's also climbing up the hills.
Blue zone chunking as well, no place to go, but Kryptonate does fall eventually to Red Bull, so that's huge. ENAM 9, their menace will be stopped right here. No third partying, no kill stealing. That's ending, at least for the last map of Erangel. Now MEC does continue here. They're still stuck over in this area. They do have a terrain to work with, but they don't have man advantages. They're not in their full form, the full team. So there is that hesitation and the understanding that they don't have their full force of power when it comes to firepower.
Yeah, that's going to be the major cause of concern when it comes down to what went on in that earlier skirmishes. OSJA TH, counted lucky stars, they were in the right place in the right time when these two were just going in for that goose chase, and just like that, got themselves those 3-pointers out there. Will continue to pave their mark over onto the far western corner of the map. Whereas eArena, they found themselves a nice spot up the Mount Gatka. The only thing that I dislike about being on that hill is that if you're going to be there early and you're going to pick up a lot of fights, you got to always manage your resources. There's not many places for them to actually loot off from other than coming from the north side of the Georgia Pool area, which they first came from. So for now, at least the coast is clear. MEC did manage to at least have one member surviving, and that's going to be Tom. But look at how far he has to traverse. They have to pass through OSJA TH once again, deeper into the area. There's always going to be names like BTR, CD Alliance, and oh, these two titans, they might even clash around the vicinity of Rozok. So that could be a very big battle that we want to witness. But for now, I think it's going to be just rotations from all across the corner. Very tough to actually navigate once again. It is going to be pretty similar as to what we saw back in our round 3, since it's still around that ruin sector, Gatka area. And I guess with teams who have made certain mistakes, they can definitely make certain adjustments moving into these couple areas, especially for OSJA TH, right? OSJA TH, last round, they already got themselves a really good spot directly in the center. They choose to swerve, they bump into BTR, and then just like that, no points whatsoever. This time, at least, it's so much better for OSJA Thailand.
You know, eArena has been doing a great job. I think they go straight to hospital, take out that terrain, hold on to it. They haven't really moved from there. And I think for 2 games now, they've been incredibly lucky that the circle has been really favoring them. Aggression coming in for KAGENDRA already. They've already spotted out DX, and I think they've done a great job of just kind of identifying and knowing how aggressive this team can be. But Achul will be able to take first contact, and he loses that. But D Xavier, they're holding on. They're aggressive. They've bought enough time with Levi and Nate T coming real close right now. Ichan playing from the corners, trying to make sure that he's able to spot the head, but not able to quite yet. Clicks the nade, and Lily Boy finds Parajin in the end. This is massive, this is huge. Now, despite the cacophony, KAGENDRA has done a great job of isolating the members of the Xavier, as one of them walks straight into Ichan's crosshair. He's not done. That's one in the smokes. He hasn't seen it quite yet. Casper does fall eventually. That's a beautiful nade lobbed out by Lily Boy. Not done. Lily Boy trying to go and pick up Casper in the end. But he's waiting in the corner, gets that reset. Parajin, is there time to go for that reset? The basement will be cleared. They throw it off. They're trying to make sure they can just push them out of the area. But Lamborghini, He has already given away that space, moved into the garage, looking to hide in the shack, hoping to at least give a little bit of space for them to play off each other. But Snape being Snape, BTR being BTR, also wants to be aggressive, wants to be nosy, rushes out on the outer side, makes their presence known already. Another nade logged out here by Casper, not clipping anyone, and then we're on to a stalemate.
They also got to keep in mind that eArena is being over on the top end of the mountain, watching as this fight erupts. So they are calling it for a truce right now, each side receiving 1 point apiece. And it's been pretty tough for the side of KAGENDRA. They always lost Achil very, very early on throughout the course of the day. And now, going on for that grand reset, I guess they will have to have this stagnating for a little while longer because many of these teams are wrapping around these areas. But the decision-making of taking the hillside is benefiting the likes of eArena. Now, how many teams will actually pressure them from the lower ground? We'll have to wait and see as we got Vampire Esports over on the western end, SEMBILAN on the foothill at the very same time, and I do come across a team from the northern side that could also hold a big threat to these members of eArena later on. BTR find themselves in a very difficult spot to make firm decisions because many of these spots have already been taken, so they are just playing by the edges of ruins and just wait till there is a good opportunity. Perhaps if they're going to continue with the battle, BTR can just swoop in, take that third party.
They're not. They're actually looking at VOIN Donkey right now. And VOIN Donkey is actually getting hit by both VTR as well as CD Alliance. I wish I could see the positioning right now because at the same time, there's also Yummy from Boom Esports. BTR, doesn't this seem like a deja vu moment where where Boom Esports was sandwiched between 3 teams here? Now, I think everyone's just dispersing right now for BTR. And surprisingly, despite them getting knocked down, they've been able to pick each other up already going for these resets. So I'm suspecting that these are actually long-range hits. It's not really full executes onto the team, but in terms of what you said earlier about eArena, I think it's VOIN Donkey that's going to try and contest them for the spot.
Yeah, while they try to make this advancement to the hillside, 2 members have already been clipped by passing through, which is where Boom Esports BTR, they took that opportunity and managed to at least get a couple of points, not for BTR, but mostly for Boom overall. Well, actually, neither of them got the point instead. So it is being stolen away. What would be from CD Alliance, but speaking of which, a big dive into the trenches, and it's gonna be SOZIP that will be crashed upon on, and the rest of OSJA TH pure to remove them from play. TEM. I was hopeful for this squad, but I guess that was just a big botch attempt. Here comes another squad moving right through the corner. It is Team Secret, and it might just be the same fate for Team Secret. Perfect defensive setup coming out of Gui and Co. But Frankie has arrived to the scene. Can this be enough? He just books it, and the grenades flying in from Drake. We'll actually see them succumbing to the wrath of Team Secret. And RQ wants a piece of it all. And it's just trades upon trades. The King of Kings will be the final ones laughing by the end of the scuffle.
That was something. You had one team hanging out here, losing out to OSJA, and then suddenly another team coming, which is Secret, and then finally Secret take over, and then after that is RRQ. That was chaotic. It was just third party upon third party upon third party. It felt like almost like a triple decker sandwich at one point, maybe even a quadra. Decker sandwich, but man, I mean, I don't blame them though, because look at where the location is toward Gatka. It's a tiny little crater at the southern side, and all of these teams were in the midst of that rotation. They were probably passing by, heard the noise, and they were like, okay, let's third party, and this allowed them from doing that. It just happened over and over again. We did already, I think, mention prior that the amount of teams that had kind of like, you know, that has to rotate from the eastern side is gonna be around, and that is exactly the consequence of that. And it felt like, you know, when you're not able to rotate quickly into, you know, a circle, if you are holding on to a crater like that, especially toward the end, it just puts you in a very vulnerable situation because there's not a lot of space to work with. One nade is enough to knock 2 of you, and then suddenly you're just completely overwhelmed from left, right, and center, and it happens over and over.
Yeah, what a Royal Rumble that was, right? Like, certain teams, they do know that, hey, they are absolutely vulnerable, but I would still commend that, at least for OSJA TH. They were big winners in that scuffle that we just saw, the Royal Rumble matchup, giving them total of 9 points to actually get out of this match with a very, very healthy lead at the very least to chase up against teams like CD Alliance, although, of course, that streak ends right there. So, I guess, like, teams over the southern side, they also have to make those big decisions. A lot of the spots over the hillside has been taken already, so might as well go in for those fights. And I just love the mindset coming from all these other teams out there. But just like that, we are already seeing just 11 teams remaining in this matchup by stage 4. Just goes to show how difficult it really is. Now there is plenty of space, but it isn't exactly easy for them to maneuver around. RQ have crept up to the rest of BTR who have been hiding inside the compounds. They managed to spot out one member, but that's only Razy. That's going to be pretty much safe from harm's way. RQ though, are they going to fully commit? There's still 2 more members out in the open, pressured by the likes of KAGENDRA. So wherever they turn to, they know that they just got to get ready for a fight.
Feels like a lot of these Indonesian teams, their checkpoints have been quite similar. The rotations have been similar as well, but a lot of time has been Indonesian derbies. Now, first shot come through as well, but moving over to this side, eArena and VPE. Huge opening here by Sakura, taking full advantage of what the train can offer for him. Quickly repositions. His teammates aren't necessarily close, but it's still enough for them to play off each other here. VPE in a very dire situation, rotating in front of this eArena hill. I would name it that right now so far, because look at that, how open they are right now in the midst of that rotation. They have to already let go of 20k, 1 point already to eArena, but SEM9 this time, they're bringing the aggression and they're trying to take away this compound from Boom Esports.
Yeah, initially I thought SEM9, if they were to stay, they can actually find some of the targets in the form of Vampire Esports, but them take up a fight all over onto Boom Esports, who have already had 1 member depleted. This could still be a very decent form of a push coming in from SEM9, who still has all 4 players intact. And Boom Esports, I wonder if they have managed to at least get a little bit of restock coming from those small little compound. But man, this place absolutely looks claustrophobic as you see clouds of smokes on the outskirts. The rest of SEM9 covering some tracks. They hope not to be shot by eArena while they try to attempt for this push. But are they really going to fully commit? Because the circle is pulling back towards the area of ruins that benefit most of these Indonesian teams instead. So they may not stay here for far too long.
So hard to breach the compound as well. 2-2 formation allows for crossfires. The long range as well allows for some cover fire for the teammates. Fearon's managed to go inside already. I'm pretty sure Yummy has heard the footsteps. Both teams just pre-firing, finds nothing, so Smokes will actually give a bit of space to work with. Yummy gets clipped here already. Zero eats the nade, full force to the face. As Fearon just walking left, right, and center to see if anyone's still inside the compound, finds nothing. So, because the house is empty, he can already relay the information to his teammates. We can come inside here, take this space, and just kind of play off each other. Mika knocked down already, and so is Kenny. They need to go for the reset. They need to go for the pickup as well. But Pawnbit, he's looking to make sure that they're able to pick up those points. Excuse me. As Yummy goes for the heals, Fearon and the rest of SEM9 left with only 2 members left. It's not going to be the easiest way for them to really win this. They understand there's a bit more space as Boom Esports go for a bit of a reset and pick up for the teammates. But that's the thing about Yummy as well. Because he's making so much noise on the outside, it's so hard for SEM9 to really discern how many people are close.
Yeah, and you can see that Boom Esports, they're retreating into the other shack instead. The rest of SEM9, they try to follow suit as the members of Boom Esports are slowly getting knocked down. 0 second time on his knees. Is he really going to go in for a rebuff? This is way too dangerous. Fearon goes in with the onslaught of bullets right into the smokes, but it's going to be Frentizi to still turn the fight around, eliminate SEM9, and boom, hold still, hold strong. They lose 2 members, but they gain 4 points.
Boom Esports has an idea on how exactly to deal with that initial skirmish. They have 2 compounds held together, 2-2 formation, crossfire set up. It makes it so hard for SEM9 to breach through. SEM9 perhaps already overstayed their welcome. All info already out there in the open, and all Boom Esports had to do was play reactively. And now this fight between BTR as well as RRQ has been quite prolonged already, as RRQ was just waiting to breach that circle. BTR hadn't had to move at all. They're just here waiting to see if anyone should cross, and then they go in for those sprays. RQ, they do have a nice little hold to this area as well. They have Boom Esports in sight. They have a 2-2, which means the other two members of RQ are keeping BTR at bay, but BTR are not reacting at all. As soon as hell breaks loose, you know it's going to be a reaction for them, and that's exactly how they've been able to achieve these insane amount of kills in the last few rounds.
True enough, eArena moves from their high hills into a lower ground, but they are still having a little bit of advantage against the members of Boom Esports. If Boom Esports first to left, they will be spotted out just like that. SC2 just goes in, swings it, and finds Prentizi. All that's left to do is to catch Hobbit. Hobbit goes proning. Shots coming in from RRQ at the very same time from long range. NC2 will secure it, runs them over. 4 points for Boom Esports is all that there is. Well, eArena, I guess there are still some casualties, even despite them wanting a clean fight, and now they find themselves on the outskirts. They will have to push through DX. They kept themselves quiet, still sharing the vicinity with some other teams, but now pressure is on. More of all these squads will try to swarm right through. RRQ understands that it's not worth it to continue this long trading fight against BTR. They are trying to see if they can hustle out the rest of the squads on the open, and that will be eArena on the edge, and they're definitely on toes. They don't really get those visions. They are trying to play defensively, but yet again, can they answer back? It seems like Danfoss is really close right in. This is not going to be an easy task for them to actually skirt out of that situation. While Tiger Axe, he still holds still. He will not be deteriorated by the rest of Boom Esports just yet, or should I say RRQ. The rest, now we take a closer look at the rest of Team Flash to be faced up against CD Alliance, pushing from the low ground.
Great recovery just now, eArena. Great start. Unfortunately for them, they took a lot of heavy losses there, but you know, I don't blame them for that. It's just one of those situations that you really can't help it. Rotation is going to be really hard as well. They were knocked out of the circle. The circle was hard shifting. But RRQ, despite their valiant efforts to be in the circle, hold on to the line, they're forced to take these early fights with BTR. And BTR has been, I think, personally for me, I think BTR has been keeping tabs on them. Satar on the top side here, he's already noted Nerpeko's position. The nades are cooked right now, but none of the nades are actually clipping forward. Satar in trouble here. 2 eyes onto him as his teammates, especially Snape, try to find another alternative angle to work with. One spray is all they need to really break the defense coming in for RRQ. Because right now, for BTR, they have 2 members inside, but the other 2 cannot seem to breach that area. Nerpeko is on fire, and he gets barbecued to heck. Beautifully played by Satar, reacting off the util. And Federalis, as soon as he hears noise, he just sprays the heck out of the members of RRQ. Now, for the recovery, for the pickup as well, RRQ, they have to keep quiet. They need to take the back foot. They just need to calm down because they need to reset. They need to pick each other up as well. They need to make sure that they can remain a 4-4. Nerpeko is so far away from his teammates, so far ahead. The terrain is not helping at all. And I think for Satar, he's hoping to get a bit more close just to make sure that he can secure that kill.
Yeah, that widespread formation initially looks good for RQ, but until they get knocked, this is the current dire situation that they are dealing with. Waiting for Genfoss. It's going to be a Razy that will have them under wraps, but Genfoss still answers back to go in blow for blow. Razy's going to be the next target as he tries to run into smoke, but too little too late. Now it's down to Satar to respond. That nade timed perfectly coming in from Federalis. And that is that big 4-pointer secured. BTR now gets to recover. They got to do it quick. There's still a couple of teams coming in from the far left-hand corner of the map. At least for Tiger, he managed to survive, and he will hold still, slowly lurking upon the rest of Kagendra. And that could be a very good pick up against Ichan. He's not aware. Not at all.
Silence now as well from the rest of Kagendra, not looking to overheat. They know that they have to take the Xavier into a fight for that. But the winners, in my opinion, is CD Alliance here. They don't have cover, but they are getting proactive right now, making sure that the main points of that trade is completely in their control. Now, Tiger could be the change maker here. As soon as the Xavier goes a little bit aggressive, take this fight against Kagendra, he could just spray the heck out of these 2 teams, maybe run away with 2 picks if he wants to. But right now, it's just whether or not he can make it through before the circle pushes as well, especially with 10 seconds to go here. This could be death for him.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he's gonna make that mile run because it's gonna be a long space to actually even cover. Olio goes in for the push. He's getting closer to both members of Team Flash and BTR and says, well, you guys can go on and fight. I'm just gonna get this free picking. Gets that knock onto Federalis, and that's gonna be a problem for Satar. He's gonna be having himself exposed as well. Only a couple of cover coming in from the smokes, but the nades are already flying in as Olio is just pressuring them through. BTR might have to play this out with only 2 members remaining.
A lot of noise here. Teams just shooting at each other right now. We see nades lobbed out by CD Alliance. We have KAGENDRA slowly making their way into the Xavier's compound. We have a nade thrown through. We have mollies as well. Lamborghini cannot even move, but he somehow found a pocket. So all he can do is just wait and just get ready to pop the DBS off. Tiger rushes forward, gonna clear off that corner with a nade, so it does get Lele Boy off his angle that he was holding, but he's suffering a lot of damage already from the blue zone as Ichan eventually goes down. Casper waits. As soon as someone breaches the compound, he shoots them in the face, but that nade from Tiger is massive! It's enough! It takes out KAGENDRA! They go down, and we are now at our top 4, with CD Alliance silently managing to pick off 10 players already.
A top 4 finish for eArena. That was super impressive coming from Tiger and KAGENDRA. They thought the nades were actually from DX, but they were not checking their sinks. And BTR takes over from the back. The rest of DX, they've been withered down with only a member hiding inside the shack. But here comes the rest of CD Alliance. And this is the fight that we've been waiting for. The 2 hottest teams are now duking it all out. But BTR, they only have 1 member remaining. And Federalis, what more can he take right now? CD Alliance 4 members strong as they hope to hold in the double chicken dinner in a row. And all that there is left is against Federalis as he will crumble and fall. 2 chicken dinners back to back for the Malaysian squad that does it all.
Looking to solidify their hold as a #1 team here in Malaysia. This team starts off strong. Every single member has put on the numbers. Every single member carried out their role perfectly here. And our most important takeaway has been positioning. CD Alliance today has been so quick in making sure their positions are held, making sure that they have space to play off each other, and making sure that trades are there. They are not put in a situation where they're forced into these 1v1s. They didn't bother encroaching compounds either because they know the full final circle is completely in their hold.
Indeed it was, and we saw how many battles erupt around that facility. BTR, I guess they had so much more to deal with in this matchup where they had pressure coming from RRQ. They also had other teams also looking out for them throughout the whole run, but it's been absolutely impressive from CELCOMDIGI Alliance. They were the only couple of teams that moves in from the ruin sector, having a safe passage to eventually disrupt all the other teams coming into the equation where they're holding into those compounds and just fending each other off. Where we're once again looking at some of all these names to shine. This time, Leons have done a whole lot, bringing in 4 legend points, and once again, Jimmy to be the main fragger of the squad to also walk away with those 5 points. So far, I could sing praises again and again. CD Alliance, still the best from Malaysia.
we have it, top 4 teams right now, and I think eArena just coming into this top 4 a few times already is already a statement in itself. And I think it's really exciting when you think about this, because BTR really set the bar on how exactly they wanted the day to start, but CD Alliance set the bar on how exactly their day wanted to be consistently. So these two teams are definitely neck and neck, and definitely in my peripheral vision, because in terms of damage this time, CD Alliance is doubled BTR.
Yeah, and overall, in terms of their playstyle, it looks pretty similar in the way that they make decisions. In the form of ferocity, sure, we can argue that BTR, they always look even better when it comes down to duels overall, but maybe BTR had too much on their plate this time around. The numbers may have actually benefited CD Alliance a whole lot more, where they were playing from ruins, having a lot of straggling units to actually catch from every corner of the map. And Jimmy, once again, has been the shining star of CELCOMDIGI Alliance, where even in the past couple of games, you saw how he is always taking some of the best position to go in for flanks or even to go in for a direct assault. He has always been able to keep himself very safe while he frags out.
Man, I wish you could see like individual numbers for every single member of CD Alliance, just to see where they stand right now in terms of how their roles and how they approach these fights. But personally, for me right now, 24 points doubling BTR, and that's double chicken dinners in a row. I think I can safely say, knocking on wood, I don't jinx, that CD Alliance might be the best team for Erangel so far.
Yep, our map is mapping today, so you're absolutely right. With these 2 chicken dinners and with the amount of elimination points from both rounds, it should suffice for now. While we have seen how difficult this round has been because of the terrains, and then we saw that Royal Rumble inside of those trenches overall, and we see a lot of hostile takeovers when it comes down to teams' approach onto taking duels.
Holy crap!
And just like that, it is neck and neck. They are ahead, but by only 1 point.
I think why this happened was because BTR managed to get that huge lead earlier, right? And it's just been consistent from them, so they don't really have to worry too much about slipping down. But CD Alliance came up big twice in a row. So I think it's a big catch-up, because just now we saw, I said BTR and CD Alliance were separated by just like, what, 10 plus points? And now the catch-up game has happened. And now between the first place and second place to the rest, here comes a gapping wall where other teams have not been able to fill that void. ENAM Milan, Boom Esports, MEC, TEM still kind of in the dark in my opinion. They haven't really had that impact they wanted to. Their games, I mean, for TEM, they managed to survive. They survived mostly on placement points. They haven't really gotten a lot of eliminations, because most times today their rotations have been a bit late and they've been gate kept away from the circles. So they had to fight their way in, but they don't necessarily have the best outcomes from it. Meanwhile, for Boom Esports, they have good starts. It's very slow, a bit more quiet, but they're not able to win out their frags. I think in conclusion, for Boom Esports, positioning has been the biggest problem they've had today.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that a lot of these teams are so glad that Erangel is over, so that these 2 titans who were clawing each other tooth and nail for the top position as well as chicken dinners, they might actually have a shift of tempo when they move into Miramar. I mean, I could be proven very darn wrong, but overall, we definitely want to also check out what we have in store inside PUBG Mobile, as we are celebrating our 7th anniversary with a music collaboration with somebody that you guys know. That familiar friend will be on his way coming 7th of March. So make sure you lock in 7th of March, or just check out every social media platform of PUBG Mobile to find out even further. So, Tash, it's been crazy, right? These 2 Titans, Malaysia, Singapore's finest, BTR, as well as CELCOMDIGI Alliance. I never knew that they would go out on this all-out war, trading back and forth, and now we see these 2 really being the stars of today.
Yeah, it really has been the star of today. I think it's a big statement on how exactly they approach this Super Weekend. I think a lot of teams are starting to really base off performance off that normal weekend. I think for most teams, it's not about really showing your dominance in that weekday. Okay there, ladies and gentlemen, sorry about that. We had a bit of a technical issue as we go into the game. Now we have 2 more Erangels to worry about. And, you know, while we have an idea of which team would be the best team here in Erangel so far, but Miramar might be a whole different thing. In my opinion, Miramar, there's this like nice mental reset knowing that you're going into the last 2 maps, right? And it's a new map. What do you think, Contra?
Well, I certainly do think that for those who have thrived back in Erangel, they will still have a certain momentum, judging for the fact that they are not really changing any players into this final 2 maps. So they really want to ensure that they are having that same form of momentum, as well as their hands pretty much ready to take on this grueling round. Other than that, I'm looking at, you know, the Thai side as well as the Vietnamese side, who has always shown strength when it comes down to Miramar battles. I think that they could definitely alter the pace of how things will be played out than to just have this to be a 2-way horse race. And keep in mind, once again, this Saturday result will be the ceiling for the teams to play on that smash rule. So right now, CD Alliance, BTR, they are setting the bar so high that it may actually force those teams to really play out all 8 matches. And by then, it might just be a battle of stamina, if you ask me.
Perhaps. Aw, love the teamwork coming in, the chemistry coming from this team as well, despite it just being, you know, so new to come back. Okay, so personally for me, the 2 surprising teams right now, VPE and Boom Esports. And surprisingly today, I thought that VPE would just really show their class today. They are the team, right? They would just be constant. They will best be on top, and then they'll go quiet. And then when push comes to shove, when it matters the most, suddenly they just come just swooping out of nowhere, and then you have these insane comebacks. Very similar story to Boom Esports. Personally, for you, Contra, what do you think is the biggest problem VPE has right now?
I think like the major bane into their form today is just problems with rotations. Like, when we take a look at one of the rounds in Erangel, other than the previous, they had issues with that rotation coming from Zarky, and they got clipped by eArena. A lot of times, their rotation actually clashes with eArena, which actually see those exchanges sometimes favoring eArena, sometimes favoring Vampire Esports, but there's always casualty no matter the cost, right? So Vampire Esports, they need that smooth run in order for them to actually eventually get activated, to take up proper fights, than to have those early shenanigans, so to speak. So hopefully in Miramar they won't be bumped into other teams, because there has been certain good rounds as well that we've seen coming from Vampire Esports earlier today, which see them at least secure points that is enough to actually match up to some of the top 4 out there. So don't count them out just yet. I would say the same about eArena myself. Vampire Esports, I guess like they should be at least feeling a little bit more confident moving into this match.
That's so real. I don't know why, but I'm getting nervous right now. I have a feeling that BTR has something up their sleeves. I think if BTR don't want to be bested by CD Alliance, call it headcanon, call it speculation, I don't know. But I feel the aura right now. I don't know.
Yeah, I could absolutely feel it too, and we are also starting to see other teams to have plans of their own. One such team is RQ, which we last saw them battling with BTR, but you saw how long were they in that long trade? I feel like if they deal with long trade so well, Miramar will be perfect for a team like BTR, or should I say RQ, excuse me. I think we hyped too much of BTR that I'm slipping my tongue right now, but hopefully the teams don't slip up, because it's going to be 2 more rounds left here for this Saturday run.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we go into our first Miramar today, it's such a blank slate. I started off today thinking that I had an idea on what to expect, especially from Erangel. I mean, we watched, 3 days from every single team, 2 days for each team, and I thought, okay, I knew how the bar was looking. BTR proved to us that they can go a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more bombastic, especially with Federales added to their lineup. But for CD Alliance, they didn't really have the biggest of change to their roster, but what they had was more consistency. And I think for them in particular, it's rare that we see them get knocked out early. It's all about making sure you make it to the middle, have some eliminations, and then just call it a day because you're able to just move forward here. These two teams neck and neck right now, but the last two maps here, since the new one, a fresh new mindset, could other teams chase is my question.
Yeah, they definitely have to keep up to be on track, especially for those who are currently on the bottom of the barrel so far in this Saturday run. You don't want to walk away with only a meager 10 points. You gotta also remember that there is another week of qualifications into week 2 SuperWeekend. So if any of these teams slop in their form, then it will be very devastating that if they miss out on the second week. So they gotta take their chances as much as they could get. But when we take a look at this circle, it's not favoring majority of all these teams. BTR usually starts from power grid, so they can get that easy access if they want to go for quick rotations, take the creative fields or Pozo. It could be a very good game plan. While, of course, we see a good widespread, but we're already seeing the Vietnamese civil rivalry happening inside of Los Leones. It's DX to take on Team Secret.
Not necessarily starting off early as well. I mean, if anything, both teams prioritizing loot first compared to what we saw in the beginning of the day where we just saw CD Alliance decide, you know what, heck it, we don't need weapons. Let's just go in with fists blazing and, you know, I did look going big in that initial skirmish. But this time around, I think it's a little bit more slower for most of these teams because number one, the rotations, I mean, we expect this from Miramar anyway. But most importantly, I think it comes to that stamina that you mentioned, right? You want to make sure that you don't overexert yourself early, lose out and die early as well, especially from teams like Boom Esports, ENAM Milan, MEC, TM, and even Flash, who you expect to see at the top of the scoreboard, especially Flash and RRQ and VPE, in my opinion, alongside Boom Esports. And right now, I think it's dire because right now we're already on map number 5. That means there's another 7 more maps to play, and that doesn't give you a lot of wriggle room to really play catch up.
Yeah, it is definitely still chances for all these teams to be able to put plenty of points in, but they gotta really find that rhythm, find a little bit more of a clear passage for them to navigate the early game, and then perhaps they could go for decent duels to still rack up points every single round. We see a lot of all these changes coming into the rosters just for this prep up heading into Miramar, and that's going to be a couple of new names that we see on the block. Announcement, they brought in Godrins, and I believe coming from MEC as well. Well, MEC is going to stick with the 4 members that they've had so far, and there is another one. Secret now brings in, or should I say, OSJA brings in Richard X.
I think we had the question as to who is Richard X and what he can offer a team. I think if anything, it's just a staple player. I didn't really see a big change in impact in how they play, even with the sub in. And I think it's mostly just to keep them alive. Speaking of alive right now, BTR is getting active really early, and SEM9 losing Firen this early is going to impact their firepower heavily. Like it or not, they need to keep him alive, but I don't think that's about to happen. They're just so far away from the other teammates, and I think for SEM9, it's just an unlucky situation. That first blood easily picked up by Federalis, and honestly at this point I think this might be a good start. You want to bring Federalis back into the game, you want him hot as well.
Yeah, and we did talk about early on how BTR has gotten that advantage starting off from power grid. They wasted no time to rotate into El Pozo. Unfortunate for SEM9, when they also arrived into El Pozo, they took that deeper territory, leaving Firen all alone where he was actually looting up. They didn't expect the entire squad of BTR to actually rock up inside of the arena, quickly takes him out, and just like that, like you said, SEM9 relies heavily on Firen for his long-range assessments, as well as all the form of support that Firen could actually give to them. So this might actually put SEM9 on the back foot a little bit, knowing that they also will have to send one player to kind of play Firen's role at this very moment in this match. So hopefully they can actually find answers to that, but they definitely don't want to take a long duel with the rest of BTR. El Pozo is big enough for that to happen, where they both call for a truce, while Vampire Esports, we last saw them inside Picado. They are also making early advancements, but find themselves in the crosshair of Lele Boy.
have been such an unlucky day for Tony K, in my opinion. Caught in the midst of rotations many times, especially from KAGENDRA. And it feels like these two teams always end up in the same fate. It's KAGENDRA with the huge opening, Tony K dying first. And in this situation for VPE, when it's this dire, right now they're what, 10th place with only 18 points. It's very unlike them, seeing them kind of somewhat down here. Because usually maybe they'll be in the 5th, 6th place, but never really super down below. Regardless, for them losing 2 this early as well. And I do understand why they want to try and challenge back, but in this area where KAGENDRA is just so high above with all this terrain to play with, at this point, I'm trying to figure out what would be the call here for VPE. Are they going to try and go a little bit more aggressive? Because I know that Onsense needs to be picked up here. He's also another huge hitter when it comes to firepower for the team. But I don't think that we're going to see that pickup. VPE is just getting picked off one by one, and they haven't been able to answer back at all in any situation.
Yeah, I guess there is still going to be a form of attempt as they did pull in 2 smokes, but that's not enough to reach Onsens, though. It's slowly starting to dissipate. They don't exactly have just about enough resources to actually come on by, but Mormon, he is going for the attempt. Schweppes with the good recovery, lands that headshot onto Ichan, and now returns the favor towards KAGENDRA, telling them, what's your next move?
Just waiting, just hoping that someone pops their heads. Okay, they did manage to go away. Onsen, they're gonna have to let him be. Oh, actually, no, they managed to get him already there, but I don't think there's time. I think they barely had it. They haven't even seen his name come up on the kill feed quite yet. Meanwhile, for Boom Esports, this is a team that had a great day yesterday. Hasn't had the best day today. Hasn't had the best day in day 1. I'm really hoping that it's not gonna be a one-day wonder for Boom Esports here. I know that they're really hoping to kind of get into that groove and just ride off that heat, but it feels like every single team is hoping for the same. And Boom Esports is just so hard to get them jump started back into the game as well. I mean, tomorrow could be a different story for them because it's just so different seeing them play day by day, right? But for the rest of the teams such as BTR and CD Alliance, because they've made such a big gap compared to the rest, I wouldn't say it's the easiest of games for Boom Esports to come back and catch up as well.
I agree. As much as we call them the kings of comebacks as well, like, they kind of have slipped a couple of all these rounds without really getting too much off of what they try to attempt, whether it's going to be just going in for fights or even trying to hold out a certain area. It hasn't been a day that things have gone for them with clean fights, even so to speak, and mid-rotation getting caught out. I guess that's just the tempo of play that's very different today that sees teams like BTR thrive a whole lot more. Flash now trying to find a long-range spray as Bose just keeping tabs onto teams moving across. And it's just going to be a long tirade between the two of them. But I think that he's just going to just pile in the pressure up against Team Secret, as the Vietnamese teams today kind of have met very frequently against themselves. Young T coming in from a flank angle, so they are not leaving any room for the rest of Team Secret to even try to breathe.
More quiet version of Flash this time as well, but still very sharp. Team Secret today as well, not on the upwards way that we want to see. E8 this time coming up huge, managing to pick up this compound as well. They're side by side by the RRQ, so RRQ is going to try and corral them into the area, but Joker with a great opening onto Nepeko, knocking him down, lowering down the firepower and the numbers as well. But Lapar, he has other things in mind. A nade lob down here, enough to only just dwindle down the HP, but not enough to knock. But Genfos tries to be sneaky with a DBS, punished for it as well so quickly, as Sakura, he follows through here, knows exactly where Genfos is already, hoping to keep his teammates alive. He has to buy the time, he has to buy the space. The Free Fires are huge here, and they just choke the members of RRQ from 2 different areas and throw out the entire scuffle. Despite the fact that RRQ was the one choking them, EA played the CQCs to perfection and lost no one in the process.
Spot on that, Tash. Like, I was just so impressed of how clean that fight was. Surely there was that knock on Joker, but Joker had that first contact. We first saw that member pushing through, coming in from the members of RQ, hoping to actually get a little bit closer into those compound, but Joker, with that form of a lead, it kind of shut down the first member, and then the rest of RQ kind of trailed a little too slow from the follow-up, so it kind of was a singular pickoff here and there, having all these targets so well isolated by the members of eArena to close out that four-pointer in such a clean manner. Now, we go back into the Crater Fields. This time around, it's going to be DX that will be playing, once again, very, very defensively. The only good round that we've seen so far coming from D Savior, what I do believe to was to be back in Sanhok, and then the rest of the rounds were mediocre. They haven't been the noisiest players on the block, but hey, they are keeping themselves very consistent. They have 29 points, still somewhere up in the radar from the top dogs out there. And just take a look at this. The circle moves deeper into the inner parts of Crater Fields, which means that all these teams have to play over the spine of the crater. Now, quick pickoffs coming through. Tops now getting knocked down. And Team Flash, they will have to, once again, go through that long journey out in the blue. And it's just going to continue to be very difficult for Team Flash while we have a quick replay of that fight between eArena and RRQ.
Aggression to come through. They take VPE on a ride here. Mika aggressive. Free Fire is a bit much, a bit too reckless as well. And Schweppes barely managing to survive that kerfuffle. Still managing to find one member of SEM9 before you go down is enough, I suppose. But you're down and out this early. As OSJA, they're trying to take away this terrain from ENAM 9. Aggression all around. Gewi in trouble here. Low ground is all he has to work with. Rendered solo, forced to, to go for that reset, as Kenny completely overwhelmed by the entirety of BTR. BTR is getting super active today. It's as though they are like the Grim Reaper, knocking on doors, eliminating other teams, and just walking away.
Yeah, and that just goes to show that they are hungry to still challenge CD Alliance. Now find themselves 3 points up ahead. The rest of OSJA fall suit. They finally get the knock onto ENAM 9 as they take that high ground. And Richard X is also on the opposite side, still trying to pepper the rest of ENAM 9. Keep in mind, Yui, he got knocked already, and I do hope that OSJA can eventually go into actually lend him some help, because the rest of ENAM 9, they are not giving up this heal just yet. It almost looked as if ENAM 9 wanted to move into a different position, but they're not going to easily let OSJA take over. But take a look at CD Alliance. They're also trying to climb up against Red Bull. OSJA, they're preoccupied by ENAM 9, and this does not look all too good for the Thai side. And now, with a very hungry CD Alliance climbing upwards, Rich has got to be very careful about this. Chopper is trying to go in for the revive upon Yui, but his vehicle flips! Oh no! It also lands on Yui, and he's being taken out.
Managed to survive this long as well, Yui. What the heck is that? That's some insane survival. And speaking of survival, here is CD Alliance. This is an insanely tall hill to climb here. Nade's thrown out. Red Bull is just so unperturbed right now. He just play off this terrain. He just peek a little bit and move immediately back, but he's being very cautious. Because CD Alliance sharp as ever. One micro angle shown off, and that's pretty much over for them. And Sharper QQ, his car already on fire, about to blow up, so he has to move and quickly. But for me personally, looking at this map, it's VOIN Donkey that is the winners here. A big warehouse in their control, no one close enough to try and fight for that compound. Not really a big fan of their positioning. They're not prepped and primed to play off each other, but still, we'll take what we can get.
Yeah, they could definitely hold till tomorrow, but the only problem is if it does shift further from their area of play, and that will leave them very susceptible from all these guns all across the craters. But if they were to turtle in and the circle closes through, then perfect for VOIN Donkey. Well, see the Alliance. They did try to go in for tags, but they found nothing so far. The rest of OSJA, they tried to push through. They were the ones to be the aggressors up against the rest of ENAM 9. Well, you could just tell that it's so tough for all the players out there, as this terrain across the craters have been unrelenting. Well, I'm just surprised that Team Flash, they had such a long rotation and they are still kept intact. And after all these early ruckus, they already lost 2 members, but at the very least, that's 3 points in their bag. Zeta now gets a catch onto Pondbit. troubles are not over yet for the rest of Boom Esports. Meanwhile, Break also having a little bit of a issue getting themselves afloat, and it is going to be VOIN Donkey that has been on their tail. And on the opposite side, it's BTR taking the smaller shack. JK will take note of that. But for now, I don't think that Team Secret is ready to actually go in for any form of fights. These two members, they will have to leave Break on the outskirts.
Flash forced to wait, forced to stay quietly here, hoping that is KAGENDRA that slips up and makes that big mistake. Casper, noting one member already, happy to show his presence there. Either keep him away or just hope for any of those shots to kind of show some cracks, cripple down the members as well. We saw Frankie managing to get knocked already on a player of VOIN Donkey, and I'm quite surprised that that is the outcome as well. They haven't been able to pick up yet. We saw another member of VOIN Donkey knocked down as well. I'm not too sure from where. Leon's has to be picked up. OSJA looking to go active here. One nade does not clip. And Jimmy happy to take that front line, happy to take the brunt of the damage and take these fights head on against OSJA.
Overall, OSJA Esports are definitely dictating the pace from the top side of the hill. Meanwhile, the rest of Team Flash, they have just arrived coming in from the western corner and now finds themselves a little bit of a exchange, which comes pretty closely with Esports right now sending more members up to challenge the remaining members from the side of Team Flash. Bo's taken notice he will have to fall back. He knows that this is not going to be an easy 1 versus 3. Therefore, he will give them all that space that's required, and anywhere further in from here, I don't think he's got much space to work with because it's going to be a big leap down the craters if they were to be pushing all the way to this back. Here comes the nades. Pop right in. Bo's! He could not even dodge that one. Perfect lob. Perfect execution from Yummy. So add one more to the tally.
Gonna pull toward the middle side here. It's in between the craters as well. So you have to gamble whether you want to be inside of the craters or on the top side here. I think BTR's placed themselves very perfectly as well. They haven't moved at all. It's Team Secret that actually concede their hold onto the area. I'm surprised that Flash has survived here for so long. Young has just managed to be undetected, and I'm not surprised at all because he hasn't moved a single muscle for a good 2 minutes or so. And eArena, despite having this high grounds held, and I think this is what they thrive at, you know, getting that best positions, holding on to it, keeping quiet for the rest of the day while just going aggressive to any moving thing they see. Xavier as well, a different dynamic today, not looking to go active, not looking to really breach into compounds as well. So looking at the map right now, every team is preoccupied, but every team is not really eager to fully commit to this 4v4 fights. Oh, finally they do here. OSJA, huge opening onto Jimmy. And Shopper has been going and rotating for so long. Finds the perfect backstab, and suddenly every single member of CD Alliance is completely crippled down. And this is one of their worst rounds so far today, despite the back-to-back chicken dinners.
Yeah, they managed to survive long enough, but not even able to even trade right back towards the side of OSJA. OSJA was just so smart to be able to find them at the right moment, see them bunched up into a bowl, and that was just a straightforward round for them to just open up fire, and there's just no answer back coming from CD Alliance. Once again, the terrain so difficult. I guess the rest of CD Alliance had really no choice but to actually succumb to that pressure and had nowhere to turn. Everywhere else pretty much preoccupied as this closes deeper into the open space of the craters. At eArena, they also find themselves to be in a similar predicament, just that they had the leverage of the spawn of the craters initially, so they will stick to it so long as they can. Once again, let's take a look at the opening coming in from the rest of OSJA Esports. That was absolutely clean, so we carry on. eArena, they found the rest of Boom members, and Boom, they don't want to stay for far too long.
eArena finds themselves at the back foot here. Do have terrains to work with, but no clue where the other members of Boom Esports are. We haven't really seen Yummy really activate today either. It's usually him putting out the numbers and at least him getting 1 or 2 frags, going aggressive, putting in at least a bit of damage. But today he's been shut off so quickly. And I can't help but suspect that teams are starting to identify that this is how Boom Esports plays. Look at this, a lot of damage already put in from eArena, and they're taking full advantage of the fact that they have this high ground, making sure that Boom Esports cannot even peek their heads up. And despite both teams being stuck here, just the terrain being able to give them this advantage in terms of information, if able to see as well as a terrain to work with in terms of getting some cover, is just Boom Esports just struggling here. They only have what, shrubs to work with, a vehicle. They move out of the circle. They have no clue. You can see the paranoia setting in, right? Wondering if there's another team looking to kind of a third party or backstab them. And now the circle's pushed toward the middle side. Both teams need to move right now.
Yeah, they're absolutely trying to pinch each other, understanding that, hey, we don't really have a great ground, but if you guys are also struggling, we probably could just flush you out if you guys make the wrong move. Boom Esports eventually corralled the party to crash right through the gates of Team Secret. And Jinky and Frankie, they're absolutely ready to drop the grenades onto Pondbit. Yummy May to follow through, and that will be Team Secret obliterated. And this still looks very risky. Boom has yet to recover, and BTR heard all that noise. They want in. Trying to actually shred them apart. Zero has got his hands jutting out the window. So they gotta find what angles is there safe to actually play out. Boom still managing to go in for the recovery, while Flash somehow finds another member of VOIN Donkey. Zeta getting knocked down. And Young T, he's gonna be the last hope for Team Flash. And it is still pretty impeccable how they've been able to survive for so long, hitting into the top 10.
That ×8 scope that Ryzy was holding, see how much control he has on the sprays as well. Those angles, as soon as he spots one out, he's so quick to react off it. You could see the initial confusion as well coming in from the other team, like, what the heck, how is he able to get me here? It's just so great looking at that. Regardless, for Boom Esports, they've managed to pick themselves up. They've managed to go for that reset that they really needed, leaving eArena on the outside, and now eArena is the one that's struggling here. Terrain to work with, yes, but the circle on their favor, not really. They're outside, they have to take these fights, and one thing that's huge as well is the one moment I said that Yummy hasn't been activated. He was the one who opened out that compound. He was the one who dropped in, managed to get a pick off, and immediately giving so much space for Boom Esports to breach that area.
Yeah, and the moment that eArena saw that one coming from afar, now they want to prey onto the rest of the members of Boom Esports. Understand that they're stuck within that safe position where Team Secret is at, so they're absolutely vulnerable, but there's no full measures been taken yet by the rest of eArena, just giving them a little bit more of that breathing room space. But over on ENAM SEMBILAN, it gets spot off by PowerJin as it's going to be Rins who's cutting across, and just like that, he just gets clipped by the rest of the Savior. As this would still be a very dangerous spot for the Savior to get out of this compound, to play around the quarry regions of this crater. So perhaps they could still go in for the save. Ten Sky is very close by to Godrins. And oh my goodness, those nades coming in so close to almost take out NC2. So Boom, they might just be in a very tough predicament, but they say we still have a whole lot of fight left in us.
3 eliminations already for that team. A lot of eyes onto eArena as well. And I think this prolonged fight for Boom Esports has put them in such a great position as well, because it had actually pulled the attention of BTR. Perhaps they can hope that BTR gets a little bit more active and hope that they actually spray the heck out of eArena. But this time around, KAGENDRA looking to go for a more aggressive push here, then take away OSJA's area. And they go aggressive. They completely run them over right now. OSJA, from the top side of the hill, managing to create the perfect pocket for a perfect crossfire. That is the meat grinder meeting the end of KAGENDRA there. That is disgusting.
Oh no. I guess now I can start to understand why CD Alliance crumbled just like that. You just take a look at the hole that they had over onto that high elevated area. OSJA Esports had Chopper in that perfect spot, get himself ready for that form of advancement where there's just no answer coming in from the rest of KAGENDRA, which that idea of taking that high hill was the right idea. It's just that they just couldn't outtrade it for their lives. And just like that, OSJA Esports, they have that firm hold, the circles closing upon them. So It's going to be a tough battle for those who are left inside of the crater. Now, it's going to be a race out of the run. And I wonder who will be the biggest survivor out of them all.
At this point, you gotta cut your losses and say we can't win this fight, but let's just try and aggress our way into that circle. Disregarding Boom Esports, Yummy falls already, so EA gonna be happy with that outlook. I'm not sure if Boom Esports is in a position to go for the reset either. The blue zone, not on their side, is open areas as well. And the high ground, you can see the members there just watching. What a shot coming in from Zero. That was a micro angle just exposed there. And he immediately just capitalizes on it. Zero knocked out already, and so is Richard. At the very least for OSJA, they do find one member of TEM. And you can see that as much as I want to read this kill feed, it feels like everyone is just shooting at each other this time around.
Yeah, and they also managed to deteriorate the members of OSJA Esports. What goes up has to fall. It's only Red Bull left. Pombit on the outskirts. He will bow out to the play zone, but it's a respectable finish in the top 8. Still have a couple of points to book out to. Both Esports maintaining some records at the very least. Red Bull using whatever he can to go up against the rest of eArena, left out in the open. At least these angles provide him just about enough to slowly spray down onto eArena. Now he's also being spotted out. Draws the attention of the entire team of eArena. While down below, DX, TEM, ENAM, SEMBILAN, they're all going for that brawl in close proximity. But by now, there's very little frag grenade left in the pockets of Lamborghini. 2 more as a matter of fact, but should be sufficient to go up against Ten Sky as well as Kryptonite. Potato now drops another bomb over onto Satar. The Savior, they got a lot to deal with, but they managed to at least settle scores with the rest of ENAM, SEMBILAN. It is going to be Tem that take those points. VOIN from the hillside now challenges the rest of BTR who have just arrived. And just like that, they managed to see one running out with backs exposed. Crazy gets taken out, but there's still one more inside of smoke that has been seeked out by Potato and Razak.
Chaotic as heck as well. Nades lopped down here to VOIN. Good for Potato. Razak gonna have to find a way to get to Potato safely, but I can tell that Red Bull's already very much waiting for him to happen. But the same could be said between D-Xavier. This is a much more deeper run for D-Xavier. This time, Nate knocked down already, and here comes the calls to completely collapse. But somehow, because Frame X has been knocked out, they're not able to take up the space they initially wanted to. But as Zip through smokes trying to make something happen, he gets bombed out to hell as well. He's so low right now. More nades lopped through here, and eArena looking to be the third party to completely obliterate these two teams. They take up the space. Lamborghini down. Tem back in the game already. But it's gonna be D-Xavier that takes the brunt of damage here in this third party situation. Already flushed out with mollies, with nades as well. Nowhere for Parajins to go. Jumping to his death. Unfortunately has to step on that molly eventually. He's being barbecued. But Tiger, knowing in this corner that is one player close here, a lot of free fires happening, making sure to keep his head away from the windows. Not happening yet. Bright all alone here. Joker has no clue where he is. They're hunting right now, but they can't find him.
It always has to be eArena coming in with some grand plan of a third party, and they managed to just deplete the entirety of the Saber with all the utilities that they've saved up going up against Boom Esports. They also do have Joker over the hillside getting spotted out by the 10 member. Now down to SOZip. He does not manage to hold, but it was a big round in for 10. Securing a top 3 finish with 5 elimination points. All that there is left here in this arena is EA versus VOIN.
VOIN, quiet start today, but now they have nice advantage in terms of the terrain. Beautiful lob of the nade as well, but it isn't enough for that knock. So for eArena, they can relax for now. They don't have to really worry about the thing. But the thing is, eArena has strength in numbers. They can go for a 2-2 formation, isolate these fights, go for double swings one side and the other. But VOIN, they have the element of surprise. Potato in the front line here, the tip of the spear, hoping to open things out. But none of the nades are clipping. Joker walks up, and a blind shot through the smokes knocks one member of VOIN down. It's all down to Razak, but cannot hold anymore. Joker, always the big man to come up on top, and always the man to end the fights. And here's a winner, chicken dinner for the team.
Behold eArena, the team that has wildest throughout the weekdays, have finally stopped the winning streak of both BTR as well as CELCOMDIGI Alliance. And just like that, the Thai team has taken over Miramar. And you saw how difficult it was. At first, they had their backs pretty much exposed, challenging the likes of Boom Esports to pave that way. And once they got enough room to measure up, you see how they square up against DX, and they just dissected them to precision with all this utility usage. And when they have just about enough opening, there's just nowhere else that is left unchecked. They know very well that VOIN is up the kill side. They wasted no time. They went in for the push. And let's once again take a look at how they managed to achieve such a massive victory here in one of the toughest Miramar rounds that we've ever seen.
Man, what a way to go through today as well, starting in this first map. And I think it also comes through. I think, you know, when you mentioned their PC counterparts, there's a lot of similarity on how their PC counterpart and their mobile team actually works as well. And it's priority to the high ground. You see it, a priority to the high ground in the Erangel, and you see a priority to the high ground even in Miramar. And because they have these fundamentals in mind on how exactly they want to approach these matches and these maps, and it gives them so much advantage as well. They're not going for early fights. If anything, that high ground gives them all the information they need. It gives them great positioning as well. If anyone wants to try and push them, they will be very, very prime and ready to deal with the push. The circle kind of pulls away from them. That's fine. Just worry about the teams pushing out forward before they come up, before they worry about taking away their positions. But for now, let's look at highlights before we talk more about this 13 elimination game by EA.
We've talked about the prowess of Thai teams in Miramar, and it is eArena that dominates in this very round. We did also mention that all these teams who have gotten great control of the high ground do usually get many benefits, and eArena, they did exactly just that. And the other team that has done so has been OSJA, while TEM, they actually tried to play Turtle into the deep area of the craters, and you saw it was a very tough run for them to even hold out against DX. But by the time that they've been able to eventually last, they did just about enough to squeeze into the top four alongside VOIN that did have a little bit more wiggle room over the top end of the hill.
Yeah. I think eArena, I think today out of everyone, eArena in terms of positioning, especially on Miramar, has been great. And I think that a lot of teams did try to challenge them for their high ground, but because they were there first, it was all about just asserting that control. And I think they haven't moved from the area, at least from the middle side of the match all the way till the end, until the circle pulled away. And then it was just all about just kind of taking up space slowly, allowing teams just ease their way into fights, and it's all about that third party. And I have to say, they have a nice little mix of strats to come through, whether it be third party, whether it be from the high ground, or whether it be on how exactly they breach compound. So it's huge. And Joker, I love watching this guy, man. How he plays is very aggressive, it's very in your face. It's always that first point of contact to break a lot of the defenses that teams have.
Yeah, and on top of what Joker has to offer, he is being paired so well with NC2. Both sides actually receiving 5 elimination apiece, and they are coming out with another banger of a run with 13 points, 23 in total. And you can see that everybody else who at least has gotten that area of crater fields have gotten a lot of action. An average point of 5 and above, and it's been super impressive to me that OSJA TH, they took full benefit of that with 9 total eliminations for themselves. Meanwhile, CD Alliance, RRQ, you saw they were pushing up the hillside. They were also stuck pretty much in bowl, well, namely CD Alliance, and they got absolutely punished. I think it was a masterclass of what eArena did towards RRQ, where RQ was trying to hustle them. No, they exert that dominance of a control, like you said, and just like that, RQ left crumbling. And this is going to be major updates to the rankings overall.
BTR is just, honestly, I think I saw this coming, right? I already said that we're gonna see BTR kind of really double down on that #1 spot, and that's exactly what happened, being able to overtake CD Alliance again. And I have to say, well, it's not like the hugest of margins, it's 8 points, but I wouldn't be surprised if BTR would be able to, you know, run away with more toward the end of the last map coming up into the last Miramar tonight. I mean, CD Alliance does have a lot of potential to be able to remain, but the biggest problem with Miramar is that you just don't know how. It's just so tough to navigate these terrains, and if you're late, it kind of just spells demise. Right now, looking at the bottom two right now, MEC and ENAM SEMBILAN hasn't really been able to capitalize. I think we've seen some moments where ENAM SEMBILAN tries to play the usual style of play in the weekday, but I think a lot of teams are already wise to them. So they're very quick to understand and react whenever those fights happen. You start to see a lot of teams, right? You can notice that one player is just kind of looking around, making sure that no one is just hovering around, and it's most likely to make sure that it's not a ENAM SEMBILAN around. But for gunslingers, you can see the amount of damage coming through, especially from #1, 2, and 3 right now. eArena, OSJA, and VOIN Donkey, terrifying when you look at them.
Yeah, VOIN Donkey on that middle of the crater field, they just can take a 360 view of whoever approaches and just slowly tag them out. Whereas the Kings of the Hillside, from the north it was eArena, from the south it was OSJA TH, so everybody else were absolutely in danger when you have these three teams on the block. Now, we're only left with one match to go. So far, it's been big wins coming in from Thailand with 2 chicken dinners today, back-to-back winner chicken dinner from CD Alliance, and not forgetting a super consistent one coming from BTR, and the biggest record to be set back in match 2. I think match 6, it has to be a special run from either side of these 16 teams to close off day 1, and by then we will finally get what the ceiling is like. But when we talk about venue for the grand finals, this is the place to be. It's IOI City Mall, where you can actually hang out with your friends, go shopping, and tune in to some of the finest PUBG mobile players across Southeast Asia, duking it all out to be crowned as your 2025 champions in spring.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake as well. You think about this tournament, there's, you know, the points to go into the bigger stages as well, but we can talk about that later, because right now, let's have a look at the memories of sand. So this cosmetics is coming very, very soon in PUBG Mobile version 3.7. So if you guys are looking or vying to figure out when is the next drop, this is the one. Prepare your wallets, because it's gonna be amazing to keep to your cosmetics arsenal.
That's right, and of course, with a lot of all these changes as well as new things to be added to the game, you don't want to miss out. But of course, don't miss out on this very final match, because once again, this sets the bar for that smash rule points, and I think it's so difficult. We have either, you know, BTR right now currently leading the fray. That's also due to the fact that CD Alliance, they walk away with 0 points on that last game. Is CD Alliance gonna bounce back? I do not know. I guess it's prediction time to see if any of these teams can actually book the final win.
You know, when you look at my Preds, it's just cope at this point, if I'm being honest. It's just cope. You know, we saw the earlier runs for Team Secret and Xavier, and I was like, okay, the expectations are high, but I haven't seen success from them quite yet. So this is me coping and hoping that they can show us the form that they showed on day 1. But for MEC, for me personally, I want to see more Malaysian teams rise to the top, especially because, you know, I love the dynamic coming in from Mikiel as well as Tom. So, you know, the potential potential is there. Mikia was able to bring the team in a one-man situation all the way to a 4th or 5th place and somehow managing to get 10 elims total. So this is something that is to be excited about as well. You see the potential is there, but I haven't really seen it. So show us what you have, MEC.
Yeah, I want them to show up really strong into this player final match than to make it a 3-way horse race by now. Or should we just say it's currently 2? Let's be honest, right? It's BTR, which I did manage to put in my prediction to be able to still hold on to that top spot. But what you've predicted for the rest of the pack definitely sees improvement, such as Team Secret as well as DX. Today, we have not really seen Vietnam taking that chicken dinner home. And I think that they're pretty much fired up to actually secure a whole lot more. DX did manage to secure a top 4 placement in that matchup, but unfortunately, the traits were not looking to be stable enough for them to actually convert some of these into points. And I hope that this is going to be something that they could do to be a little bit more proactive and to once again get themselves in tune for them to prepare for the last 6 rounds tomorrow, because there's still a whole lot more to play for despite having a very tough start here in Saturday.
Real. Okay, we talked a lot about VOIN Donkey, about VTR, about EA. But I don't think we've really talked more about OSJA here. And I think OSJA has been such a 50-50 team for me. They have firepower, they have good positioning, they have the idea on how exactly to take these fights. But why exactly do you think they can't hold on till the end, Contra?
Yeah, I think like sometimes they were too tunneled into holding that good position for far too long that sometimes you always have to prepare. Let's say you usually see them at least lasting up to stage 6, right? Like, you gotta once again send one member to be on the lookout if you have to reposition, which is why they somehow find themselves to be kind of stuck into certain positions once they have gotten just about enough numbers, or should I say, they also have their hands being kept very, very busy. How many people rock up towards their hill? There was MEC, there was CD Alliance, and the list can go on, right? And by then it's like, do we stay longer to actually farm for more of these numbers, or do we actually start to rotate out? And knowing from that situation on, I guess like there are still certain things that they definitely do have to improve in order to get closer to chicken dinners. But over on the group stages, I think they've definitely shown signs of brilliance. Like you said, they are hard hitters overall, and we want to see them at least stabilize to keep themselves intact for more chicken dinners to come.
Yeah, and speaking of a team that's been hard-hitting, TM, I think both you and I had high expectations for this team, right? Knowing that they had quite an insane run before, I think they're a team that showed us a lot of promise as well. But they haven't really come online today. Most of their points have been coming in from placements, and it's not been the most convincing either, because it's not really at the top 5 or top 6. It's toward the bottom end. Regardless, let's see whether or not TM can bounce back, or whether or not the lead continues here between CD Alliance as well as BTR.
Here we go late into the night for our very final game played in Miramar. It's match 6 here in the week 1 Super Weekend, as we are
this flight path is rough, man.
Very, very tough. I was just about to get into that, but I hope that it still remains to be a very South-centric kind of circle. But, you know, we talked about opposite days. Perhaps this could be another opposite ending where, come on, pull it all the way up to Campo Militar, if you will. Make it a little bit more challenging for the top 2 gunners out there in the field. CD Alliance as well as BTR could definitely use some of that.
Real. Okay, I mean, we had a crater field circle, which I loved, by the way, given how, you know, competitive it was. It wasn't the easiest rotations either, and teams are really forced to figure out whether they want to drop in the left side of the crater or the right side of the crater, right? I think we did see BTR choose to be in the middle of the 2 at high ground health, but I have to say, because it's right smack dab in the circle, it means that a lot of eyes are on that area as well. So it's not necessarily like the best of endings to get that area in the first place, where it's so accessible to so many people, as opposed to that high ground that's held by eArena. Regardless, wow, VOIN Donkey going to Patona.
Oh yeah, I do see that they had some members going around this Persona before. And what they usually do, you do notice that Potato is also separated far away from them. He's in charge of actually scouting up ahead to see if team rotate towards his side. His role will be very important in this game because you now see that circle's pulling towards the southwestern region of the map. So Potato's got to relay all that information to say, hey, boys, I might need you to move away to join me. So you got to look up quick coming in from Potona.
BTR here, top seed right now, top spot, 8 points ahead of CD Alliance. And I have to say, not only did they start off huge, they also started off with a bang. You saw Federalis in a 1v3 or 1v4, managing to win it out in the end just by jump shots, but just by aggression. And you can tell that for this player, I think in the interview was a very interesting one for me because we talked about that chemistry, that communication. You would think that without communication comes no chemistry, but according to, you know, his teammate Satar as well as him, that not understanding each other's languages because it's so funny, the miscommunications that happened, it actually helped improve their communication and the chemistry in the team.
Yeah, it's like with more of all these funny little small talks that kind of goes into a big question mark. I guess it can be very comedic. I can already imagine myself sitting in maybe the gaming house and like watching the two of them right? And like, what are these guys actually talking about? And then they just have a good laugh and once everybody's laughing, it's always a very good vibe, and perhaps that's what's keeping BTR running for the entirety of the day. And it's also great to also know that in such a short duration, Federals have been picking up a whole lot of Bahasa Indonesia at the very same time, which, you know, earlier through the week, I was asking, is he going to pick up the language? Is he not going to pick up the language?
He picked it up. I think the earliest language,
right?
I mean, yeah, but I was gonna say that the earliest word he's gonna learn is the Bahasa curse words. I can't say it here, but we all know what he's gonna, but it was the first thing he learned, let's be real here.
Yeah, we absolutely know the words straight from, you know, a lot of all the games that we do play out. So I guess that's one easy access into learning, picking up a language at first, where you could just at least express your feelings of frustration. Right? Those are parties.
Yeah, I agree. And you know, it's been such a pleasure to see this, and I'm really liking the fact that a lot of teams are starting to go. I mean, we talked about, you know, mixed rosters, what it brings to a team as well, and I think it's always really exciting when you have these kind of, you know, transfers happen. I think they did mention about their new coach Kent as well, because this is a massive rehaul from BTR. I was not expecting them to keep up at least, I don't know, towards maybe week 2. But they started off strong here. I understand the track record that's held by Kent is phenomenal. He's a great, I would say, you know, coach when it comes to keeping the mental right, in keeping the team together. And hold that thought though, because right now Hasbi is alone. I feel like this is deja vu. It's always Hasbi getting caught out really early here, all alone quietly, and immediately he relays that info that he hears sounds in his area, and look at how fast his teammates are kind of rotating toward him. Just now when Hasbi was almost caught, his teammates were right in the nick of time. He was able to get 2 pickoffs before Flash was able to find them, and it feels like it's going to happen again, but this time around, it's really far away. They're on the lower ground right now. I'm not sure how quickly they can actually climb this terrain.
Yeah, and at the same time, Hasby, he's prepared with the angle set towards the staircase. But with the engines roaring, I think Team Flash has also been alerted. You see on the minimap, the rest of Team Flash is on the standby. While Zeus, he's got no idea at all. He's thinking, okay, I gotta guard the doors because there's Mikhail, there's the rest of MEC. But little does he know, if he sets foot upwards to defend himself, he's gonna be in the world of hurt.
Nice
and that
sprays.
was what happens.
Yeah, nice sprays as well. Great start. It does keep Flash on their toes as well, but Tops is huge. He's held out to the outer side of the area and catches the members of MEC as it's so tunnel vision to the building. Now, Young has already evacuated himself, closing the door. I'm not sure if they are so aware he's inside. Opens the door, closes, surprise present to you! But the same could be said from Lancy. That's massive, that's big, and all of these pickoffs right now as what's happening from CQC fights with sprays, but this time around, VPE is getting active as well, and they decided to embrace the idea of third partying. Borman with 2, huge start. Sorry, with 1, which means that not being one person also means a great start for them. And I think this might as well help them kind of like push forward when it comes to that momentum. 20k low, one of their members, I believe, knocked down already. No, lobbied. That's rough for VPE.
So rough. I mean, when we take a look at VPE, they were just merely driving by looking for a spot. They suddenly heard those noises. It's like, okay, I guess there's a party that we're not invited. Let's actually take our chances. But at least VPE, they kind of stashed those 2 points away, stealing it from those members of MEC who have actually done incredibly well. Take a look at that. MEC, they got 3 points out of the fight up against Team Flash, and I believe that was that one grenade coming from Haspy that has also knocked the player out from Vampire Esports. While on the other end of the hillside, we have CD Alliance now taking on the rest of Team Secret as they try to just drive by. It is a perfect spray from Leon for a great catch.
Reposition from Leon's as well. Gonna try and bring themselves a little bit closer to each other here in Chumacera. I think it's a great hold as well. Minas del Sur on one end here for tops, and Mikiel. I'm surprised. This is a very prolonged fight. And VPE, they lost. They took quite a heavy amount of damage. All they did was just kind of retreat and decide to play long range.
Yeah, they know that the fight is not over yet, though, because MEC, they only got those a couple of members, and they do note that there is going to be another player still lying in wait, and that Molotov lobbed right in, but not enough to find Tops on the other side of the room. Haspy does have another grenade to be cooked up. So little space left. I don't think that Tops can actually hold for too long, but that bounces over the corner of the wall, and there we go. Haspy tries to clear it all the angles, and it tries as he may. Tops will not survive. That will be Team Flash calling it an early night.
This is a rough circle. It's pulling toward Valdemar. It's pulling toward all the way to the southern side of the map. I mean, understandably so, the flight path was toward the south, but everyone had kind of expected the circle to be a little bit more centralized.
Yeah, such a curveball right now, leaving a lot of bare open grounds on the very far corner of the map, which can actually give whoever books the spot first and foremost to have that high ground advantage. But those who are already inside the city, they're going to be okay. But the only problem is that how long can they actually outlast all these teams who are hoping to vie for a spot inside of Valdemar, which we have seen yesterday. It was one heck of a fight. And look at all the teams rotating next to each other. VOIN Donkey, Vampire Esports, they're not shooting each other yet because everybody's taking separate vehicles. Suddenly, it looks like we're in a Formula 1 race while we have the rest of VOIN Donkey to try to find refuge, but they are driving towards 7-9. Tries to U-turn. Zeta, he cannot hold towards that compound because it has been preoccupied by another squad coming from the back. VOIN Donkey continues on their journey. They find the far end of the map and will finally call it a little bit more of a space for them to hold out.
Firen. Wow, going huge here. 2 members knocked down already from BTR, but at least they answered back here. Federalis, he's doing the heavy hitting! He's barely alive! Sem9 had the brunt of that fight somehow, and Federalis decides to say, you know what? No, not today, dog. And they managed to only lose much or less in that big skirmish. But now Boom Esports is rushing forward. They're looking to capitalize as BTR tries to overcome. That nade takes out 2 members. Snapeball alone, a great spray from him. Not enough to lobby though, as Yummy keeps his teammates alive. Snape cannot do more than that. BTR with 5 elims, it's enough.
It's enough, but I also do take a notice in that fight. I think it was a little bit of an oops coming in from Federalis. That grenade was a self-nade dropping towards himself and his teammate.
Rough.
So it's just a little bit of a panic situation, right? You weren't able to reset. Boom is coming close, and perhaps it could be a kamikaze move, hoping that they jump in as well, but it didn't do them good favors. So now the chance is once again wide open for CD Alliance if they take this chance to overtake BTR. But it really has to be a big result coming from CD Alliance. They now have 60 points with the 2 added eliminations. They need to find another 10, or at least make it to the top 4 with a couple more eliminations. Then they should be able to overtake. But wow, that was immense. Boom Esports, perfect opportunity taken, and we want to see more out of Boom.
Finally active now. Oh, the circle is just so packed right now. There's not a lot of space to work with. There's water as well, a bridge at the bottom side, so you can clearly tell that toward the southern side is a no-go zone already because the circle is definitely gonna pull away from there. And eArena, this time we praised them so much about positioning. This circle is just not in their favor. They're forcing the longest rotations of their lives as well.
Yeah, at least if they're arriving from the north side, there should be more space as compared to how many teams are in the south that we've managed to spot from that mini-map. Tem playing it very dangerously, dropping through the city as they are getting shot from RRQ and the rest of these other noisy neighbors right now. Lapar tries to actually go in for a trade, but it's going to be Boom Esports that actually finds the rest of Tem. Arriving into the late scene as Zero will try to hold out. Two members now, because they have Potato also assisting in this skirmish, and VOIN Donkey was in charge to take out TEM. Once again, we talked about how well Tem has been trying to play for placements. They could not even afford to aggress in such a tough rotation call, and that is to their own doing.
No movements yet. Great opening by Ichan onto Richard there as well. So Kage, they're making sure that they're able to play off this large terrain, this large area, but at the same time, while it is open, they're looking to keep this area fully in their control. It's not like they really have to take this fight against OSJA as well. I mean, they can go for a big rotation. The circle isn't the tiniest right now. It's only just stage 3, but I think everyone's just so cautious. It is the last game of the day. It's the final chance for you to really put yourselves on top here. But ENAM SEMBILAN as well, looking to play at the edge of the circle. And I think the biggest problem for ENAM SEMBILAN right now is just traversing downwards and making sure when they breach that circle, there's no one waiting in wait in those corners, in those angles as well.
Oh, wow. We talked about that long rotation, right, coming in from eArena. The moment that they arrive, they are now challenging KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA's got multiple spots to hold out, so they should be able to eventually spot out these members of eArena. But they initially got tagged. They also have to recover their HP bars, which they are doing at this very moment. They have found some space across the valley to actually get some cover off, but only for this last moment. We finally get to see Tony K getting activated on the other side of the map. They go in for 1-0. 2 elimination points for the side of Tony K and Co for them to still remain very competitive in the middle of the pack. But take a look at this. Even ENAM SEMBILAN has arrived to see going up against a direct challenge of KAGENDRA. That isn't exactly the best of game plan, but they will try to make do.
Aggression all around here. This time it's KAGENDRA trying to keep ENAM SEMBILAN at bay. Low ground, no advantages for them, but the only thing they have solace in is that this terrain is pretty steep, so they can at least move back and forth and try and get some information on how exactly they want to play off each other. All these nades lobbed out here as well. I think what's really scary is that right there toward Hulk. Those nades means easy access for this nades just roll toward them. And I think for ENAM SEMBILAN right now, I think they might just want to say we need to back off. We need to go for this reset. And we need to make sure we can play off each other most importantly. They've done a great job so far being able to crunch the players of Kage near each other. But there's also that risk. Beautiful sprays right now. A nice angle played off from Kryptonite. He's always the one you can rely on to open these fights. And the rest of ENAM SEMBILAN just completely collapsed over. One already inside of the compound. You hear the guns blazing so loudly. Hulk taking up the space, capitalizing on the noise that Kryptonite has made on the outside of the area.
We love to see it, the way that they slowly dissected that fight and the angles being seeked out by Kryptonite was pivotal to go in for that firm exchange. But it's been a long duel. We see it on the kill feed, and finally, here we go. Big nades land over on the top of Caspi, and now it's go time for Tony K to make a whole lot of noise. But Mikhail, he jumps out the window, tries to trade right back. Tony K saves the day. And there's definitely a whole lot of splatter of blood, but they should be able to quickly go in for the recovery. Just by the edge of the zone as well, they got a journey on, and there's not much time left. So VPE lick their wounds and carry on. VOIN Donkey, we saw them securing such a vital spot over on the south side. They have a lot of grounds to cover though, while a lot of all these areas have been left vacant. there are many of these teams playing the hillside, so it is not going to be easy for those citizens of Valdemar to leave eventually. So perhaps they're just counting on their luck onto how this next couple of phases will close out. But from the hillside, Joker, he's poked and prodded. He though understands that there are members of the EX. It hasn't been an easy rotation for eArena as they still try to seek for a safe entry, but for now, they are just dodging every form of possible engagements for as long as they can. While the rest of ENAM Milan, they try to full send it. They are stuck in between the hills where Leon's is currently having the rest of CD.
Be the one a little bit more passive here. Leon, a little bit, I would say a little bit more there. Trying to chase for that pickoff. Gets punished for it with his life. The Xavier, this high ground looks really good on them right now. They have a 2-2 formation coming on. All eyes are on 3-4 teams on the outside. They're just putting in damage, just trying to cripple down the numbers. Not really full sending it in as well. So I think this is huge on how exactly they want to approach this fight. Now, CD Alliance, despite all that noise as well, I think they managed to bring back the teammate into the game. With ENAM Milan currently kind of struggling. The blue zone pushing out at them. The circle pulling away from them. CD Alliance has full control of the area. Still have to worry about the team behind them. I believe it's Xavier here, but for now, all eyes are on the team in front of them. All they have to do is gatekeep. The nades are good. Hulk taking a lot of damage there at the beginning, and I think there's a lot of utility as well as CD Alliance has managed to really bring into this game, and is making it hurt so badly for them because the mollies keep them at bay. The smokes means there's a lot of question marks where exactly CD Alliance are, and Kryptonite finally knocked out. So that's a lot of firepower taken out of the game, at least for ENAM Milan. Brian's shots all around. Leon's wants him out, but his teammates are trying to make sure that he stays alive.
They're throwing everything, including a kitchen sink, at the members of ENAM Milan, and they managed to at least eliminate one. So ENAM Milan, they might have to go for an alternative route because they cannot press on up against the rest of CD Alliance. I also saw the update of the zone. It has been unrelenting where half of the map is absolutely unplayable on certain terrains, and therefore VOIN right now is in the driver's seat in the best spot possible. And the rest of the Saber, initially when we saw that position over the high hill, they had a great angle, but now they are also being forced to move away. eArena playing through the unplayables through the far end, and they managed to also catch a glimpse of teams cutting by. This is not going to be an easy task for them to eventually flush out. OSJA, here comes the nades.
Wait, there's more. Oh, he managed to revive him. Immediately legs it out of the little crater. Moves out the way. Sakura trying to keep the other members of OSJA at bay here. Not sure if they're aware. They need to come through enough just do chip damage, but no more. OSJA just stuck inside of this compound. Cannot go out, cannot even peek right now. And eArena, you've seen them breach compounds, is very aggressive. ENAM Milan and CD Alliance are this long prolonged fight, but somehow Olio as well as Jimmy are managing to find the final two members. They have been hunting for them.
Yeah, and you saw ENAM Milan was just trying to outrace them, but they could not even get a grasp onto getting themselves into a safe spot. So CD Alliance, they saw this as a perfect opportunity to overtake, and now they will. But we go back into the fight as the rest of eArena, like you said, will press on as they find themselves into a very tough compound to hold out. OSJA loses one, and you can see Joker planning the attack as the rest of these members are all corralled into a tight little lobby that will be cleared out by NC2 eArena. They arrive late, but they arrive in the perfect time to flush them all completely.
Oh.
Here comes Jimmy, and he wants more. He takes South Boom, and CD Alliance should have just about enough points to take the #1 spot away from the rest of BTR.
Like his name, Nate T, he finds one pickoff already, and Lamborghini, all he has to do is walk off and just blow hits to smithereens. That's exactly what he's doing right now. A different Xavier in this last game. A lot more aggression and a lot more firepower. Despite them only moving together right now with one player needing to be picked up. Levi's rushes up forward. Lucky for him, he lobs at Nate. Is a perfect trajectory here. Pre-fire in those corners, making sure no one is holding. They clear it out. Tiger cannot be recovered as well. It's all down to the last member standings, NC2, that Nate will find him in the end. And eArena, their reign of terror has been ended. 6th place, but 4 elims. It's looking good so far. And now VPE and D Xavier finally break that slow start they had today.
Yeah, it's been a long day's work, and finally they get back into their prime form. I guess it sets up the tempo of what they should do for tomorrow to have a rough idea of what's necessary for them to still keep up to the pace. And by now, I believe the Savior have already garnered 41 points to still be within the top 4, despite us really giving, them a little bit more of some feedbacks. I would still say that they are still keeping themselves very, very healthy for a grand finals run for what it's worth. Well, after all that form of commotion that we've had, this is such a terrible circle where you look at that circumference is covering some of the areas of the unplayables. VOIN Donkey so far booked the best spot, never really had to move, and the rest of these teams from the south side, they were just happy enough that, hey, at least we got some area to play off from by the edges. So I guess it's really down to VOIN Donkey. How well will they hold up against the rest of CD Alliance, which will be pushing from south?
I love the positioning of the team right now. Yes, they have people inside at the bottom side. And then you have one player just hunkered down on the outer end of the area, hiding behind that water tank. So you're not going to expect someone to be holding on there. So it can work to become like the most kind of nasty angles to play with. But I think Zeta wants to be a little bit more safe now. He's really already repositioned himself inside of the area. Now, CD Alliance does have some pre-fires come through, putting in that pressure. So presence definitely known. And VOIN Donkey, all they have to do is just lie in wait.
That's right. VOIN Donkey, they never really had to move at all after booking that spot once they reach Valdemar. And I guess eventually we'll have to find out about Stage 7. Considering for what it's worth, this has been a rapid round of Miramar. We're only 23 minutes into the game, only 5 teams left, plenty of open space. Vampire Esports now hurl in those grenades, break unbreakable for now, but eventually those doors are broken through. So Tony K, he can't wait no further than that as he sends his whole squad looking for a hunt, and they will get it in return. Team Secret, unfortunately, as much as it's a top 4 finish, they got no elimination points thus far.
A little bit more different, at least it's a deeper run, but definitely for VPE this round, as well as D Xavier as well, is much more different than the tune they sang in the beginning of the day. Now, a huge opening from Levi's, enough to cripple down a few members of VOIN Donkey, but it's not enough to really take them out. That one knock is what they needed to really break the defense before they can just fully go and take control of that compound, but they're not able to do quite that, so they're forced to wait on the outside. So D Xavier, the only thing they have to work with right now is the box, is the terrain, is the vehicle, and the same could be said about VPE here, whose eyes are also trained onto VOIN Donkey. But the great opening right now is from Parajin, is from Potato. VPE, Tony K, probably a little bit too adventurous there, as he does take quite a big chunk of damage from that knee. He eats it up all alone. Now he's forced back.
And suddenly the tides have turned. DX suddenly find themselves in the best spot possible, having the high ground advantage. They also have the bird's eye view onto VOIN Donkey. So it's really down to Vampire Esports and VOIN Donkey to wrap up the fight here on that south side. VOIN Donkey unable to actually take those clean peek, just gives themselves a little bit more room through the broken walls while they try to attack Tony K with a nade! Oh, Vexy, that was golden! And now the chances have opened up. Will they pry upon the rest of Vampire Esports? They lob another towards
That's perfect!
He's trying to survive, but oh my goodness, the nades are too much!
The nades were perfect, trajectory was perfect as well. They played off the terrain to perfection. Gives VOIN Donkey a lot of space to work with. And now it's a very fair 4v4, but unfortunately for VOIN Donkey, they don't have a lot of space to work with. the circle full in control of Xavier. Xavier is great right now. They've taken up the position where the Vampires have been holding on to, but they have a 2-1-1 formation going on as well. Levi's on one end, Parajin playing together with Lamborghini, and one player over the outer side of the circle, kind of hoping that they can go for a nice crossfire to really chunk down the members of VOIN Donkey. They come forward, but the DBS for Parajin is rough, it's strong, it's loud, and it is painful. Lamborghini taking the brunt of the damage, and Parajin going aggressive. Vexy comes close, and they completely run them over with the vehicles too. Lamborghini's on fire with 5 eliminations already. Vexy's all alone. Xavier's happy with 10 eliminations in the bag. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to run. It's just formalities right now. Vexy managing to reset, so at least as the smoke dissipates, he has some space to work with. Now the question for Xavier is, where exactly is Vexy? Did he reposition? Not quite. The nades are there. They're so aware of where he is. If he doesn't go down to the nades, he'll go down to the blue zone, and he does just that as Levi's ends it, and it's a big ending for Xavier as they finally end the drought and they finally end the curse with a winner chicken dinner.
The faithful shall be rewarded here, and we complete the night having every single nation of SEA here in the PMSL to back a chicken dinner home. It's been a long time coming, but Dingo Saber proves that they are still some of the finest to ever hail from Vietnam. And the moment that we saw them taking those wide rotations, at first we were thinking, could this still work out for Dingoes, where they've been passive for all along? But when we saw them taking control over onto Valdemar from the high ground, they got a few pickoffs, that's great. And then they tried to go in for the wide wraparound, take out some members of eArena, and further dominated. Once they see the circle pop towards the south side, they say, hey, you know what? We got this perfect elevated view, and all that's left, wait for the fight to happen between VOIN Donkey and VPE. That was quickly being shut out. The massive nades thrown over from VOIN Donkey to shake out the battle, and then you just know that there's nowhere else for VOIN Donkey to run. And just like that, BX, they got themselves a perfect, convincing win to end the night.
I have to say that circle was incredibly rough. That final circle, despite the fact that we said Xavier has a lot of space to work with, half that circle was inaccessible. It's a tiny little space. Technically, the only solace, the only place that you could really take over right now was that compound. And the fact of the matter is, the circle was not in favor of the compound as well. So that's why Xavier was so happy when VPE finally gets flushed out by VOIN Donkey, because they were quick to just completely swarm up that area, take the terrain, go for a 2-1-1 formation. Crossfires were ready, aggression is definitely there, firepower is there as well, but most of it has just been that perfect trajectory for those nades as well. So this is how Xavier made it up on top. Have a look, and we'll talk more about it after the highlights.
what a day it has been for all the teams that have been playing here in the Super Weekend. And in one of the toughest maps of Miramar to be played out, the Sabres just shows that they are an absolute master of the map on how they just navigated throughout the course of the field. While they're doing so, you saw it wasn't them going unchallenged throughout it all. They had to fight tooth and nail up against eArena and all the other teams that were around that Miramar section, and eventually close out the night with some of the craziest number. If you take note of it, that's 3,269 damage. That almost is equivalent of what that big round was coming from BTR in Game 2.
That's huge, actually, if you think about it. I'm not sure what happened here, whether it was a change in mindset or whether it be a change in pace. But VPE and the Xavier, I mean, this is one of the toughest circles we've seen today. It's already a lower side flight trajectory. It's a circle that's already super down southwest. It's already pulling all the way to the very west side of the circle. Rotations are not easy either. I mean, we saw teams like, I think, VOIN Donkey, eArena forced to go for these long rotations as well because they didn't expect it to be all the way there. But somehow they made it work. It's not really about the hold either. I think at this point, because of how every single team had to play aggressive, it really worked on their favor because this is how they thrive in terms of aggression, in terms of how they play. They want these teams to fight.
Yeah, they really knew how to assess the situation no matter how tough it actually gets. CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they took their chances as well to climb all the way into a top 4 finisher with plenty full of points to try to overtake BTR. But I think with the added elimination points coming in from BTR, it might just be insufficient. So BTR might still be on top, but my math could be incorrect. We shall see later on. While eArena, I think they did splendid in these Miramar rounds where we expected the Vietnamese side as well as Thai side to also show up in Miramar rounds. We finally do get it by the end of the night. And therefore, I guess like tomorrow, before we actually kick things off, all these teams will have to take hours upon hours to start to read the room right, because today, not entirely the best run coming from some of these notable names such as Boom Esports, ENAM's Milan, RRQ, the list goes on. But I guess tomorrow is definitely going to be an entire different story on how these teams actually improve their gameplay heading into their final Super Weekend day of the week.
Okay, BTR still holding on to their first place slot. Great, only 2 points difference. And I think it's mostly because of the eliminations as well as rank points. I think for CD Alliance, the rank points difference is 3. Eliminations difference is 1 between these two teams. And I have to say that for BTR and CD Alliance, today is a very different tune. It's less about, you know, kind of like waiting. The waiting game is more about getting a bit more active and proactively getting points. It doesn't matter what, you know, the placement points are going to be. Yeah, that's secondary, but how are we going to be approaching these fights and making sure that we're able to take this elimination points, survive as well, and make it to the end. And most of the time, BTR and CD Alliance, they always survive toward the middle side of the games at the very least. So that at least, I think, guarantees them at least 3 to 4 points in terms of rank points.
That's right, and on top of it all, when we take a look at the other side of the page, Vampire Esports, you can say that they've done just about sufficient, but they are far off from their usual play style. But today, I think the main player that have definitely excited all of our fans across the Southeast Asia region, it has to be Federalis, the Filipino assassin so far, dealing plentiful of damage and a whole lot of all these numbers racked up. And when you need him the most, he always will be there to save the day for BTR. So, of course, we want to find out a whole lot more coming in for day 2. BTR, are they ready to still trailblaze and bulldoze everybody out there? So, let's take a look at who we have for the interview to wrap up the night.
You're still watching the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Spring Series, and joining me right here in center stage, we've got a treat for the Malaysian home grounds right here. It's Jimmy from CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and this guy might be super ecstatic with his entire your entire performance today. I mean, coming from the community team, now rising above the rest, back-to-back chicken dinner. You're the only team that made it today. How does that make you feel?
Dengan menjadi salah satu je tim yang dapatkan chicken back to back, apakah perasaan Jimmy dan juga kawan-kawan?
Pada perasaan saya dan juga kawan-kawan, mestilah happy lah untuk pada hari ni, untuk first day.
Yeah, of course we feel very happy with our performance for today. Yeah.
You should, as you should. Back to back, that's definitely a feat to be reckoned with. But this does create some sort of friction. Now you're at the top of the entire competition. Are you not afraid that you might be the ones in the bullseye in terms of targeting?
Dengan performance yang boleh dikatakan mendominasi ni, ada tak perasaan takut macam mungkin tim-tim lain dah start pandang, dah start tengok untuk jadi target ataupun yelah faham kira kena kejar lah dengan tim-tim lain?
Kita orang sentiasa bersedia untuk tim-tim lain untuk datang ke kita orang. So bagi kita orang tak takut lah. So apa-apa kita orang akan 100% ready.
No, we don't really feel that is our threat. We just gonna be fully prepared. We just gonna be 100% ready. So whoever or which team from other country wanna target us, feel free to target us because we are 100% ready.
It looks like if you're going to put this sort of performance up again on stage, they can try, but you'll be there to make sure that they fail. Now, I want to know, because you did so well today, will you change anything comes tomorrow?
Okay, dengan performance hari ni, rasa-rasa ada tak yang akan diperbaiki ataupun akan ditukar pada esok hari?
Untuk diperbaiki, setiap hari kita akan perbaiki sebab kita orang pun ada tusun. So mesti ada decision yang kita orang salah. So kita orang akan tengok balik and buat yang lebih baik daripada hari ini.
Of course, we do have a changes for tomorrow, especially in terms of our mistake. Yes, we are the teams that every single day we're gonna fix our mistake. We just gonna minimize our mistake. So yeah, for tomorrow we just gonna fix our mistake for today and perform better compared to today.
Spoken like a true champion indeed. And speaking about which, you're right here representing the rest of Malaysia, but you're not alone in this entire stadium. You do have Sam9, who's also a Malaysian team, who did not get as much of a spotlight you did. Any words of advice or encouragement to that team?
Okay, ada sedikit apa-apa nak sampaikan kepada tim Malaysia yang lain ataupun lebih kepada Sam9 lah, sebab Sam9 punya performance hari ni pun boleh dikatakan bagus, tetapi tak dapat banyak spotlight. So ada apa-apa sedikit nak sampaikan kepada Sam9 dan juga tim Malaysia yang lain?
Kepada semua tim Malaysia, good luck and buat yang terbaik untuk di Super Weekend kali ini, yang mana tak lepas Super Weekend. Moga-moga semua tim Malaysia dapat layak ke Super Weekend.
To the all Malaysian team that play for Super Weekend, I just gonna wish you good luck, all the best. Do your best for Malaysia team in Super Weekend. To those that don't qualify for the Super Weekend one, do your best again, fix your mistake and everything, and hopefully all Malaysian team can qualify in Super Weekend too.
Right, and I'd like to extend that courtesy to the rest of the team participating. It's not just the Malaysian team, but of course, with home ground pressure, there's a lot of expectations on our shoulder. That being said, I do need to let them go off, get their rest, because this is the end of day one of the first Super Weekend week. We still have tomorrow with the next 6 games to be played. So without further ado, I will let them off to rest, reset, and recuperate comes tomorrow. Casters, do take it away.
It's always really exciting when you see players just give themselves that space as well as advice for each other. End of the day, when you come from that region, you always want to root off each other as well. And I think that the ending today was a little bit more of something what I expected to see in terms of aggression as well. I think it's been such a weird week as well, seeing how teams approach these games in such a more slower manner is not necessarily the best kind of start that I'm a fan of, but I understand though in terms of what's at stake here, especially as the season is a lot slower.
Yeah, you remember when we were just in the group stage and we did mention, you know, like for CELCOMDIGI Alliance, they weren't the flashiest of the bunch, and then comes Super Weekend, they start to show us more and more of these cards out of nowhere, and we are enjoying every single moment of it. Out of all the teams that you have to actually challenge BTR, you have names like Vampire Esports, DX, and so on and so forth. But, you know, this is one team that we might have actually left off and say, wow, I didn't expect CD Alliance to be all the way up there to actually try to contest for that top spot, and I'm pretty sure that everybody across Southeast Asia have been not only pleasantly surprised, but have been absolutely impressed.
Yeah, I think the run from CD Alliance has been quite phenomenal. It does, I think, align with their performance in the previous seasons. But I think now it's just I'm seeing a lot more consistency from them compared to before, where they have a little bit more of a pop-off moment, and then it's silence, and then pop-off moment and silence is very reminiscent to what we see from Malaysian teams here, talking about Sem9, talking about GeekFam. But for CD Alliance, it seems like they seem to understand what exactly they have to do to kind of bridge those silent moments to make sure that at least if they are kind of eliminated toward the mid side of the game, what can you do to kind of maximize their points as you move forward? And it has come here in terms of balancing the aggression, picking up those eliminations, as well as positioning and survivability. So let's see whether or not these teams can capitalize. I'm looking at Boom Esports, hoping to see that comeback is something that they're very famous for. And that is it from us, Tash Bunny alongside Contra, your casters today. Final day tomorrow for the Super Weekend. You don't want to miss out. Same time, same place. We'll see you guys tomorrow.